And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. I hope you can hear me, by the way, because I've been fiddling with this computer. So let me just make sure that I am being heard. I'm not even sure if anybody's here. If you are here, let me know if you can't hear me. Can somebody indicate in the comment section if you can hear me? Actually, let me play it. Let me. Let me know if you can't hear me. Can somebody indicate in the comments? Because I've been fiddling with the computer because it was gotten out by my kids. So if you can hear me, let me know in the comment section that you can. Because we've had instances that I'm just, okay, brilliant. Okay, so there it is. And here I am. Glad you're there. The session starts. It's on again. People are saying to try and avoid the OB space. I did try, but alas, if I show you, let me actually just show you something before we get into it. I think I've shown this before. This is where I usually get the news. It's just easier and it gives you up to the minute what holds the headlines. So if you go to it, you see that there's just let me show you. So these are the most read articles in that space. And you see really that there's no avoiding the OB space because so Peter Obi visits Owerri, etc., etc. So and there is a Peter Obi visits Owerri mega rally. I was humbled by warm welcome at RCCG Peter Obi, on and on. So it's just you cannot avoid it because all of the top ends of the news cycle is all about this character from AMNAMBRA. So there it is. We try not to label it. We try to be civil. We try and negotiate it as best we can. Hopefully, we're able to manage. So hopefully, we're able to manage the conversation so that it doesn't spill over. But here we are. But there we are, and here we are, and here I am. There you are. So I'm here. You're there. So that then means we have a session. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all who never do is another savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all who never do is another savior. Holy, 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 all who never do is another savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, the Holy Holy song. It's baking hot in the UK, by the way. It's just, you feel like, I wouldn't quite say it's Dubai, but for the United Kingdom, it's just a heat wave. So you can, hence the sweating. I took a shower before I came on and then came into the heat. So that's why you may well see that I'm somewhat a bit sweaty. So there it is, Holy Holy. Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. So, Obi Tinubu Atiku orders to pay 10 million naira each for campaign posters. So this is Charles Soludo now, ever the economist, using this opportunity of the electioneering going on to make a tidy profit for his own home state. So the bill that is invoicing anybody pasting posters around AMNAMBRA is 10 million. Oh, okay, actually, let me not go into the details because I've had a glimpse at this. But the headline again, Obi Tinubu Atiku others to pay 10 million each for campaign posters. So that is in Anambra State, of course. That headline doesn't tell you, but a subsequent one will. Supporters of presidential candidates should desist from divisive, dangerous statements, threats. AAC party urges Nigerians. So AAC party, of course, the SOWORE party, and of course, it's gotten to that point now that it's gotten so much out of hand. The abuse that is seeming to be the currency of this particular electoral cycle. We all know what we're talking about, of course. If you can talk around it, but not mention it frontally. But SOWORE certainly attacking that space just off the back of Tinubu also cautioning that space. So SOWORE equally applies the caution that, look, this is not a beer parlor. This is not mushy slug it out. This is a revered, civilized campaign for one of the most important positions in the world. So no need for the gutter, sluggish, almost barbarism that we're seeing. Supporters of presidential candidates should desist from divisive, dangerous statements, threats. AAC party urges Nigerians. So to that, Lalong inspects Tinubu's presidential campaign headquarters meets Jagaban. So Lalong, of course, Samuel Lalong, the Plateau State governor, he has been appointed as the campaign director for the Tinubu campaign. And he's now doing a tour of the facilities to see if it's fit for purpose. So quite what Lalong brings to that ticket, that's up for discussion. Soludo taxes Obi Atiku Tinubu orders 10 million each to paste campaign poster in Anambra. So we'll probably read this one instead of the one that I read the headline out earlier, because this one seems to have a bit more body. So that up for contention as well. Uh, we are. It looks as though there's a cleansing somewhat going on within the political space because it's just gotten so toxic, so juvenile. We will not insult Atiku Obi others. Kiyamo replies, Melaye. So I think people want to move away from all these just insults, look, hand they shake, leg they shake, all this sort of silliness. People want to move away from that space to have a more adult sort of campaign, which is issue based, because of course it is all entirely about the issues, not all these silly little, spite songs and made up storylines. So we'll not insult Atiku Obi others. Kiyamo replies, Melaye. So I think there's a contra tone going on between Melaye and Peter Obi. Why terrorism is spreading across Nigeria? So expert is the person, the expert is the attribution. So this might well be what a read to give us an insight as to why the expert think that the whole country has been subsumed by terrorism. So quite what the experts make of the situation, we'll find out shortly. Why terrorism is spreading across Nigeria, experts. So we find that out in the reading. So this one we find out in the reading as well. I might well actually abandon some of the Peter Obi headlines because I don't want to have a Peter Obi session today. I don't. So I might well abandon some of the Peter Obi headlines. So it depends, but we'll see. But to this, I belong to superior court. I am richest pastor in the world. Oyedepo boast. So, what job he has and quite what makes him the richest pastor in the world. Hopefully he explains to us because as far as I am aware, all of these pastors, they have no other vocation outside of mounting the pulpits and speaking to the congregants and sweating them for 10% of their income. So quite how that has made him the richest pastor in the world, hopefully he explains. I belong to superior cult. I am richest pastor in the world. Oyedepo both. So quite what embodies that statement, we'll find out shortly. Drama as Labour Party Pat Utomi disagree over spokesman. So a spokesman for the Labour Party was named just yesterday, but it looks as though there's already a fallout in that space. But what's led to all that, we find out shortly. Drama as Labour Party, Pat Utomi disagree over spokesman. So quite what the disagreement is, we'll find out shortly. Okay, I'll make this the last one. I still have quite a few more, but I think maybe we've had just about enough because sometimes I feel we have too many headlines to contend with. Please forgive us. Repentant insurgents beg Borno state residents as they conduct sanitation exercise in different communities. So I'm going to share the screen for this because this is quite. I'm not even sure how to think about this. So these are insurgents, of course, that have ravaged and savaged villages, killed, maimed, raped, etc. And then, of course, they've then come back to the community to say, sorry, we have repented. And so does that then cancel out all the atrocities, all the killings and the maimings, and the burning and the looting, and just then sweeping up a few shrubs on the floor, and that is penance for what they have done. So that is the I don't know how to wrap my head around that, but hopefully those of you with a bigger brains than mine, you'll be able to talk me through just what sense there is in that. Absolutely none is my own conclusion. So that's the menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. So we want to get the like to as high as we can. I'm not going to set a bar for it because we never seem to hit that bar, but click on the like button just as soon as if you have no reason not to click on it, then you have every reason to click on it. So click on the like button, click on the subscribe button as well if you're not already subscribed. Then if you want to come join me on the screen, click on this hyperlink that I'm posting in the comment section out that says StreamYard. So if you want to come and have a conversation around any of the pieces that I'm going to read out shortly, click on that hyperlink. It brings you into a studio space. And as soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and we have a conversation around the talking points. That's how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that's how it works. So click on like, that is compulsory. Click on subscribe as well. And at your discretion, if you feel sufficiently emboldened, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then you can come have a conversation with me on the screen. So as we said about those tasks, let me provide you a little bit of a musical backdrop. Have your calabash to the ready as we join the K Guides.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agweshe, the K Guides. May death have nothing to do with us. That's what that means. Let me just let me straighten up and smarten up. I don't want to look like a scruff. Yes, so Ikuku Niru Agweshe, the K Guides. May death have nothing to do with us is what that means. All right. So sorry, I was just reading a comment there. So let's get straight into it. Ikuko Niru Agweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Soludo tasks Obi, Atiku, Tinubu, others 10 million each to paste campaign posters in AMNAMBRA. Presidential candidates of all political parties in Nigeria will pay 10 million naira each to paste, that should say, but they wrote last. Presidential candidates of all political parties in Nigeria will pay 10 million naira each to paste their posters in Anambra State, the state government has revealed. This includes Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, presidential candidate of the APC, Mr. Peter Obi of Labour Party, Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, retired Justice Peter Umaidi of ABGA, amongst others. Managing Director and Executive Officer of Anambra Signage and Advertising Agency, Mr. Tony Ujubonu, stated this in a public notice issued in Anambra State on Saturday. The public notice also listed that other candidates for public offices will pay varying amounts to paste their posters anywhere in the state. While presidential candidates are mandated to pay 10 million naira, senatorial candidates will pay 7 million naira, whilst Federal House of Representative candidates will pay 5 million naira, and State House of Assembly candidates will pay 1 million naira, the notice reads. As campaign for 2023 general election officially commences next month, September, Anambra State Signage and Advertisement Agency, in charge of all forms of advertising in the state, wishes to bring some important information to your notice. The posting of posters, so that should be the pasting, but it just I'm a bit pedantic like that. Really, if something is misspelled or misspoken, it always somewhat jars a little bit at me. The pasting of posters on bridges, road demarcations, street light poles, roundabouts, and public buildings remain prohibited. That every campaign material and advert forms such as that every campaign material and advert forms such as posters, public address systems, banners, flyers, buntings, t-shirts, caps, and sundry must be duly approved for after full payment of the requisite fee, that every billboard must be displayed through a registered advertising practitioner after the advertising content has been vetted by the APCON. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. And so a lot of people wonder why I have a lot of admiration for Professor Charles Soludo. So that again cites another example. Let me give you another example. Actually, you remember when Charles Soludo went to demolish all these illegally built structures that were blocking drainages in Anambra State, and it caused a lot of controversy because it swept up one of the properties of Odumeje, the popular, at least in that space, pastor. So a lot of people were saying that he should have handled it better and given those people compensation. And that somewhat angered Soludo, that these people built illegal structures on places that were blocking drainage, leading to death and disease. And you are asking, he said he's going to audit how much it cost to demolish those buildings. And rather than compensation, is going to be invoicing them the bill for the demolition. So that's the sort of person that we're looking for. And he sees this opportunity. Then you want to come and campaign in my state, you cannot just go and deface public spaces with your lousy posters. You will do it properly and you will pay a fee. So if you ever wonder why I admire Charles Soludo so much, yet again another example of why. So this is the quality of that person. So that is Charles Soludo right there in play. Supporters of presidential candidates should desist from divisive, dangerous statements, threats. AAC party urges Nigerians. So I think we all know where this comment is pointed to. The African Action Congress AAC has called on supporters of 4 presidential candidates to desist from making statements capable of heating up the polity or causing ethnic or regional hatred amongst Nigerians ahead of the 2023 general elections. The party said the political space in the country had never been so polarized, considering the current situation in the country. The party made the call on Saturday in a statement by the AAC National Publicity Secretary Femi Adeyeye, whilst reacting to the alleged derogatory and inflammatory statements being used by some political supporters against their opponents. AAC blamed the clueless President Muhammad Buhari regime for further widening the division amongst Nigerians through various dangerous social and economic inequalities. The statement reads in part, the African Action Congress AAC seizes this medium to address some of the issues heating up our polity as it has observed ahead of the forthcoming 2023 elections. The presidential contest in particular has been reduced to a regional strife that reeks of religious bigotry and ethnic jingoism. It is a matter of fact that the Nigerian space has never been this polarized since it was established. No thanks to the nepotism, clueless Buhari regime that has further widened the division amongst Nigerians through very dangerous social and economic inequalities. Should we as people in the space then continue to widen the trench through divisive rhetoric of violent threats to one another, all in the name of campaign. Our presidential campaign slogan, "We can't continue like this," speaks to not continuing on the path of ethno-religious divisions that has kept us all in a retrogressive plane. We are clear that getting out of this quagmire would not be through the path that brought us here in the first place. There must be a full 360 turnaround, which definitely includes the respect for all humans irrespective of age, social status, religion, or tribe. This is why, as a Pan-African party, we urge our young people not to fall for the antics of the ruling elites. These people you support, these people you support, even with those violent threats you issue to one another, have always been friends and will continue to protect their own class interest. Our party is the only party today that has put your interest first through our people-oriented manifesto, and we continue to mobilize with it without issuing threats to anyone, adherent or non-adherent. Never with the intention to gag anyone or group, never with the intention to gag anyone or group, as we are firm believers in the freedom of speech and after speech. So, and by the way, that is a stolen coinage from Atiku, because it was during the throes of Buhari killing people that were critical of his regime that Atiku said, and that was in 2019, by the way, that it guarantees freedom of speech and freedom after speech. So that little soup song there is plagiarized from an article from an Atikuism. Never with the intention to gag anyone or group, as we are firm believers in the freedom of speech and after speech, have we done this. However, divisive statements in the media, such as "We shall know who owns Lagos on October the 1st, Lekki rally, pack your things and go to Anambra, no member of the APC must be seen campaigning in the Southeast too. This election is between the major tribes. If my tribe man does not win, we will force him to rule our region and we will go our separate way," are very caustic and should not are very caustic and should be condemned by all well-meaning Nigerians. So I think we all know the direction that that commentary is pointed towards. Of course, we all know where the waywardness comes in. It must stop, really. We must get to the seriousness of politics. To the seriousness of politics, Lalong inspects Tinubu's presidential campaign headquarters, Ms. Jagaban. Plateau State Governor and Chairman APC Presidential Campaign Council Simon Bako Lalong officially resumes duty on Saturday at the headquarters of the Tinubu campaign office. Lalong, on resumption of duty, inspected the facility at the campaign headquarters and met some of the staff on duty. On arrival, Lalong was received by the Secretary of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, James Faleke, and Director of Administration, Hadiza Bala Usman. Lalong was taken around the building and also ushered into his office. He welcomed the APC presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, who arrived at the office and went into a closed-door meeting with the APC presidential candidate. The Asiwaju Bola Tinubu and APC campaign DG and Speaker of House of Representatives, retired Honorable, or right rather, it's not retired, but Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, also held another meeting with speakers of the House of Assembly. So there it is right there. So Simon Lalong of Plateau State is essentially directing the Tinubu campaign. So he's now the president, he's the coordinator, he's the orchestra, he's the what do they call those people that hold the stick and churn the orchestra? So he's the conductor. Yes, he's the conductor then of the Tinubu campaign. but it's quite a pointed appointment because really it's not the best for the job, but they need somebody that is not a Muslim after all of the brouhaha around the Muslim ticket. So they've picked him then to fill that slot. So there it is right there. So we move on from there and we go on. Okay. We move on from there and we go on to this. Will not insult Atiku Obi others, Kiyamo, replies Milaye. The spokesperson for the All Progressives Congress presidential campaign. The spokesperson for the All Progressives Congress Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Kiyamo, has said the party will not use abusive words on its opponents. Kiyamo said the APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu and his running mate Kashim Shettima will run a clean campaign and will refrain from personal attacks. The Minister of Labour and Employment said the ruling party will stick to the issues affecting Nigerians during the campaign. He stated this in a statement on Saturday whilst reacting to an interview granted by the spokesperson of the Atiku campaign, Dino Melaye. The former lawmaker representing Kogi West Senatorial District had lambasted Kiyamo for talking off point whilst campaigning for Tinubu during a recent interview. Reacting, Kiyamo said his party will stick to discussing pertinent issues as it affects Nigerians rather than use abusive language on opponents. He said, "We will run a clean campaign. We will not use abusive words on our opponents and their spokesperson. We will refrain from calling those who Nigerians think or say look stupid with their gaffes as such. Abuses on a campaign trail are a sign of frustration. We will stick to the issues." So that's the back and forth then between, it'll be an interesting fight then. You have Dido Melaye, equal measure to, not equal measure, but equal weighting, Festus Kiyamo as the spokesperson of the Atiku campaign. Quite why they will, did I read that right? He stated this in a statement on Saturday whilst reacting to an interview granted by the spokesperson of the Atiku campaign. So yes, Dino Melaye is the spokesperson of the Atiku campaign. So quite what their intention is to win an election, that befuddles me. Dino Melaye, a very lost clown. Why terrorism is spreading across Nigeria? So this seems like a piece by experts in the field. Security experts have given insights on why terrorism is spreading from the north to southern part of Nigeria, despite the federal government's efforts to clamp down on the activities of insurgents. For more than a decade, Nigeria has been embroiled in violent acts of insecurity ranging from insurgency and kidnapping to banditry. President Mohamed Buhari promised to turn the tide, but his administration has been marred by more killings despite huge military budgets. The expert who spoke yesterday at a Twitter space discussion organized by the ICIR said poor coordination by Nigeria security outfits remained a problem. The theme of the discussion was the spread of Boko Haram, ISWAP, and Ansaru attacks to Abuja and southern states. The experts also fingered lack of prompt action by President Buhari when alerted with security reports. A security consultant, Bulama Bukati, contributing to the session, said, "The main and key problem is acting on the intelligence. The intelligence is there, but it is only after attacks that you would hear of such things like security reports and intels about this and that. Agencies have been warned of this, but nobody acted." Bukati stressed that poor coordination among security outfits was also a major drawback to Nigeria's security problems. You have 17 security and law enforcement agencies, each of which is operating in silos and don't synergize, coordinate, or work together. Don't forget, all of them are under the federal government and, by extension, the president. We all know that Buhari is the president missing in action, he said. According to Bokati, Nigeria has become a fertile ground to recruit insurgents who he said dangled mouth-watering offers to their targeted recruits. He stressed that profits from crime, as well as the unwillingness of the government to bring culprits to justice, were also fueling the spread of terrorism across the country. He added, He added, there is also the second part of the criminality, the terrorists. They are able to make millions, hundreds of millions of naira literally in every operation. As a result, criminality is profitable and brings a lot of money. There are no consequences and no one is held responsible for any crime. That is why, in the last 10 years, no one can name a Boko Haram leader or bandit leader that has been arrested, prosecuted, and punished in Nigeria. There are no consequences to crime. For instance, the Abuja train attackers have so far made over R1 billion under 4 months. Another speaker, Ike Mesit Effiong, who is the head of research at SBM Intelligence, Nigeria's leading geopolitical research consultancy, noted that terrorism was thriving in Nigeria because of the overreaching socio-economic problems in the country. This situation is evenly spread across the country, which creates a fertile habitat for these groups to introduce imported terrorism ideologies and also recruit, Effiong said. Pointing to Ansaru, he noted that the group had become successful with its strategy by co-opting local pointing to Ansaru, he noted that the group had become successful with its strategy by co-opting local elements into new territories that they were seeking to establish. They are also seeking local cells within the southern region and then trying their operational strategies to its global larger base, Effiong said. So a lot of that, I think some of them we had already speculated too. So, but it all boils down to the ineptitude of Buhari. This is the main theme of it. So it boils down to the ineptitude of Buhari. I belong to superior cult. I am the richest pastor in the world. Oyedepo boasts. So this is Oyedepo, of course, in play. The presiding bishop, Living Faith Worldwide, David Oyedepo, has said he belongs to a superior cult and that he is the richest pastor in the world. Oyedepo spoke at day 4. Let's start again. The presiding bishop, Living Faith Worldwide, David Oyedepo, said he belonged to a superior cult and that he is the richest pastor in the world. Oyedepo spoke at day 4 of the International Youth Alive Convention 2022, tagged Destined for Dominion in Ogun State. He said he belongs to a superior cult far above all principalities and powers. Before you join a cult, let Christ have his hold on your life. Give him his space. Can anyone now ask me to join a cult? Even when I was growing up, they can't do it. A cult? Which cult? We belong to a superior cult, far above all principalities and powers. If you are not in love, our dominion will be theoretical. It is your love for God that is a seal of your dominion on the earth. If you are not in love, you are not a candidate. Forget it. So I don't really know what this guy is talking about, but let me just read the fullness of it. Oyedepo also said that his wife came under some attack of death some years ago. At the same time, he was in 27 countries, blasting the heads of the devil as he went. He added, nobody had any opportunity to come and say sorry to me. All these things you are carrying about is not life. I'm not quite sure. I can't I can't seem to have any understanding of what I'm reading. It says, I thought it was going to tell us that it's the richest I thought he was going to tell us that he's the richest bishop, pastor in the world. Now he's talking in parables. Let me take it from the top again and just steam through it. The presiding bishop, Living Faith Worldwide, David Oyedepo, has said he belongs to a superior cult and that he's the richest pastor in the world. So he did say that. Oyedepo spoke at day 4 of the International Youth Alive Convention 2022 tagged Destined for Dominion in Ogun State. He said he belonged to a superior cult far above all principalities and powers. Before you join the cult, let Christ have his hold on your life. Give him his place. Can anyone now ask me to join a cult? Even when I was growing up, they can't do it. A cult? Which cult? We belong to a superior cult, far above all principalities and powers. If you are not in love, dominion will be theoretical. It is your love for God that is a seal of your dominion on the earth. You are not in love. You are not a candidate. Forget it, he said. So I don't know. Oyedepo also said his wife came under some attack of death some years ago. At the same time, he was in 27 nations, blasting the head of the devil as he went. He added, nobody had any opportunity to come and say sorry to me. All these things you are carrying about is not life. You are too much to be an ordinary citizen of the earth. It is a waste of resources for you to say, what to eat, what to drink. My life is over, which over. We have our books now published. We have our books now being published by different languages around the world at no charge to us, and yet they send us royalties. Have I ever taken a dime from the books in my life? Never. To be blessed is the purpose, and yet it sells in millions and multi-millions every year. All this corner life is not the way to live. And yet they say the richest pastor in the world is this short man, and they are not lying because somebody never borrowed, never begged, and never laughed. Then what does it mean to be rich? Never one day announcement that gets people jittery, and always giving and giving. Then who is a wealthy man? You better wake up. So apologies for that. I don't quite know what I've just read, but I did read it verbatim. So there it is, right there. The completely lunatic Oyedepo thinking he's the richest man. It's just a real mental case. Drama as Labour Party Patutomi disagrees over spokesman. The Labour Party has dismissed the reports insinuating that Mr. Charles Okadigbo was appointed as its spokesperson, despite an announcement made by Professor Pat Utomi. The National Publicity Secretary Arabambi Abayomi, in a statement on Saturday, said only the national chairman, Julius Abure, could make such an announcement. He said the constitution of the party vested the power of all appointments and leadership only to the office of the national chairman. The statement reads, our attention has been drawn to the news intercepted through multiple news medias that one Mr. Charles Okadigbo has been appointed as the spokesman of Labour Party by Professor Patutomi. It is not undisputed that Labour Party has not made such an appointment since Utomi is one of the leaders of the NCF, cannot usurp the function of the national chairman. For the record, Utomi, who is one of the leaders of the NCF, a strong affiliate of the Labour Party, whilst in a Zoom meeting introduced Charles Okadigbo as the media head of the Big Tent, an acronym for the NCF, and no mention of LP was made on that platform. All appointments by the Labour Party are made through the office of the national chairman, and announcements made by the National Publicity Secretary under the directive of the national chairman, he was quoted as saying by the News Agency of Nigeria. According to Abayomi, for emphasis and clarity, Article 14, subsection 1A of the Labour Party Constitution states as follows: the national chairman shall give leadership to the party and shall preside over all meetings of the National Executive Council and the National Working Committee of the party. Labour Party now uses this opportunity to say the LP is guided by the Constitution in all its activities. As such, all members of the party, as well as interested members of the public presently in LP, should from here on take serious caution that the function of the national chairman as the head of the LP is not in question. So that sounds like internal fighting somewhat within the Labour Party. That is the reading of that. So internal fighting within the Labour Party. Internal fightings within the Labour Party. So I want to share the screen with you for this now final readout. So let me share the screen with you because the picture is half the story of this piece. Please forgive us. Repentant insurgents beg Sokoto State, not Sokoto, what am I doing? Please forgive us. Repentant insurgents beg Borno State residents as they conduct sanitation exercise in different communities. So this is what I really wanted to show you. So these are the back photographs, the photographs of the backs of repentant Boko Harams, ISWAPs, bandits, savages, and killers. And so now, by way of restitution, so they are just saying sorry to the community and they're doing sanitation exercise. So this is it. You can read clearly. It says, please forgive us, we have repented. And this is what Buhari has turned us to. So that's crime and punishment right there. So the punishment for ravaging and savaging and killing and maiming is to just wear a t-shirt that says, please forgive us, we have repented. Some repentant insurgents were on the streets of Maiduguri, the Borno capital, on Saturday morning, August the 13th, to beg for forgiveness from, let's do that again. Some repentant insurgents were on the streets of Maiduguri, the Borno state capital, on Saturday morning, August the 13th, to beg for forgiveness from residents of the state as they carried out sanitation exercise in the communities. The sanitation exercise was organized by the Center for Democracy and Development in collaboration with the Borno state government. Some of the repentant insurgents wore t-shirts with inscriptions that read, please forgive us, we have repented, and let's build Borno again. Speaking on the exercise, Mala Mustafa, a senior research fellow with CDD, said the exercise is part of efforts to prepare them for their reintegration process. He said 400 of the repentant insurgents have been mobilized for the exercise, with 50 of them participating this Saturday for a start in Maiduguri hard camp. In July, Christopher Musa, theater commander of Northeast Joint Task Force Operation Hadinkia, said more than 67,000 insurgents have surrendered to the troops so far. 67,000 insurgents. So you see the figure there. So that's just the weight of it. So what do you do with these people is the thing. If it's truly the case that 67, so you can see it right there, I'm highlighting it for you. If it's truly the case that 67,000 insurgents have surrendered to authorities, then what do you do with them? So what do you do with them? So that question then to Saki Father, who seems to be the only one with us at the moment. So for Saki Father to you, are you ready to go, Saki?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. So to you,
Am I the only one in the house?
well, yes, yeah, you are. So, well, I don't know. Fortunately or unfortunately, you are.
Yeah,
So,
this is
le-
very very surprising today.
but now Charles joins you. But so to it then. The repentant insurgents are the penance that they're having to pay for killing and savaging people is just to go and sweep some streets and say, I'm sorry. Does that suffice for killing tens of thousands of people?
That is very very surprising to hear. Every day we hear very funny news in Nigeria. It is quite surprising to hear.
It's a travesty, though, isn't it? I mean, what's going
Yes,
on?
yes, 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 yes. To me, I think, how did they even get to reintegrate in the society again? I think they should be in. Have they even been tried by the court?
But that's the thing, though, because there was a footnote to that piece that really struck me. It says in July, Christopher Musa, theater commander of Northern Joint Task Force, said more than 67,000 insurgents have surrendered to troops so far. So if we are taking that figure verbatim, if we are accepting that figure, 67,000 insurgents surrendering, what do you do with them?
Hey, uh,
67,000. What do you do with them?
hey, 67,000.
Yes. What do you do
There are
with
too
them?
many. There are too many.
Should they just shoot them? They should just shoot them.
Hey, there are too many. But if I'm the president, I will still keep them in a custody.
But I don't think we have the facilities for that volume
Yeah,
now.
that's
Yeah,
another thing.
yeah.
That's another thing. That's another thing. But telling me that telling the president that they have repented and so should be kept among the people. I don't think it is enough, you know, because for somebody to become an insurgent and have been killing people for a long time, you know, it will take serious some level of what do we call it again? Rehabilitation. Even if the person has even the person says he has repented, it is not enough. The person needs to go through series and years of rehabilitation before he can be integrated into the society. If if like in future they are to reintegrate them. Otherwise, it will be very bad.
You know that figure 67,000. It really strikes me. You know that if it was a coordinated 67,000 mass, you know that's sufficient enough to take the Nigerian state.
Yes, it's too much. It's too
Yeah, they can take the country now if it was a coordinated force.
Oh, no, this country has really gone. Honestly, Nigeria is almost gone. I'm telling you. Every day I keep thinking of what Ajale Koko keeps saying here. Are we going to even have an election of 2023? That is what I've been thinking for days now.
I think we will, but it will be a sham of an election. But they will
Yeah,
just
but
it'll be the sort of Yardua election that we had
yeah, but
after Basunjo.
the news that comes from that Nigerian space on daily basis, it makes me worried so much. Just like the way Ajane Koko become too worried about it. I'm very much worried. Let's keep going, but the probability that the election may not hold, it appears to increase day by day. It appears to increase day by day. I think I heard the Rufai saying that Kaduna has been captured by banditry and terrorists and insecurity is
Yeah, it's a group called Ansaru that has taken
and I,
over.
I think I think he was also calling the president to declare a kind of moratorium to any kind of political meetings in the states. I think I read that.
You know that as INEC is preparing for the elections, so are the insurgents. They are not just going to let you have an election and go on holiday. They are not
Yeah,
going to they are not going to go on holiday to say that okay, let us have the election before we come back. They are preparing
honestly,
for the election as you are.
honestly, this thing is somebody called me, a friend of mine. Person is from yeah, the person is from Bangladesh. He called me and was like, he asked me, what is happening in your country? So the very time he asked me that question, I felt depressed, you know. I felt,
Did you feel the need to did you feel the sense to defend Nigeria? Because that's what people usually do. They feel that they have to defend the country.
oh, I don't need to tell lies, in a bid to defend whatever is happening in Nigeria. I don't have to tell lies. So he called me and was like, what is happening in your country? That the news they are getting, shows that our country, he called our country, he also called Ghana. He said that things are not well, that terrorists are taking over Nigeria, you know. And he was telling me like that Nigeria is the largest black nation in the world, but that terrorists are uh, they have height of terrorism now. So I felt so depressed, about how my country has degenerated to a very low level, you know, between 1999 and today. It's really worrisome, honestly.
You see, but it's almost self-inflicted, and there's some sort of collusion in all of this, and all the experts are saying it. There's I want to reread this piece, Saki, especially for you, because all of what you're saying is wrapped into this piece by experts. It says why terrorism is spreading across Nigeria. It's a short read, but let me represent it. Security experts have given insight on why terrorism is spreading from the north to the southern part of Nigeria, despite the federal government's efforts to clamp down on the activities of insurgents. For more than a decade, Nigeria has been embroiled in violent acts of insecurity, ranging from insurgency, kidnapping, and banditry. President Buhari promised to turn the tide, but his administration has been marred by more killings despite huge military budget. The experts who spoke yesterday uh, said poor coordination. So this is where the this is a problem that has been identified often, but the experts are
Yes,
now narrowing down. So they said poor coordination by Nigeria security outfits remain a problem. The theme of the discussion was the spread of Boko Haram, ISWAP, and Ansaru attacks in Abuja and southern Nigeria. The expert also fingered lack of prompt action. So that's the second identification. Poor coordination, one, so we hold that. The experts also fingered lack of prompt action by President Buhari when alerted on security reports. So that's the second instance. A
yeah,
security consultant, Bulama, contributing to the session, said the main and key problem is acting on intelligence. So that's three. The intelligence is there, but it's only after attacks that you hear of such things like security reports and intels about this and that. Agencies are warned, but nobody acts. Bulama stressed that poor coordination among security outfits was also a major drawback to Nigeria's security problems. You have 17 security and law enforcement agencies, each of which is operating in a silo and don't synergize, coordinate, or work together. Don't forget, all of them are under the federal government and by extension, the president. We all know that Buhari is the president missing in action. So that's number five. According to Bukati, Nigeria has become a fertile ground of recruitment for insurgents, who he said dangled mouth-watering offers to their targeted recruits. He stressed that profit from crimes, as well as the unwillingness of the government to bring culprits to justice, were also fueling the spread of terrorism across the country. He added, there is also the second part of the criminals, the terrorists. They are able to make millions, hundreds of millions of naira, literally, in every operation. As a result, criminality is profitable and brings a lot of money. There are no consequences and no one is held responsible for any crime. That is why and pay attention to this bit, that is why in the last 10 years, no one can name a Boko Haram leader or bandit leader who has been arrested, prosecuted, and punished in Nigeria. We have spent close to over $100 billion dollars on that space in the last 10 years. There are no consequences to crimes. For instance, the Abuja train attackers have so far made over a billion naira in 4 months. A billion naira. Another speaker, Effiong, who is the head of research of Nigeria's leading geopolitical research consultancy, noted that terrorism was thriving in Nigeria because of the overarching social economic problems in the country. So he goes on to speak about the social economic problems. But what we are identifying is a lack of synergy amongst the multiplicity. Over 17 security outreaches telling us, but they don't synergize. And we've had instances when we hear that troops are hemmed down by bandits and terrorists, and they are calling for air support. The air support is nowhere to be found. They are calling for backup troops. Those are nowhere to be found. So the ones that are able to escape, they escape. The ones that are not able to escape, RIP, and that is the narrative. No synergy, no coordination. So you say, okay, we are going on this operation. If we get to this point, we have backup in this. So this is where the problem is. And the president that is meant to coordinate the whole thing, missing in action. Saki.
That's the fundamental problem we have. The president is appears to be acting as if he's not in charge. He's not actually in charge, because I expect the president, if you give the statutory functions to all these service chiefs and the military of the different military formations, you should from time to time gauge what they have been able to do. If you think they are not doing anything, you should just sack them, change with more vibrant people, and well, it appears there is deliberate pattern that has existed in these security forces, to the extent that I'm tempted to say that what is really causing this issue is like implied complicity. You know, they are they. I feel there is a kind of complicity. They are complicit in these things. So it's really
The country seems to have surrendered to it as a way of life, and the North, they have adopted it as a form of business. So this is where we are now, and it's so ingrained in the system now that I cannot even.
that's
How do we even begin to rescue ourselves from it?
it really breaks my heart. Honestly, it breaks my heart. I can look back and we have history. We read history, and we know how Nigeria was, in the olden times, a country that pride itself, a country that was supplying military assistance to a lot of countries in Africa. Talk about Angola, talk about Ethiopia and Somalia, talk about the war in this Sudan. Nigeria. There was a time Nigeria was recognized as a frontline state in Africa. in the sense that it is only when their military advances and other countries follow suit in Africa. But now this is where we are. We can't secure our people. People dying every day. There is no part of the country that you will say it's safe. Look at the Owo massacre. You went to church and killed a lot of people. I'm very sure.
Saki, I've always advocated liberalization of guns, of gun controls in Nigeria, to give every person at least of responsibility, any responsible person, the
Yeah,
right to bear arms. What would just
yeah.
sort of an American style right to bear
Yes, yes,
arms?
yes, yes,
What
yes.
what would you say to that?
Um, well, the issue is how are we going to know the reasonable person to allow such person get arms?
It doesn't really matter the reasonable person, but
Because
my theory is that if every vehicle, if every convoy of vehicle that is traversing interstate, there's a good complement of people carrying arms there. If you call yourself a bandit and you want to waylay them, then you know you have a 50-50 chance of success or
chance of
death.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I feel.
And if you call yourself an armed robber coming to break into somebody's house, then you know you're running that risk as well. And by
Yes.
the time we have a wild period, then we will settle down into the understanding that it's the quickest draw. I mean, we at that space now that we're doing quick draws.
Yeah, if it were to be a developed country uh, maybe Europe, US, where greater percentage of the population is well educated, I think that kind of architecture I think I'll recommend that. But the problem is that majority of greater percentage of our population are not educated. So if you say let everybody carry arm for self-defense, people will still abuse it. You see people that will abuse that privilege. Someone may you might talk to somebody anyhow, the person will just shoot you, you know. So
Sorry, if I might chip in, one man.
Yeah,
So,
come in, Captain.
yeah, so I think given
Nigerians is only going to make things worse. Because the way I see things now, all right, just with a small group of people, well, I can't call it small, but at least the people that have arms right now in the country are these militants or whatever. The company and the country's military, police, and everything they're stretched. So now imagine giving the entire population of Nigeria arms. It's only going to overstretch both the army. In fact, it's only going to be worse. So, as a matter of fact, we're even lucky that Nigerians don't have arms, because if they did, there will be splinter cells of military groups coming up.
yeah,
So what is the way out of the situation then? Because at the moment we're sitting ducks.
no, the
So
way
the,
out.
the, the people coming to kill you, they are armed and loaded, they are locked and ready. But you are saying you don't want to bear arms. So
The way out of this situation, honestly, is like I've always maintained it. I think, you see, the way Nigeria, we know we most of the time focus on the economic collapse of Nigeria, the naira, the government structures. I think, in all honesty, I've looked at it holistically, and the truth is, Nigeria is actually a failed state. Economically, we've crumbled. Education-wise, in fact, it's now moving to the education sector, because you can imagine them government telling you we can't do anything about it. Parents should go and beg. You understand? Education sector has crumbled. The military sector, security sector has crumbled. So, look, I don't think those politicians or whatever they call themselves don't even have the will, the capacity to actually even run this country. This country is just basically
no,
on
those
autopilot.
are two separate things. So you said will and capacity. Would you say they lack both? Because I will be very
The,
disturbed if I'm led to believe
the,
that they don't have the will.
okay,
I know they don't have the capacity,
okay.
but the
So
will.
in terms of the capacity, they do not. They don't have
Yes.
the military
No. No.
might. You understand? In
Yeah.
terms of the will comes from the fact that okay, we actually have the capacity in terms of the military strength, the economics, or whatever to pull this off. But when they know that this is a country that the budget is running on a negative, once that happens, it's more. I can just correlate it to look at this. Let's correlate it to the ASU strike, and we're telling government, oh yeah, pay these teachers now. Okay, go and borrow money, and they're telling you that oh, sorry, we can't do anything. And parents, if you want your teachers, students to go to
Go and
school,
beg.
go and beg. That's
My
that's
God.
that's what I mean by they don't even have the will, and it's still the same will that is affecting us with this. Look, let's just be honest. I don't even care if the elections is just a waste of time. Whether it will be Tinubu, Atiku, they're just wasting their time because that country has failed. There is even the obedience shouting up and down. I mean, yes, I want Obi and everything, but to be honest, there's nothing that man can do. The country, there's only one way out of this situation, which is regional governments. Let's break down this country into 3 regions. You understand? Collapse it so that it will be easier it will be much more easier to can I say manage.
I think you'll have a lot of difficulties doing that because if you go to what we loosely term the North, you'll find that there are so many subgroups wanting to escape from the hands that hold them down as well. I think we have to break that country into at least 6
Then,
component parts. You know.
no. You know what we can do?
Yeah.
Let us say that. As a matter of fact, let's not forget about resources because the reason why they don't want to break down that country is resources, right? And it's the oil, if I'm correct.
Yes, the
So let
oil
us say
and now the gas as well. So that
exactly. So
country.
let's even actually say, you know what? We're producing 2 million barrels of oil a day. Oh yeah, this 2 million, Abby. Let us split it among the 3 of us. That is the only thing we can forget. One region having custody of the oil. Let us split it among ourselves. Okay, you take this amount, you take that amount, and develop your regions independently. And let's see who will fail. I can assure you, the North will still misuse all that money. But I can assure you that the
I can
West,
assure you they won't. They are very clever. It's just
well,
because of the free money. They
yeah,
have
but
a sharp brain and they understand governance. You know,
okay,
they know about development as well.
that's exactly what they should do. We're tired. It's not going.
But I
The
do
country,
agree with you though. If it is Peter Obi, if it is Milo Kan, or if it is the other one the Luther from Adamawa, it's going to is totally meaningless.
no, it's
It's a
meaningless.
systemic problem rather than a governance problem that we have in Nigeria. The system
The system
is not
has
designed to
entirely
work.
collapsed.
Yeah,
No, it's not designed to work. The central
yeah,
government, as a matter of fact, what happened to Nigeria is that they gave the central government so much power
too much.
that it's just I don't know how to explain it. It just ignored. It was more or less like the center holding power, but that power was not even given to regions, was not given to states and everything. Now, there's a central problem now. Now that center that you
Do
should
you
have.
think we need a military reset in the country? A military reset?
What do you mean by military reset?
Was it not the military that gave us this constitution?
No. See, one man. I've
Yeah.
stayed in Abuja. I've stayed in Abuja for a couple of years. You understand? And what they successfully did to the military was that they turned them to politicians than military men. In the sense that most military generals and key personnel don't even see themselves as, you know what, our first and foremost priority is to defend this nation, the sovereignty and everything. They don't see it like that. They've politicized them, especially during the Jonathan era. They gave them a life of luxury, and this was done to prevent any further military uprisings and coups. Even you could see this even during the Boko Haram war, when the initial time we're hearing money missing from one place to the other. They've been totally politicized. They have no business in doing their functions as a defender of Nigerian sovereignty. So Military, as far as I'm concerned, if they come in now, that one will just be, you know what? Let us clean the entire treasury. They have no. There's no will. That the country is gone.
Because you know why I'm saying that is I think we need a short, sharp reset. If we start to, because what they are trying to do, you remember there's a time they were doing all these town hall meetings regarding the constitution. So it's a slow and laborious sort of
Okay.
move to change the constitution, and they are changing it in piecemeals, in bite sizes. So
Yeah.
by the time they are able to do anything meaningful, I think my children's children and probably your children's children, they would have been come and gone at the pace that the people that took 16 years to build 100 and something kilometers of road from Lagos. So if we had something that could just completely bin that constitution and write a totally new one in the spirit of what we now know that will make the country work. So that's what I meant by a military reset.
It's not. See, I was reading the news the other day, and I saw a news headline. I don't know if you've seen this, that they want to do a 2023 census.
Yes, no, we discussed it yesterday.
And that 2023 census, if I'm correct, my initial hunch is more or less, I think they want, well, I don't know, the North or Buhari, but I think they are doing that census because there's more or less like a paradigm shift from the North, like the South is getting awoke, you understand, of, being able to do without the North, that kind of thing. And I think my own belief is that census is just basically to, as usual, make one region more than the other, make one region more relevant than the other in terms of population, in terms of natural resources and everything. Regarding the constitution, this thing has been working for these political elites. The structure has been working for these political elites. I don't think they want a system where everything works, where resources can be monitored, can be allocated, and be used properly. They enjoy the fact that the center holds all power, and really there's no one you can report to. If money lands in the center, if it's divided anyhow, or if it disappears, there's nobody you can reach out to. So that constitution thing is a long way off.
All right, Charles, are you aware that they have been having the Commonwealth Games in the UK?
Yes, I am. Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you also aware that it has been a Nigerian that has been coordinating that space?
A Nigerian living abroad, or I don't understand.
Yes, a Nigerian, a Nigerian Brit, a Nigerian, yeah.
Well, that's a Nigerian living abroad, not a Nigerian.
That's been coordinating that space.
There's nothing.
Are you aware that Nigerian is a member of this platform?
Yeah. I heard about that. One of our podcasts. I think it's Engineer, if I'm correct.
Yeah. So he returns now from coordinating the. You promised me that you wear the kit. Because the Nigerian delegation, they gave him so many kits just because he was looking after them. So you promised you wear it, Engineer. Where is it?
Yeah, greetings, one man. The weather is too hot.
It's too hot. It's too hot.
Yeah,
Everybody is too hot.
The weather is too hot. So my Nigerian kids, they're all just around the corner here.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Good to see you guys.
Well done. I should really bring you in properly. Let me bring you in properly for your service to the nation. Engineer, the nation salutes you. So let me bring you in properly.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native.
So there it is, Engineer. Well done. Nigeria,
Thank
we hail
thee.
Give us a little flavor of how we went. First, tell us how Nigeria did. Where did we come? How many goals did we win? Who impressed you? All of that. Sorry, Saki, but Engineer returns. So let's hear a little bit here.
Yeah, greetings, one man, and greetings to my brothers. Well, Nigeria, they have done well, and I give them credit because most of them, they come from America, by the way, and some of them are international students. in America. They fly down to United Kingdom. They have really done well. Their first day, they arrive England. I think most of them, they have COVID. Even the Nigerian coach himself. So all of them were being allocated to one of their residency that we look after. And I went there to do some work, and I met all of them, and I have a conversation with them, and they said they're here to do their best, which I congratulate them at the beginning, and I wish them all the best. So along the line, some of them, they don't have COVID. They send them to another hotel to live, and they've been maltreated. They don't have kind of towels, bathing soap, toothpaste, and the rest. So I myself, I volunteered to buy them all those stuff and give it to the coach to go and give it to them. So they were very, very happy that they found a Nigerian over here that looks after them. So that is it. And apart from that, most of them.
Toby also turned up. Did you see her, and did you see her performance?
Yeah, I met all of them. All of them. All of them.
Did she win gold?
Yeah, she won gold. And most of them, I must be honest, they really enjoy Birmingham, and they were very, very happy because they feel kind of like they couldn't believe that a Nigerian is in Birmingham and look after them and take care of them, So, and they have done well. They have done well, and they surprised me too. They keep sending me Nigerian stuff, so I'm just quite a bit kind of surprised. They really done well.
All right, you should send some my way. I think we're both the same fat boy size. But engineer, what did you feel a sense of pride being Nigerian during that period?
Of course, one man. Of course, because my bosses, they were shocked that the way we Nigerian will communicate to ourselves. You see, those are the things that most of us are missing here, because those Nigerian athletes they come from different background, different state in Nigeria, but Nigeria's country, if they want to unite together and do something, they will do it. They will deliver. It's a bright country. It's a country that people are looking up to, because they shock everybody in this Commonwealth game. They came out number 7. So imagine, out of 40-something countries.
Did they beat all other African countries first?
Of course,
okay,
straight away. Yeah. Straight away. Kenya was leading Nigeria. Then Nigeria was in the 11th position. So when Nigeria, they start doing well, and they smash it proper. Assuming Nigeria have the rest of the sports that they do, I'm telling you, they will come top 5. Nigeria will come 1. It's just unfortunate that.
Yeah, there are certain sports like curling. You know that curling that they do, where they do something and they start sweeping the floor. Do you have your kits to hand? Maybe you can just hold it up to us if it's to hand.
Oh yeah. I got the.
Engineer and I, for the benefit of everybody, we
this
have been
is set of Nigerian trainers they gave me, and they sent a luggage for me, about two luggages of these bags with Nigerian logo. And they sent me Nigerian Ankara and rice, to set someone represent the country, and you have done well for them. Those are all the Nigerian properties, and these are the tax sheets.
All right, so
they really bombard me. I must be honest with you, man. They bombard me.
That's your summer. That's your summer shopping taken care of there now. So, engineer. So 2 questions. What was the highlight of the event for you, 1? And then 2, what was the highlight Nigerian performance for you? So the highlight of the event overall, and then especially the Nigerian highlight for you. So start with the Nigerian first. What highlight, what event made you wow? What wowed you What performance? What?
You
And it
see,
doesn't even just yeah. Go on to that
you
space.
see, when it comes to racing, the girls they have done well, and when you come to boxing again, just leave it to Nigerians. And if you come to
We did
long
it.
jump,
We did well in weightlifting. The girls.
yeah, and long jump as well, because long jump I think they got they break record, world record, and also the 4x400 they smash it, and boxing again they got another record in the world. So it's just it's amazing that Nigerians are really doing well. And to be honest, you see, they always accuse the country that is corrupt, but at least with this Commonwealth game, people are looking up to us, and they believe that yes, Nigeria is a good country, if only they want to be good.
Okay. So you said you met all of them.
Yeah.
Who was the prettiest athlete amongst them?
The prettiest one, she's from Delta State.
Right.
I think something Ofoli or Ofogi or Ofogi.
Spell it for me. I'll look her up now.
Oh my goodness. I think to spell that her surname, you know, all these Delta State with their names.
Yeah, you know, all right.
Her name is I think what's her name again? Oh, I forgot, you know.
Okay,
Faith. Her name is Faith.
Faith.
Yeah, Faith or Ofoli or Fogu, something like that.
Yes. All right. And for the overall event, what was the highlight for you? The overall event.
Well, I really enjoy my country, Nigeria. Let me first of all start from there. And they surprised me. I met them, and there's something that I always said to them: please do your best and don't put us into shame, regardless that the country we're having little kind of error. And to be honest, they said it clearly to me. They will do their best. So when they start doing things, my bosses, all of them, they're calling me, oh, you Nigerians, you're doing this, you're doing that. So yeah, what can we do? We're talented, we are blessed, so we have to deliver. And I'm really pleased how these people they've done well. Honestly, one man, because
yeah, go on.
During their COVID, most of the girls they were looking let down. So sometimes I work 24/7. At times, if I finish work and I will go back to that hotel where they are, just like to encourage them and to give them that positivity that yes, you're here to deliver something and you have to. And most of the girls, I bought them lime. So they have to, I told them to take the lime overnight, which they took it, and the following day they tested them. They are all negative, and that's how most of them.
All right. Is it Ofili? Ofili, Ofili.
Yes.
Is this
yes.
a person? Is that her?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So
she missed one of her 100-meter. She was almost crying. I said, no, you don't give up. Just be good and keep the positivity. I just make her happy because the coach always call me, please go and take care of your family. They are there, they're crying, they need you, they do this, they do that. So sometimes I just go there, buy them food, and just to make them happy. And I'm really impressed. I'm very impressed.
So you have come out of the event feeling even more Nigerian than you felt before.
Oh, man, there was a time I put a flag of Nigeria inside my car. The police they stopped me that is going to stop my. I think I'm blocking the to avoid any accident. Blah 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 blah. I argue with them, but finally I just took it and put it in the other side of my passenger seat. It's not that easy at times here because our people are doing well. If we come out to do something, we deliver. That's just the truth. Nigerians are doing well.
All right. And was there a sense of togetherness amongst the athletes? Was there a sense?
The communication, the teamwork, everything went well. And this is why sometimes I always say to you, when all of us, we keep arguing in your platform that, oh, Nigeria is this and this and that. We have to just speak to ourselves and come together and make things work for good. Because I keep saying it, Nigeria is my country. I will never deny my country. I was born there, and no leadership today in Nigeria will separate me from my own brothers, my own sisters, regardless they come from different states in Nigeria. No, we have to stay there, fight these people, and win. That's just the truth, one man. They communicate well. They've done well. Teamwork, very good. And the coach, oh my goodness me, is something else. He's a comedian. He's a good man.
Is he a Nigerian?
Of course, he's a Yoruba man.
And in terms of representing the country, what sort of impression do you think they at least left in the minds of the Burmese regarding Nigerians? What impression did they leave with the residents of Birmingham in terms of how Nigerians are and how they conduct themselves? So did they do you proud, and by extension do us proud?
They deliver even outside the stadium, the way they dance, bogao, all the dancing, everything.
Did you join in?
Huh?
Did you join in?
No. Come on.
Look at this guy.
I'm always busy. I'm very, very busy. You know, they dance very well. When they're coming into the stage, you know, everyone was like, wow, this is Nigerian for you. Because we entertain people, I must say it. We do well. We entertain people. I will make people happy. So those people, honestly, they have really, really done well, and I give credit to them. I must say it, because most of them, again, remember, like I said, some they come from America, some they're student in America. Like this girl now, Ofogi, she's student from Nigeria. She went to America and she's doing well. So that's why they picked her up from there to represent Nigeria. And they are really doing well.
And to the people who come to here and to other spaces, shouting Yoruba Nation, Biafra now, what is your message to them?
It's unfortunate that that the level of poverty has made us not to relate ourselves and communicate to ourselves, because the people who come to Birmingham, Nigerians who come to Birmingham to do all this racing, they are all from different parts of Nigeria. But the way they unite themselves and they make things work for good. So they give that country name that nobody today will call Nigerian, they are bad people. I must say it. And come to think about it, out of 50-something countries, we have a lot of some African countries, they come here, all the athletes, they run away. So it's Nigerian, nobody run away. They have delivered and they give a clean sheet. And today, we end up chanting, oh, this is Yoruba land, or this is Igbo land, or this is outside land. You know, it's something, those things, it baffles me that I see our people in terms of things like this, they keep neglecting themselves or trying to bring enmity in between ourselves. It's just quite sad, honestly. It's quite sad. Today, I have the privilege. I help Nigerians. I don't look at as if this one is Yoruba, or this one is Igbo, or this one is Hausa, or this one is Benue, or Benin. I just look at them as Nigerian. That's my home, and that's my people. So I have to do everything for them. And by the grace of God, everything went well. So we just need to be careful. We need to understand ourselves. We shouldn't allow these leaders to bring problem in between ourselves. We are the youth. We have to sit and make it clear for them to know that they have been serving us. It's time for them to just leave, so others, we can generate someone good that will come and represent Nigeria. Honestly, it's a good country.
All right. Engineer, in terms of the overall event, not specifically Nigerian, but the overall Commonwealth Games, what was the outstanding event for you? What was the outstanding performance for you?
Wow.
Which performance stood out for you in the whole event?
Well, my performance is in terms of places that I move around. I'm a regional engineer, so they move me a lot, and most of the time I have privilege to see even Cameroonian coach, Cameroonian team, Ghana team, Kenyan team. Almost all of them, I met them. It's just unfortunate that we're not allowed to take pictures with them. I would have taken pictures with all of them. So I really enjoy seeing Nigerians. That's one, and also I really enjoy seeing African people in England relaxing, having fun, because it all remind me back home that I miss back home. I must say it. And
Yeah, but was that one performance though? It was that a performance, a race, a tennis play game or football? Was there one performance that you witnessed in the event that
yeah,
that made you marvel at the human capacity? Yeah,
quite few. Most of the performance, if I go there one man, I'm telling you, within 10-15 minutes, because I've watched the boxing and the racing. I think about four games Nigerians are taking part. If I start watching it, the next thing my phone will ring. They said, "Oh, they need this, they need that," you know. So it's a kind of like I sneak
all
in
right.
and sneak out.
You didn't really have a chance to.
Yeah, I don't have that chance to watch everything.
All right. Alexander Gomez, he's super tasked to welcome you back. And of course, he, like everybody else, extremely proud of you. So Alexander Gomez super tasked to say, he says, for your true and genuine patriotism, Joseph, I am proud of you from the depth of my heart. Well done. So that well done from Alexander Gomez.
Thank
really,
you, sir.
on behalf of all of us. So is there anything else about the event or your experience that you'd like to share with us?
Well, I must say it, one man. My experience is I really can't wait to see Nigerians again, to come back. If there's anything that will take place, like any tournament or any sport again, and the coach, I must say this to you, the coach, he willingly said something to me. Anytime I'm coming to America, I should just let him know that accommodation, feeding, everything will be done for me straight away. That I shouldn't feel America is gonna be a big kind of struggle for me. No, that anytime if I want to come to America, he gave me his contact number, he gave me every of his details, his house address, and so he said anytime I'm welcome to America. So and
So you're booking your ticket as we speak, eh? You want to go and chop burger?
It's just I miss Nigerian. I miss Nigerians. They've done well, honestly. One man, they represent the country very well, and none of them today that they will say, oh, they end up clashing or fighting, or they are completely obedient. They have showed that humanity, that respect, that culture in them. That yes, we delivered, and we are willing to deliver more. I respect them, honestly, and I feel at home as well.
All right, brilliant, good job. Well done, engineer. So that's engineer. So that's just to the quality. So that's the standard that engineer has set now. So we are looking for somebody to perform up to that level of performance that engineer has put up. He, the regional engineer for Birmingham and the environ. The event came to his locality, and he adopted the Nigerian team to the point that the leader of the Nigerian team was so impressed. He gave him his personal details. You already saw the bounty that they gave him, and then his personal details and a free access to America anytime he comes. Just buy your tickets and don't worry about the rest. So well done, engineer.
Thank you.
A real performance. So that's engineer. Thank you, engineer. Stay with us. Let's get back to Saki. and back to more depressing matters of Nigerian politics. So, Saki.
Before we continue,
Yes.
Engineer, this is the sweetest that I've had on this platform, I would say. God
Thank
will
you.
God will continue to guide, bless you. History will never forget you for
Thank you.
for this dispensation of largesse. At the same time, I want to also to tell the public that's is watching us here. We are good people. Nigerians are good. We are very good people. It is only when we are in Nigeria, inside Nigeria, that these leaders will try to manipulate us using religion.
Mm,
And when you go outside of Nigeria, there is no issue of this person is Yoruba, this person is Hausa. You see Nigerians cooperating. The feeling is that, oh, this is a Nigeria. Oh, I have seen a Nigeria. The first time I went abroad, I was like, I don't know anybody. Can I see a Nigerian? The very first day I saw a Nigerian, the first Nigerian I saw was an Hausa man. I was like, hey, the world is very sweet for me. I felt at home. I felt, oh, this is my brother. But when we get to Nigeria, our leaders will keep dividing us, manipulating
mm.
us, and so let's keep on this spirit. Once more, history will not forget you for demonstrating and the sacrificing to make sure that our country is projected in the good image. Thank you very much.
All
Thank
right,
you,
well
sir.
said. So, Ovie, obviously, you've come to pause and sand into the feel good something. Oh yeah, destroy everything. Oh yeah, destroy everything. Go on.
Engineer,
Sir,
you don't try. You don't try.
I knew it.
And they go ask you say which event stand out. You couldn't say track and field. I just say we don't have this conversation before you take that assignment.
Obe,
No, but you highlighted the track and field person. Faith Ofili.
Ove called me, but I was very busy. That's why I couldn't return your call, my brother. No vex.
But I'm proud of you.
We can't hear you, Ovie.
In the world. We are the most disciplined and the most patriotic Nigerians you can find anywhere in the world. We sportmen. So give it to us. Now we be the true one Nigeria. That's what I must vote for Kunkoso.
All right, I knew it. All right, thank you, Ovie. So thank you, Ovie. Let's get back to Saki, who had the floor. So Saki, back to you. A bit of an anticlimax after all that. Back to Nigerian politics. Soludo taxes Obi, Atiku, Tinubu orders 10 million naira each to paste campaign posters in Anambra. So, personally, I think this is a master stroke. But before I come to you, let's hear from Alexander Gomez. Oh, he's left. So I think this is a master stroke by Charles Soludo, using this opportunity yet again to profiteer for his own state. So you can run your politics all you like, but don't deface my state, one. And then two, paste your things according to the rules and regulations, and then of course pay a fee. So Charles Soludo, hold your thoughts on that. Gather your thoughts on that.
Yeah, of course.
Let's hear from Alexander Gomez first. Alexander, you want to? I'm sure you're here.
I'm calling in because engineer. Good evening, everybody. I'm calling in because engineer just exemplified when I come on this platform and I say Nigeria is the greatest single black country in the world. Let me share a very small story with you, just to buttress this point. At the height of Nigeria's greatness, there was an authority figure who was probably the most respected jurist of his days, first-class maths, first-class law. He went to University of Oxford. His name was Lord Denham. And he came on a program in England called Terry Wogan.
Yes,
and Terry Wogan looked at him. Terry Wogan said, Lord Denham, say, with a very posh English accent, say, yes, Terry. Say, you know what? You are so respected. You're so revered. This country look up to you. Everything you say is authority. Is there anyone you look up to? He laughed. He said, yes. He said, there's a man. I call him the king of jurisprudence. His name is Teslim Elias. That's a Nigerian. That's how great Nigeria is. We have nincompoop, half-educated nitwits who rule over the greatest country in the world. It doesn't make our country anything but still the greatest country in the world. But we need to get our acts together. We need to pray. We need to be patriotic like one man, and like not one man. One man is too English. Like engineer, so that wherever we go to, it's imperative that, like Saki said, when you overseas, they recognize a Nigerian accent. They don't recognize an Igbo accent. They don't recognize a Yoruba accent. They don't recognize a Hausa accent. They recognize a Nigerian accent. So when we're abroad, we're Nigerians, and we need to carry our country like what it is, the single greatest Black country in the world. I say this with a lot of emotion, and thank you very much, engineer. I'm very proud of you, and I'll make sure when I come to England, you and I will spend quality time together. Let me let you go and continue.
Before you go, Alexander, I think engineer is actually underplaying what he did for those people. He virtually adopted that team, and all of these things that he's saying, he was actually coming out of his own personal pocket.
Yes.
You know? So not only did he adopt them to give them positive vibes, he went to expense of his own personal spend to make sure that their time there was as good as he could.
I picked that up.
He went beyond the Call of Duty.
Yeah, I picked that up from what he was saying. I was very touched, and I'm very emotional. I don't know whether you can hear it in my voice, because not a lot of us can do that. We're too tribalistic. The man just said on the show, when he sees you, he doesn't see anybody but a Nigerian. That's the way it's supposed to be. You don't see a person because they come from Osisi or Siso or whatever it's called in Edo State. You don't see me because I'm from Lagos. You don't see one man because he says he's from Oyo. You see a fellow Nigerian, and you reach out to Nigerian to help them in whatever they want to do. Not a lot of us can do this. Ovie said one thing 2 days ago on this Niger Watch. I woke up in the middle of the night thinking about what Ovie said. After they've chastised him and they chewed him up and they spat him out, he said one thing simple. He said, you know what, y'all are chewing me up. He didn't speak with this accent, but he said, y'all are chewing me up. I want any one of you on this platform to mention whether you've done half of what I've done for Nigeria. That's patriotism. He can come here and run his mouth and say controversial things. He's playing to the gallery. He's a true Nigerian. This is a man that represented the country with a lot of pride. This is a man that does a lot of things for his country. So this is what we need. We need people who are patriotic. We don't need people who go into government wanting to buy a watch for $1 million. It doesn't make any sense. That's why our country is where we are today. So one man, let me let you go and continue your show.
All right.
Engineer, thank you so much. God bless you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Alexander. So that's Alexander, of course.
Niger for life. Niger for life.
Justice Taslim Elias is actually either the first Nigerian or the first African to become a president of the International Court of Justice. You know, that the person he mentioned here, Alexander Gomez, you know, he's an expert in jurisprudence, you know. So Nigerians, we are really doing great things. I'm telling you, we are doing wonders.
You know, I'm going to do a session. I'm going to do a session one of these days. I want to ask the question that is the Nigerian person, is he the superior Black and by extension the superior male? Because we have to ask that question. Is the Nigerian person, the Nigerian male, is it the superior Black and by extension the superior being?
One man, but you've been posting that. You posted that in twice already.
What thing?
I think.
I've not been able to land on it. Yes, is it still up? Yes, I'm going to. Yeah, I've not been able to land on it, but I'm going to land on it.
One man, what is a Nigerian male?
Is you and I.
What about the Northerners?
Yes, them too.
What makes us Nigerian?
By virtue of the fact that we are.
No.
By the convergence that we have under one identity and one umbrella. What makes anybody of any nation? What makes a Frenchman, or a Dutchman a Dutchman?
When I say Frenchman, I know a Frenchman. When I say Dutchman, I know a
When you
Dutchman.
say Nigerian, you don't know it's a Nigerian.
I know he's a Nigerian.
Well,
Well,
there you are.
no,
If you,
no, 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 no.
you
One man. When I say a Nigerian, I know if he's from the south or from the north.
no, it doesn't matter. You know it's a Nigerian, whether he's from the south or not, but you know is a Nigerian.
Yes, because Nigerians are the
If you
only Africans
see a
that.
Nigerian and a Sudanese, both from the a northern Nigerian and a Sudanese, are you able to distinguish that this one is a Nigerian even before they open their mouth?
I am able to distinguish a
Well,
Nigerian
then there you are.
from
Then
almost every black race I know.
you've answered your own question.
Okay.
Yes. You know, there is a thing. I think it's just body that's led us to where we are. You know, the thing about Nigerians is we love to argue. We love it. We love it. If a Nigerian can't find a person, they will stand in front of a mirror and have an argument with what is reflecting. We just love to argue. But we love to argue amongst ourselves, but let an outsider come in. We will come together and give them the beating of their lives. Once we've seen them off, then we go back to our tribal
Yeah.
squabbling. No,
Let, let me
it's a
let me
very,
let me just chip in something, one man. My missus, she just traveled abroad. When she caught a taxi from Manchester to Manchester Airport, the taxi driver happens to be a Nigerian and happens to be a Yoruba man. So imagine, my wife, she's not a Nigerian, but she knows how to tell the taxi driver she eats amala owedu. Do you know what he did? When she told him that her husband is Nigerian, he didn't charge her for the taxi fare. Imagine. So she called me on video and I said to him, she's our wife. He said, wow, keep feeding her amala and the rest. And that's it. He didn't take any charges from her because he was shocked.
You know, in England, when they are having a party, they'll say, bring your own. That is to say, bring a bottle. You have to bring a wine, bring a brandy. We don't do that in our own thing. We declare surplus. We're a unique and a very peculiar
Exactly.
person. Totally and different from, because I've met I've traveled a bit. I've been to India. I've been a bit around Europe. I've been a little bit to the Middle East. I've never really come across the peculiarity that makes a person a Nigerian, and it's a very distinguishable thing to be a Nigerian. There's no other like. There is no other person like a Nigerian. I've not yet come across it. Maybe you have, you know. So I think we're the superior person. I think so, you know.
Yeah.
All right, back to you, Saki. We're subsumed by patriotism now that the engineers are come. Yeah.
Yes, honestly, as engineer was talking, I was having this nostalgic
Did
feeling.
your chest not go up a bit? My chest went
Yes,
up a bit.
yes.
You know, yeah, you know, it is
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
You know.
So on the issue of Soludo, yeah, what he did is not wrong. It is a state function, you know. For you to do adverts, you have to pay money. It's not wrong, you know. It will only be wrong if he is doing for some political parties and he's not doing for others. So I also expect him to also tax Apuga, which is also his party, you know. So it's not. I will not criticize him for tapping on that
But
space.
is that not a master stroke, though? A lot of people keep saying, "No, what is it about this guy?" Because I'm always blowing his horn that Soludo this, Soludo that. But it is things like this now. It is things like this. But he
Yes,
has the quickness of thought that I'm going to profit here from my own state, from all this
yes,
noise making that they are making. You
yes,
know.
yes. Yes, but if every other state is doing the same way, hey, then an election is going to be very expensive, you know. People like Peter Obi I really pity for somebody like him because he doesn't have that kind of money to be paying for every state. It's gonna be too expensive for him. But what Soludo did, I will not criticize him. I will not argue against it. It is a state function. State has to raise revenue from all sources. The normal people that are doing adverts in the states, they pay taxes. They pay for.
Saki father,
Yeah.
do you mind if I chime in a minute for what you just said?
Yes. Yes.
That is just the intelligence of Soludo to tap into the current activity going on within the political space. It's just very new maybe to you guys, but in Lagos State, in Ondo State, and in some states, they have a board, parastatal in their government that is called signage and whatever agency. So if you
Advertising.
advertising agency, if you paste just like a sheet of paper by the wall or against the wall, there's an amount to get charged for. And it's Lagos State, if you check their revenue, I think yearly, I think it's over 7 billion. In those states, it's over 1 billion. So if Soludo is using that now to catalyze his economy at them because he needs money in all avenue, that is very good, and I wish other states can copy that and just leverage on.
And by the way, that was an alpha beta initiative. By the way, a lot of people are asking what that. Okay.
Yeah, the signage board has been in existence in Anambra State. It's not new. The only thing that is new now is the fact that Soludo is trying to make it like all those politicians that are also doing their campaign should also pay for those things. But apart from the politicians, signage has been there. The board has been there collecting revenue from people that post things and people that do adverts and those things. They do it in Anambra. It's not something that is new. But the political season now, I don't know whether these Atiku, APC, PDP, and other political parties, I don't know whether if they have been paying such money before in the past. But for Soludo to tell them to do that is not wrong. It's a way to gather revenue for the states.
But how much is it charging them? If you don't mind, do you know how much?
Sorry, it's 10 million for a presidential poster, 7 million for a senatorial, 5 for a House of Rep, and 1 million for states.
Oh boy, this is a slaughterhouse.
One man. That thing you said that is an alpha beta initiative, that is wrong. It's not so.
It is.
It's not so.
Listen.
Listen.
What do you know to the contrary?
Hold on. Signage in every developed nation, it's the responsibility of the city to issue permits for signages. Like if you run a restaurant or you have, say, a store, a shop, and you have signages outside, you pay a levy for that. You pay a permit for that. They have that information. Maybe they knew that in other climes they do that. They brought it into Lagos. Maybe it was Alpha Beta's initiative. I mean, they advised Lagos State to do that or not. But the thing is, it has been there. Only that Nigeria will run a country that doesn't really function in the true sense of it.
Is that not the whole point? That's the whole point. Now remember,
we make it sound like it's
no. It's not. It's an initiative. But that's the whole point. We have all of these agencies that are just they are because Nigeria replicates what the governance is globally. So they have all of these agencies as replicates in all civilized working societies. But a lot of these agencies, they don't really serve purpose other than just to have functionaries collecting salaries. So it takes the intuition of our intelligent people like those alpha beta type of persons that will come to look at that space and identify possible revenue streams. So that's not to say they've always had all these agencies, but they've never really been able to tap into them as a resource.
Okay. Woman, I remember very well in the 70s when my dad was running a shop. I don't want to mention the shop. He had signage that was during Hold
You
on.
see,
That
he
was
has not
hold
changed
on
though, since the
now.
last time you left. He
What
has
I'm trying
not
to tell you is
changed.
this. What I'm trying to tell you is this. I remember vividly well that my dad was levied by this man, this Jaconde, when he was there, for having a signage. He had to pay some kind of levy for that. That he had to put a signage on on his store. So I don't know if anybody who knew that back then here on this, because I remember back then. It's not a new, it's not something new, but only that you see there are certain things that doesn't really function in that country. Yes, like I said, yeah. Jaconde used to levy people on that. If you have signage, you would be levied for that. With your shop tenement rate or whatever rate you pay back then, you have to pay that. Yeah. So maybe it's just saying that another means of that has not been done for so many years. They now brought it back through the Lagos State signage or whatever. That this Tinubu's son now is the one heading it. His son is the head of the Lagos State signage board.
No,
So
very wrong. Very wrong.
who is it? Who is it?
Lagos State Signage Board is called LASA. Okay, I wouldn't want to, since you
So
already
who
have
is it now? Who
hold
is
on
the head
first,
of it now?
hold on. Since you already have an opinion, I will need you to go back and read the whole LASA law, and when it was even reformed. I think it was reformed in 2007, if I'm not mistaken. But the company that Sheyi runs is a private business. You can Google it. It's not even
As
connected
far
to
as I
Lagos
know,
State at all. No, it's not connected to Lagos. It's
I
not
don't know of
connected
that.
to Lagos.
I
No,
don't know of that, but
it's a private business that he owns and he
okay.
runs with some partners in the US and the UK. Not
So,
connected to Lagos or any government.
The head of the signage board is Adedamola Dosemo. Adedamola Dosemo. So
okay.
not Tinubu's son. But
Okay.
back to you, Saki.
Yeah, so I think I've exhausted that space.
All right. Let me take you to this space. These are security experts gathered to discuss the security situation in Nigeria, and they are talking about synergy amongst the. Apparently, we have about 17 security agencies within Nigeria, from the military to the paramilitary and the police and everything together. So you'd imagine with that volume, there'll be sufficient enough to secure the country, but no. But they're identifying synergy as one of the key reasons why the Nigerian state is not able to secure itself. So there's no synergy amongst all of these plethora of agencies, and they are tracing it to the very top where the command is, which is the lethargy of the Buhari administration. So countless instances, Saki, we hear that security reports were sent about countless incidents, but those incidents take place. And it all wraps around one, the lack of get up and go from the commander in chief, and the lack of synergy amongst the security agencies. So, what are you then making then of the experts' opinion?
Yeah, I think their opinion is in line. Is in line. It's just there is no synergy, just like they said, among the different security players in Nigeria. And at the same time, the president, the head of the government of the day, is not like taking decisive action towards making sure that synergy is there is visible kind of collaboration, in that very space. But then at the same time, I think our security men, especially the police, what they earn, I think that Nigeria needs to review those things, because they are not actually. There is no motivation, among those most of them, because the average salary of a policeman, what is it? So you see that the morale, their morale is not actually high to actually come out to even to the extent of trying to give in their life to make sure that the country is well secured. So I think they should also, while they are discussing the issues of synergy and the issues of the ability of the government to to be proactive rather than reactive. Because what the government does today is they react when things have actually happened. They don't actually act before. They don't actually act on what do we call it? Intelligent reports. You know. So while they are still discussing these issues, they should also try to talk about ways to review the salaries of all these soldiers and the police and many of them, so as to boost their morale. Yeah, because I think Nigerian security men, they are the least paid in I don't know whether it's in Africa or one of the least in Africa. So government should do something on that. So, but on the whole, just like it's evident, everybody knows that the Buhari administration has really failed on every index of security measures. It has failed. There is no equivocation about that.
Because when you think about it, uh, we've just heard countless instances of reports back from the war front. We just speaks to this language that the experts are now condensing for us. How many instances have you heard of the Nigerian soldier coming back from the war front that they had to effect their escape because they were calling for backup and nobody responded, and they were being outgunned
Yeah, yeah,
so
I've had it several times. I've
yeah.
had it several times, and it is a shame to to Nigeria, honestly. And I also learned that most of them were punished when they get back. Is it that they were dismissed when they
Mm.
for not for like saying that they are not well armed, so they could not do any other thing. So that when they came back, either that they were punished or in the military this day, I don't know, or that they were like they were sacked, sort of. So I think that's the problem. Nigeria should really there should be proper synergy, and there should be Nigeria government should also be very much proactive to act on security reports. Security intelligence.
Do you think, as part of the security architecture of Nigeria, they should have a super agency that is a multi-agency space that has direct command of all of the assets of security within the Nigerian space, so that that agency coordinates the war against insurgency, so that that agency can give a direct instruction for the deployment of jets to come and respond, or the deployment of troops to come and support, without having to go via so many conduits to get the support at the war front. It's the lack of synergy, and it needs to be harmonized.
Yes, yes, it needs to be harmonized. It needs to be harmonized. There is a lot of conduits, like you said, you know. So and it's not healthy for that very sector. So I think Nigerian government should better reorganize this security, whatever, so that they become more efficient and responsive. Right now, what we have, the arrangement we have now, is not really working out. So, and that is what we get when we have yam heads, the way you call it. Is it not yam heads?
Yeah, they are they not yam heads?
When we
They are
have
yam heads now.
yam
Eh,
heads as,
eh,
as,
just do and do sort of
as
people as
leaders, so
leaders.
that is it.
You know,
Uh,
it's
my heart, my heart really bleeds for our country.
you know what frustrates Saki Fada? What really frustrates is that almost every one of us, we are here discussing, and we together are agreeing how things can just simply be put together to make it work somewhat. And that's the story of all of the Nigerian space. It only takes a simple movement of will to get things to work. But between the big manism, the corruption, the tribalism, and all of the isms that afflicts that country, we just go into this marabound space.
It is what the leaders really made us. They just polarized us right from time. or not me, because I don't think me as the level I've gone through enlightenment. I don't think along those lines, So it is what the leaders used as a tool. They actually weaponize those things, to consistently come into power. But I think it is now working against them, sort of. It's working against them because they are not even secured again. It's not only the common man. All of them, they are becoming much afraid about the increasing insecurity in Nigeria, you know. Or it is what the foundation they created, They polarize the Nigerian masses, along ethnicity and religion and those fault lines. So, but it is going against everybody now, right? Against them, you know. Because I can't see the reason why Buhari could have allowed, like romanticize these bandits and terrorists to the extent that it has gone to the level it is now. Maybe in the past 8 years, he was like, I think I heard that there was a time he made statement that any attack on Boko Haram is attack on them or something like that. I don't know how true that statement is,
No,
but
it is true.
yeah.
And when we are talking, anyway, let me. I was going to say when we're talking about some of the difficulties that Peter Obi's presidency might come across, it is those sort of language when it wants to start to weigh against when it wants to try and weigh against insurgency, which it necessarily must, they will turn it into that ethnic religious thing, and then he has to be able to navigate that.
Yeah, that was the that was
Jonathan could not manage it.
that was the issue. That was the
Yeah.
issue. But that is what one man, like somebody said here, it will be even if Jesus Christ comes now as a leader today to lead the Nigeria the way it is now. I think Jesus Christ is not going to. Nothing can be done. You know, a lot of things need to be changed. The foundation, the center is already weak. And I think the Bible says that if the foundation is destroyed, what will a just man do? So
And
the way everything is in that country now, it's a lot of things need to change for any leader now to like come in and make a very serious positive impact. So if it is the way it is now, you know, anybody that comes in, I wonder what the person is gonna do. You have to be fighting a lot of things. If you want to kill terrorists, some people will tell you that you are killing their people. You know, so if you want to do this, some people will tell you that you are doing against their people. So those things need to change. Like what somebody said here, Nigeria doesn't need this centralized, powerful center. I think it's better to go back to that original regions.
Yes, I think that was Charles. Charles, you wanted to come in?
Yeah.
yeah, I was going to say on a lighter note, Nigerian situation is like Manchester United. If you like,
God.
change all the coaches, bring
Eh,
Peter Obi, bring Atiku. It's still the same problem. We see unless
four
we change,
nil, 4-0.
unless we change the system, complete overhaul. That's Nigeria's problem. That's
And
another problem.
you know who you have next? You have Liverpool next. So that's another 6-0. That's another 6-0. Do you think that guy will last till the end of this month?
They have no choice. They can't change him. It's the concept.
If Liverpool beats them 6-0, which they are likely to,
They'll wait to some few more games before they make that decision.
But let me tell you one man.
Yeah.
If Nigeria is governed like the way America operates, like every state should take care of their own, like quasi government, sort of through federalism. You understand what I mean? If Nigeria is organized that way, I think the North are actually going to be richer if they are serious. You know? If
Yeah,
they are-
but that's a constitutional change. Now, you know what you're talking about is the space of restructuring
yes,
that a
that is
lot
what I'm
of
saying.
yeah, a
No,
lot
no,
of
no,
the debate
no.
is.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. But why I'm saying it is that
And if we have that regional sort of thing, then we become a confederation rather than a federation.
yes,
So
yes. But
we have
what
to
I'm
be.
saying, why I'm saying it is that I don't know why the Northerners, because somebody said here that the North will not agree to have that arrangement because they are not going to benefit, But I see the North as the people that are even going to benefit more if they are actually serious, in that kind of system, because they have the richest resource, which is this land and agriculture. You understand what I mean? They have the agricultural products, they can have in their region. If they are serious and invest seriously in that very sector, they are going to be richer than any other part of Nigeria.
Saki, do you know that their problem is they are not looking at all those natural resources. Their problem is political based. They are looking at the political power they will lose. That's just the basic fact. Because they believe they have that numerical advantage over the other part of the country. And then when you devolve power into regions, of course, by virtue of what Southeast will bring, Southwest will bring, South will bring, right? They'll be losing out because the fulcrum of everything that they have now, the political power, even the political power that they have at the command, their financial power comes from the South. If you look at NNC board now, right, 90% of NNPC is being spearheaded by who? By Malams, right? And where is that oil coming from? From the South. When you look at all the oil blocks allocation in Nigeria, who are those more than 90% controlling the oil blocks?
The one of the biggest, or if not the biggest, a guy called Ndimi. Who he is? He's from Borno
Yeah,
State.
Ndimi, all those guys.
Buhari's in-law.
Guys, that the oil block, I looked at the oil block list. That oil block is full Wazobio. We're all fully represented. I mean,
but the
tribes.
richest, the richest, the fat of the space. Who gets the fat of it? The fat of the
One of the better oil blocks was one of the ones. Is it Etiebet? Or I mean, is it the guy that they went to court in Italy? Is one of the best one. Malabu, I think Malabu.
That Malabu deal.
That Malabu deal.
Kulata,
that was like
when you look at the formation now, even when you look at the formation in the federal service, when you look at the federal civil service, when you look at that's what Buhari actually trying to expand. These nepotistic ideas of his by ensuring the Northerners, corner all major parastatals in his government or portfolios is the same idea. So they are not really thinking about the political. I mean, about the economic. They are looking at they are thinking out of the box and looking at the long-term effect of what this will bring to them.
But it's short-sightedness.
The data of the NNPC board. I mean, the Wazobia you're talking about in NNPC.
Not NNPC.
Not NNPC.
Oil blocks. The people that own oil blocks. It's not just Northerners. The Yoruba, the Igbos, South is.
But the major blocks are owned by the Northerners.
No,
that's what I said.
I don't think so. I mean, when I saw that list,
do you have data to that effect?
I have to go look. I have to go look for it.
Okay. I'll dig it for you. Just hold on. I'll dig it.
Dig it. I can see if I can dig too. But when I saw
it, God, yeah.
Why you are digging that?
Let me say it was the last man, and it's not.
Why you are digging that, right? Kulata,
I'm not digging. I'm lazy today. Sorry.
No, I'm talking about what's his name? One man. Rational Mind. Why Rational Mind is digging? My question to you is: who do you think will benefit most when there are changes to this current arrangement? Why do you think the Northerners are always, averse to this devolution of power?
That's what I want to bring up. I want to bring up one point about the North that I don't know if the North. I mean, they probably realize it too. The North are sitting on two massive gold mines. First of all, mineral resources. The North, especially the North Central, Kogi in particular.
One man, I've sent you.
No. Let him. Who was that?
That was me.
No. Somebody said he sent something.
Yeah, it's on the group chats. Current well on us.
All right. Yeah. Carry on now, Kulata. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, Kogi in particular, Zamfara too. Many of the northern states, they have a ton of mineral deposits. A ton. So lithium that you guys were talking about yesterday, not as the highest. There's some precious stones in far north. There are gold mines in Zamfara that they are digging illegally, but unfortunately, those ones have some other elements that kills people if you don't do it properly. So people are just dying trying to get gold. But the north, they're sitting on a massive mineral fortune. The north is also sitting on a tourism fortune. The number of planes, if you go to the Adamawa plains, if you go to the Jos area, if you go to the Bauchi area, the beauty in that space. There's some places in Kebbi that are like Dubai deserts that you could do all this safari tourism there. So many things up north. So the vastness of the land. If they can just like let go of this oil, like, and just try and see what they have, they will want to split from us. I think Southwest should be the one crying about not having a lot of things. That the only thing we have is just services, because from being blessed naturally, probably Southwest will fare the worst. But the North, they're so blessed. I mean, look at the tourism potential, games reserves.
That's both in Elisha. We have oil in Lagos and in Ondo.
I beg, not small one now. I mean, the North has actually the North also has the potential of oil.
I agree with you in terms of if you remove oil, in terms of being minerally rich, the oil. I mean, they have Ajaokuta for goodness sake.
They have so many things up north. Like it's just that laziness that this centralization has brought to us. That's why we can't move beyond.
Ajaokuta does not belong to the north now. Why are you saying that?
Is it not in
Kogi State now?
So Kogi State is what part of Kogi State is it?
Is that not
North Central? It's not central.
I mean, what part of Kogi State? It's not a Yoruba speaking part of Kogi State.
So those Yoruba are northerners. It's Dino. It's Dino is southwesterner. It's not now.
All right, gentlemen, let me quickly wrap something up. Just that little space that was opened up. Somebody sent it in. Was it Emilocon that sent the thing to the group chat? Was that you, Emilocon?
Are you talking about the oil block?
Yeah.
I did.
All right, brilliant. So here's a full list of oil block and wells, full list of oil block and oil well owners in Nigeria. So number 1, General Theophilus Danjuma, chairman of Sepatro, who owns, and then he tells us what he owns. The second one, so that's a northerner. So the second one, Colonel Sani Bello. So that's also a northerner. The third one, Alhaji Mohammed Ludimi. So a northerner too. Number 4, Alhaji W.I. Folawiyo. So a Yoruba man. Alhaji Aminu Kantata. So that's another, of course. Alhaji Mohammed Gambo, another northerner. Prince Ado Bayero, you don't get more northern than that. Alhaji Mai Daribo, another northerner. Rewan Lukman, once upon a time of OPEC fame. Atiku Abubakar Yadua and Bayero own Intel Petroleum, which has many stakes. So that's also the set of northerners. Dan Etete, so he from the south sort of. Peter Odili owns one. Andy Uba owns. Emeka Ofor owns. Mike Ononuga, he owns. Alfred James owns. Ibrahim Bunu owns, another northerner. O Uduji, he owns. Saleh Jambo. Sani Bello again. Aminu, maybe another one. Amidu Al Hassan. Otto Eze. K.O. Abiola. So that was Summit Oil. I'm not sure if that was revoked. Mohammed Indimi. So he, one of the biggest oil blocks in Nigeria. And by extension, an in-law. I think his son married one of Buhari's daughter. Kase Lawal, another northerner.
No, it's Yoruba. It's Yoruba. Kase Lawal. Yeah.
Kase.
He's based in Houston, Yoruba guy.
All right. Olukun, Olukun. So a Yoruba man, I suspect. David Richard, Ibikun Olawepo, BC Ojioko, Reggie Udehim, B Lulu Briggs. So Lulu Briggs, a South name. Mia de Rive, I'm not quite sure where that one is from. And then Alakija, that's the famous one. Said Kaishu, so that one. So yeah, I'm not sure if this is an equimix, but
it's mixed.
Yeah, it's an equimix, I would say. So yeah, an equimix. I'll pop the list in the comment section for people who want a more.
But the modernized has more stake there.
How so?
It's mixed. It's mixed.
No, I wouldn't say that too.
Oh my goodness! Did you count them?
They're 44. Okay, let me put it on the screen and I'll just scroll through so that people can actually glimpse it, because I'm not quite sure why you would say that, but because I have it here. So okay, just pardon the space. It's just so, you know we're sticklers for facts here. So there's the list that's presented by Rational Mind, full list of oil block and oil well owners in Nigeria. So that's the list, and you can see. So that's a northerner, a Yoruba person, a northerner, Rewan Dukman, a northerner. So Yadua, I didn't even know the Yaduas have. So you start to see Odili, you start to see Tete, you start to see Uba, you start to see Okafo, Ononuga, Alfred James, Udoji, and then you start to see, so another Otto Eze, Abiola, of course, Kese Lawal, who Kulata just told us is a Yoruba man, Olukun, I think that's a Yoruba name, David Richards, a Yoruba person, Olawepo, a Yoruba person, Ojiako, an Igbo person, Udehim, I think from the south, Lulu Briggs from the south, this one indeterminate, I don't know. Mia de Rive.
My Derive is this misspelled it, I think. My Derive
from Borno State. Yeah.
All right, so another now. Alakija, we all know her. This one, Kwashi, Said Kwashi, I think that's another now. So this one, a mixed blend of so many names, but a lot of them including Tinubu, of course, because we all know that Oando belongs to Tinubu essentially, but a potpourri of names there. Ono Anthony, so that's this a good mix.
35, 36 are Southerners. They're basically Southerners.
So 37 are certainly Southern as well. 38 are Southern as well. This one looks northern to me, but a real mix.
No. Those are Sahara boys. Those are mostly Southerners. Tonya Cole.
Oh yeah, Tonya Cole. Who is gunning for
Adeodunsi. That's Sahara energy.
All right. So he's gunning for Wike's seat.
They're Southerners. Yeah.
Yeah. So 40 Southerner, 41 Southerner, 42 Northerner, 43 Southerner, a real good complement of Southerners, 44 Northerner. So that I would say that's an equimix.
Very mixed, very balanced.
Yeah. So there it is.
Is it ever possible that Nigeria we develop to the level where we're going to have a president that has the will to revoke these things from these owners?
You don't necessarily have to revoke it, because even here in the US, right, businessmen, even here in Texas and everywhere, they have oil blocks. It depends on how they use the oil block to impact the society. That's the difference now. As of maybe 5 years ago or thereabout, when there was a Senate report, I think before they rebalanced or they rejig that allocation or slot, it was 83% Northerners, the highest number of oil block owners in Nigeria. So, but at the end of the day, that you will see an average Nigerian politician from the southern extraction. They will want, devolution of power. but the Northerners will never have it. Because if you are very conversant with even the Nigeria, the civil service in Nigeria, if you are very conversant in Abuja right there, you go to a whole ministry, like the hierarchical order, maybe from 1 to 10, they will be outside. Even when you are looking forward to having a promotion to a permanent secretary, it will be very impossible for you before you bow out of government. So it's been everything is skewed against the rest of Nigerians. So it will be very difficult for those things to come back to normal level. But until we have maybe a president who can be bold to make some drastic changes. There are some reports that Jonathan, that's why I still blame Jonathan. He has some reports from Orosanye, from all of them. He could have done this, but he's shaking out. But that's a story for another day.
No, but it's the story that we're still contending with, because a lot of things lead back to the fact that Jonathan did not have the backbone. A lot of things that he could have done, and he was primed to do, and if he had done it, the South would have supported him. But he just like all this expense to do this national confab, and he could have enforced that, or he could have instituted elements of it within the constitution, make it irreversible.
I think Jonathan's strategic mistake was not carrying Yoruba politicians along.
That was what killed him.
That's what killed him. If he had carried Yoruba politicians along, he could have maintained that voting bloc, that 2011 voting bloc that voted it in, because we voted him in without the core knot. He lost the entire core knot, and he still won presidency. But somehow, while during his presidency, he ignored that the Southwestern politicians started feeling marginalized. I'm not saying the Southwestern people, the politicians. So if he had carried them along and played his politics right, he probably would have done full 8 years.
Kulata. Let me say something.
Sorry. Okay, bro.
The problem with PDP is that the Yorubas are not fully represented in PDP. And that's still the problem.
Till now.
So besides Obasanjo, there is nobody of real substance in PDP that could really represent.
They started drift. Jonathan still had the opportunity with them, but when they started jettisoning them, you cannot really. Yoruba politicians, they will not come openly to denigrate your government or lampoon. They will just go back to their cocoon behind the scene and strategize.
No, I don't agree with you on that.
You know what I'm saying, right? So, but Jonathan, that's why I actually when people say SOWORE brought Buhari to power, I'll be laughing. Jonathan himself killed himself politically because you handed the whole structure of your party to the Northerners, and then you see you are fighting again. You are contesting a major, presidential contest against a Northerner. The party chairman was Muazu. Then from Muazu to this Bono man, Alimodu Sheriff, that basically gave all your permutations, all your handout, everything, handed everything to APC. And after the whole event, what did he do? He moved to APC. All the most strategic parts of PDP, sits in PDP. The top men were handed over to the Northerners, and you want to be a president against a Buhari, against the Northerners. So it means you just handed over your weapon and you're asking against. That guy was so stupid.
Let me say something.
Even the NSA, Dasuki, he was against him, because he was saying after they arrested him, he was saying Buhari did a lot of things during the build-up to that election that was treasonable, and he had grounds to arrest him, but he did not. When he was doing all this, the dogs and the baboons will soak in their blood and all these kind of things. They could have just arrested him, done the election, and the heavens would not fall.
Oh, well, I could have done that. But then what I'm just trying to say is, I see this whole thing playing out again too. If you look at the composition of PDP, if this guy wins the election, I don't know. I'm just still...
He cannot win the election with an anti-Yoruba party now.
Do you mean Atiku?
Atiku, yeah. I talked about Atiku, yeah.
No, Atiku's presidential run now, right? Race is dead as dodo. Just take it.
You
because
can't say that though.
no,
Why do you say that?
unless he makes some changes now, because he's trying to stick to IU. You cannot even Bode George as we all know Bode George politics in Lagos State. So when the whole of Southwest are making voices against you, and you see Wike on the other part, you may see maybe Wike is just controlling Rivers State. No, Wike has his own sympathizers among the governors who are not happy with the bet in PDP. And you cannot rely on somebody like Obaseki who cannot even control Edo State. Edo State is basically controlled by Dan Obi. They have shut out Obaseki completely. So when you are going into a presidential contest and your house is divided and you are calling yourself a unifier, you have all the strategic posts skewed against the whole part of the other part of the country. The BOT chairman, the presidential candidate, the chairman of the party, everything. I think from 1 to 5 now.
Not only the state, Delta State too. Okowa is partly shut out too. All the Ibori, all the deep shot. Yeah,
I don't know how you would do it, but but the fact remains that I don't know what we don't know for now. But Wike is talking every day, and Wike made some instructive statement yesterday. He said, "Look, leave me alone in Rivers State. What I'm doing in Rivers State, you should be encouraged, right?" He said, "Atiku, look at what I'm doing in Rivers State. I sit back in Rivers State. I'm commissioning projects on a daily basis. What am I doing? I'm campaigning for PDP for the next election. All those guys running after you to Abuja, to everywhere you go, send them back to their various states and let them do the same that I'm doing. They are running after you to Abuja because they are irrelevant in their states. So what does that tell you?
Wike is in play anyway, because
it's very much in play.
But Jabi Amila has been romancing him.
Look at Dino Melaye. Dino Melaye was flogged. He lost his senatorial contest against a Wike's candidate. All Wike's candidates in most of the states won their tickets. All Atiku's candidates against Wike's candidate lost in most of the states. So Atiku needs to sit down and find a way. If Jibrin Walid,
I think he has
the BOT chairman,
enigmatic. I think Atiku has set up a reconciliation committee headed by Fintiri. So I think he's trying to.
No, the reconciliation committee they have derailed, because last week their last meeting was before Wike started this round of public denigration
again. Newly set up,
when except maybe today or yesterday.
This came out today, yeah.
Okay, because he gave them a straight, like one straight shot. Before we can go back to the table or anything at all, RU must be gone, and that's why you see the renewed call for RU must step down.
No, he'll be gone by the end of this month.
It's up to Atiku. It's up to Atiku to re-energize his campaign or just throw in the towel. That's it. RU need to go. RU just needs to go.
I think it will be gone because there is nothing that sustains him in that position. The Southerners, they say they want him gone. They are saying the party is too top-heavy Northern. And if you don't address that quickly, then it will turn into a thing. So I think if he has any real ambition towards Aso Rock, the only, I think somebody permutated that a soft landing, that Agu just makes a press conference to say that for reasons of party cohesion, and that this is distracting from the campaign, etc., that he has decided as a dedicated, those kind of language. Therefore, I am stepping down. So he should do that, before the end of this month. Before the end of this month, or no longer. But he has to step down.
The problem is they said they don't want to do another convention. It's going to be too, close to election.
Yeah, but they can have a consensus person there now. They can have some agreed arrangement and just say they have a consensus chairman. They don't have to have a full convention.
They can have somebody in the acting capacity until after the election. But for now, if Atiku is actually a father of the party now, because the party rests
and he has to be a Yoruba man.
Yeah, first of all, that's another. He needs to be the big boy in the room. He needs to let's you need to do this for the party. If you actually, because I know he's a close ally of Ayu, they've come a long way. But now this is my presidential, campaign. It's fast derailing, and there's nothing I can do. You may take Wike for granted, but in Yoruba language they say, one thing, until they shaking wara, only dawara no. That's what Wike will do for them.
But guys, this man Atiku.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at this.
Atiku feels threatened if Ayu is removed. That is a threat to his presidency. He being able to win that election. Because anybody because he feel comfortable working with Ayu. And mind you, Ayu has been with the APC. Ayu seems to have some information about APC or some kind of strategical games that he could use with Ayu there. So for me, that's the body language I'm reading from Atiku.
No, I don't. I beg to disagree about that. But what I think is,
I agree with you as well. By the way,
like you may be a little bit, but look, if you were in Atiku's shoe, let me just ask you the question directly now. If you are in Atiku's shoe and you see what is happening now, 5 months to election, next month is going to be the real campaign, starting next month. What will you do? What would you have done differently to get your campaign, your house, your team to get everybody, together on the table to be on your team? What will you do? And you can't. Wike is out here. You cannot stop Wike, bro. You will never stop Wike. Wike will stop yelling and talking, and people will follow his footsteps. People will follow him in Rivers State.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
Okay.
I'll answer your question this way.
Okay, answer it, and then I want to go on to Charles.
With the question.
Yeah.
Now the question is, what is Wike's motive in all of these things going on within the PDP? That is what Atiku is looking at. What is Wike's motive? They can't go back to giving him the vice presidential slot because already.
No, it's pretty clear what Wike wants his relevance and importance in the party acknowledged.
But the question is, can Atiku work with the kind of likes of Wike?
That's the test, isn't it?
Yeah.
He wants to be president, so he has to manage personalities like that.
He has to, but then the question is, will he be? What I'm not trying to say is that, is he willing to do that?
What do you mean willing? This is a situation that presents itself as somewhat of a crisis.
But the dilemma here is that Atiku does not trust Wike. That's what I'm reading from all of this.
Yes, Atiku, sorry, enigmatic.
Okay.
Atiku does not trust Wike, but Atiku needs to silence the rebel rousing and the noise making coming out of Wike's space. So he has to satiate him and acknowledge him and make him have that sense of importance so that he can carry on with his campaign. Because Wike is holding that space up with all of these things we constantly have hear him putting out just yesterday they said they went to court and then he reversed to say he did not, and then he's demanding the head of IU, and then he's getting body judge to back him up. So all of these things, he needs to be able to shut that space down.
But guys,
he should.
Guys, quick one. Tell me something. If you're in Atiku's shoes, like Atiku at this point needs all hands on deck. And when I say all hands on deck, not pretentious hands. There's a trust issue between Atiku and Wike. So Atiku cannot afford to cede any sort of power to the Wike structure because he doesn't know if Wike is all in for him. Definitely Wike is not all in for him. So if he sees something like
that's my point.
Your child IU's position now, how does he know that it's not a red herring?
When did the trust issue start?
When Atiku basically stole, I mean, my reading is whatever Tambuwal did, I mean, giving Atiku
that was the cut that was the deepest.
Then why you blaming Wike for that?
No, I'm not blaming Wike. I'm just saying put yourself in Atiku's shoes.
That's what I'm saying.
If I'm Atiku, you have to not play that ball with Wike because Wike may be treacherous Atiku's ambition.
You know, he has to play that ball because that ball. Kulata, but that ball is now bigger than just a wicked ball.
So it's screwed. What we're saying is Atiku is essentially screwed.
No, he has to be able to manage that space. Is what he has to do. He has to cede that chairmanship to the South.
But how do you get Wike's devotion to his campaign?
Sorry. Let me just say this, and then you can. It doesn't necessarily need Wike on board with him fully. He will never get that. But what it does not need is Wike somewhat throwing all these little snippets
tantrums
in the papers to try and somewhat subvert his. So it wants to cut the subversion to then make Wike feel important, but just pack him to one side and get him out of the news cycle. So that's what he has to do. But he has to sacrifice IU because that IU narrative is now getting other momentum outside of Wike and is now turning into a southern thing.
So the play that Atiku needs to make is sacrifice IU for maybe a southerner that is not in Wike's camp.
Yes, but he has a deep and wide relationship within the South. So he sacrifices IU, but then he picks somebody that he knows will be loyal to him, but is southerner.
But
and then that ends that argument.
Then it may be worth it then. It may be worth it.
It will not work because let me say this.
You already made the point.
Real quick, please. I will allow you, please. It will not placate Wike because if you bring anybody that is not in Wike's camp,
no, it's not Wike that needs to be placated. It's the argument that needs to be shut down because the argument is that the space is too top heavy, and they are holding on to IU saying that he will resign if a northern flag bearer holds the position. So if he shuts down that argument, Wike cannot park there anymore. So now, if Wike continues, it will put him on the back foot. It will put him on the back foot if he did that.
Maybe it could do that. For me, I think what Wike is fighting for is not just the removal of IU, but a removal of IU and a replacement with somebody who is of the Wike's camp.
No, he can't get that.
He can't get that. I know. That is where the dilemma is here with this whole thing with.
But you know the bigger picture that you people are actually missing is not even Wike. No, for Atiku, first of all, Atiku needs to find a solution to steady the ship of his campaign and presidential ambition. One, what does he need to do? Wike is like it's a clog in the wheel of that progress now because it's not only about Wike now. Wike in his camp is recruiting some other renegades. Don't you know that? This autumn, the only governor they have in the southwest is with Wike, Seyi Makinde. Now Wike has found a way into Bode George, and that is by extension the Lagos PDP. That's two, right? And then some other governors in the south who are in Wike's camp. So Atiku, it's like they have to find a way to wear the honor garment, on Wike's now, so they can find a way to go. How do they do that?
They said they offered them the petroleum portfolio.
But the same thing, Wike is very smart. He has information. This same portfolio has been offered 4 people in Rivers State alone. 4. 4. And Wike found out. So when Wike comes out to say certain things, he's not saying it because he's Atiku, but he's saying it because he doesn't trust Atiku. He says Atiku is a pathological liar and I cannot take his word. That's why he said, this is the condition. He has his condition typed out, black and white. Let's meet this and then we can move forward. I don't need to be in your team, but we want PDP to win the presidency. That's the point of the bone of contention now.
If Atiku is smart, he has to go Machiavellian on this. You cannot let your enemy, someone that can potentially take you down, still be breathing. He needs to take Wike down. He needs to kind of like.
How would you take Wike down?
That's for him to figure out. Me, I'm not. If I'm not, that one past my level. But do you understand what I'm saying? Is you can't let someone like
Wike will not trust us because this guy, that Tambua that is in Atiku's camp alone. If you look at Wike and Bagabia Miller's, kickback and forth yesterday about I plotted against you, and those who plotted against me plotted against you. They are referring to Tambuwa. The people that actually brought Tambuwa to political prominence. Wamako, he dealt with him. Wike, he dealt with Wike, stabbed them in the back at the point of their need. So, and that guy is in Atiku's camp. Jubril Walid, or what is his name, is in Atiku's camp. All these guys that have said so many things about Wike, and Wike has, intel reports about what they said, why they did not choose him in the first instance. So if Wike is mad about, it's not even mad about being the vice president again now. He's mad about some other things that Atiku is not doing right. There are some people in Tinubu's camp who are not willing to work with Tinubu. He knows them. He has identified them, and he knows how to move on with those who will work with them. And if you look at Babashir Lawal, Dogara, and Elisha Abo, where are they? So Atiku needs to be the big boy if he acts. But unfortunately, I've made my call since last month about who is going to be the next president. But Atiku is an experienced politician to be doing this kind of nonsense.
I think it's ego. We were having this conversation just yesterday or the day before, enigmatic, and we were concluding that. I rather was concluding to my own self that Atiku is an old-style politician that doesn't understand what contemporary. It thinks you have to act tough to show that you are a leader, but sometimes it's negotiating compromise that is the real leadership. But I don't think he has that in him. But I think Kulata wanted to come in. Kulata, you wanted to say?
Oh no, I said what I was going to say. That if I was in Atiku's shoes, you cannot leave Wike politically viable. You have to do something drastic to kill Wike's influence. Either force him out of PDP, push him to APC or Labour Party.
Okay, that would be the another thing.
Yeah.
Apart from that, I don't, because he took the wrong decisions the first 2 weeks after that presidential election.
I mean, how do you deal with an enemy within? That Wike is an enemy within.
No, as a politician, as a seasoned veteran politician, there are ways you do things. Politics is all about compromise. Look at Obasanjo now. How many party chairmen did Obasanjo give? Just, he will bring something to you and he'll say, you want this or you want to go to prison. Nobody will tell you when you put in your resignation letter. When you want to win an election, you have to find a way to do it. Tinubu knows very well that there will be blowback about his Muslim ticket, but he has taken the cautionary look of what will drive him to presidency. Is that Muslim? So at the end of the day, it will fizzle out, and he will go on with his stuff, and then will become the president. So sometimes you have to take the hard look to make hard choices. Atiku is not doing that.
I think this is where Atiku's kind of a shady character and
yes, sir.
not so high IQ comes into play, because he showed his hands now by offering Wike a red herring that Wike kind of knew that same position, because in this case the best thing will have to negotiate something, and now if that oil and gas portfolio has been negotiated with 4 people and it's kind of like public knowledge, do you think Wike is a fool? So he's messed up that negotiation side. At this point in time, he needs to go Machiavelli on Wike's behind if he wants to survive this election. He needs to push him out.
It doesn't have it though. Is what seems to be evolving out of the politics of it all. Because I think it's a one-dimensional sort of person who thinks that you have to act strong and you have to act, because the decision to pick Okowa, that was a mistake. He should have gone with Wike. He should have. And having not gone with Wike, if he had gone with Okowa, he should have managed that space better in order to present Okowa with Wike standing beside him to show he
mismanaged it.
And it's not demonstrating at all.
I disagree.
Right.
You said you should have gone with Wike, but you were the same person that said Tinubu wouldn't go with El Rufai because El Rufai would be unmanageable. I don't think Atiku would have been able to manage Wike. Look at how he's throwing out tantrums now on outposts.
Sorry, let me tell you something, right? If you don't mind. Atiku's situation is different, from Tinubu's situation. If I were in Atiku's shoe, I wouldn't blink twice before I would choose Wike. Because even what I cannot do, Imagine if Wike is the vice presidential candidate now. Tinubu would have been both Tinubu and Obi and Kwakwanso, they would have been off, or they would have a pin on their pants now. Then when you become if you want to be the president, when you get to Aso Rock, there are ways to checkmate Wike. If Wike is not falling in line, you know what to do. That's why you think as a president, you do not necessarily have to work with somebody who will listen to you or who will be loyal to you, especially when you are making, tough political calculations. It's very tough. It was tough for him to pick Okowa. First of all, Okowa is having issues in Delta State. Okowa is having. Are you saying Okowa is not having issues in Delta State?
You can't say that. Okay, if you are saying
sorry,
that,
yeah, go on. Sorry. Yeah.
if you are saying that if he gets to presidency, he will know how to separate himself. So why can't Tinubu do the same then? I don't see how the situation is different.
Because Tinubu has plethora of choices, and then El Rufai, when he sat to speak with each and everyone, unlike Atiku. Tinubu now at Tinubu's campaign organization, what is his name? El Rufai will play a prominent role. El Rufai's Adiza or whatever. If you look at their meeting yesterday, she was there. El Rufai chief of staff was there. At the campaign proper, El Rufai will come out. So what Atiku did from the onset that was very wrong. 2 weeks after the primaries, that was in politics. You have like 7 days after a normal primary, to reach out to people you believe will be a stumbling block to your political victory.
Let me tell you what I quickly think. Okay. I think Atiku is probably projecting his own experience with Obasanjo. I think that is what scared him of risking Wiki. That's just what I think.
But look, collateral, right? In political arithmetic.
Sorry, nothing scared Atiku. It was a power play from the north and the Kabas and in PDP that don't want.
They don't want what good for you.
Don't want. That's the problem, and it's backfiring on them now.
But wait. It doesn't line up because Wike's votes came from the north, though. Wike's votes in this PDP primaries came from the north.
But Atiku has his own. There was this guy that made a very, very controversial statement, and that's where Wike started blowing up. Wike went for like a week. Was it a week when he went to Europe to relax? Then there was an emissary that was sent to Wike. And Waziri Aliyu or whatever is a close friend to is Atiku's close friend. So already when you send that kind of a person to meet up with Wike in Europe, like trying to ambush him, but Wike had an intel of the private meetings that you guys had, prior to that meeting, and you were saying all kind of nonsense about Wike, and Wike played everything back to you. And the next thing you did when you came back to Nigeria, when you ran to Chanel and you were running down Wike, that Wike is just one person in the party. He cannot be changing chairman or be dictating to the party as he wants. That you don't do that with somebody that you are trying to placate.
That is why if you listen to this guy yesterday, was it the spokesman, this guy from Kogi State? What's his name?
That's another mistake from Atiku's end.
If you look at how Dino spoke on channels, even when this guy was trying to push him to say something perhaps, and he was kept saying no, they will come to a compromise. Because I was expecting him to also to be blasting
Wike. No,
he did not. So, but it was just so let's just see how it goes with this trying to placate him or whatever. So
yeah, they have to find a way, because it's not only about Wike now. Wike he is recruiting people against that campaign, and it's not good for them. It's not good at all.
What do you think of the choice of Dino as the spokesperson of Dino versus Kiyamo? I think this is just another example of poor judgment on, or am I mistaken?
Very. On my own opinion about, I don't know about others. Dino will take things personal, and it's not going to be good, because Dino has a history with Tinubu, and he would try to go personal with Tinubu, attack him. And this guy already said, we are not going personal with people. We are going on the issues. Then he would derail, try to attack Keyamo, trying to attack the messenger instead of the message. And people would drift back. You can see what he's doing already. You are not supposed to do that. I would have expected Atiku to have, if he actually wants to have Dino in his team, in other capacity, not as a spokesperson. Dino
is for comic effect. That's what is best.
No. I disagree with you on that. We know he's a comical, but it's a comic. I mean, on his own. But then that interview, he debunked so many of the things that this guy tried to debunk it with facts and figures.
No, but he was lying. No facts and figures, bro. If you check everything, facts and figure, specifics, everything. He said
he invented those facts.
Okay, let me tell you just one, and I will stop at that. So you can.
Well, how many people
do.
Check
he said, "Look, just hold on." He said when Gani Fawemi ran for office, Facebook was a god. Facebook was not alive when Fawemi ran for office, you know. And then there are certain things. Why I do not want with Dino? I will never have Dino as his. I will have him in other capacity, but not as my spokesperson. Because when this thing gets tough, he wouldn't be able to contain his emotion and personal attacks, and then it won't look good on Atiku. It won't look good for the campaign, because these folks, Dele Alake is a seasoned. Do you know who Dele Alake is? They will look at who is going to be interviewing you. They will look at their trajectory, how they ask questions, and how you are. Look at Keyamo's second time when he went to Arise. He told those ladies first, these are the 5 issues I need you to address. You guys lied against me. Let's address it first. Going forward, say what I say. Do not misinterpret me or misquote. If you get to that level, the last in pre-2019 election, Dino called Keyamo out. I think he called him Omo Ali or something like that.
Yes.
And Keyamo replied, because he didn't know Keyamo is half Yoruba, half Delta. How would you be doing that? And he's bringing that attitude back to 2022. You can't do that.
You know what that choice reminds me of? That choice reminds me of when Goodluck Jonathan appointed Fani Kayode as a spokesperson.
Just imagine Fani Kayode.
That cost him the election. By my own. Yeah.
But I see Fani Kayode and Dino Melaye in the same. They are not good. There's this guy in Ogun State, the current gubernatorial candidate of Ogun State now, of PDP in Ogun State. That guy would have been a perfect fit for that role. But of course, he's having to run for his own gubernatorial race. Show me something. That guy is perfect.
Was that the former chief of staff to Atiku?
Shagun Showumi.
Good. That guy is he knows how to divert. He knows how. He's an
excellent speaker.
Good. Not somebody like even the mere look at Dino Melaye. Reasonable people will not even take him serious. Comes over there doing our Kerry trying to call. How will you come on national TV and say a presidential candidate? You are saying a presidential candidate is Babakaka. It's not. No, you at the point you don't do that at that level. You don't do that.
But do you know that this guy too talks dirty too? Or what's his
name?
This guy from the APC.
Keyamo.
No, that's why Keyamo is a street boy. He's a Lagos boy. And that's what
he plays dirty politics, but he doesn't talk vulgar.
I think he's not vulgar, but there's a way he says things that it's just so ridiculous, and then
I think
he just want to incite you to some other. I mean,
if there's somebody else, I think Atiku would have used, or Atiku would have, tapped from his knowledge. If he agrees to do that, would have been Dele Momodu. But I don't know if he wanted to do that.
Dele Momodu is useless, isn't it?
No, he would have done a good job. Dele Momodu would have done a good job. One man, Dele Momodu, would have done a solid job for Atiku, not Dino. Dino is just Dino.
You don't find Dele Momodu. You don't find him maybe slow.
Oh no, Dele is. I don't know why. I don't know your definition of slow though. But to me, it's cerebral. Is because. When
there's something they call rapier wheat or rapier wheat, RAPIER wheat, WIT. It's a speed of thought and speed of rethought, So they call it verbal jousting, and that is what you need when you have a spokesperson, because in instances you will have the two spokesperson sat sandwiched in between a moderator, and they will have to quick wit respond to cutting remarks. I don't think Dele Momodu has that speed.
Well,
because Likes is a labored sort of and when I met Chief MKO in London,
you know, one thing I've
Dele,
come,
just
one
to
thing I've come to realize
flog
about
each
you,
guy.
Mama, one thing I've come to realize, you are very neutral about certain things, but when you are like a libero, when you mean a certain Ronaldo or Messi, you just want to shove their feet off. That's what I think you have some time. Dele Momodu, this campaign will get to a certain point where you'll be appealing to the top echelons of the society in the north. The northern people, they do not like certain kind of politics. Even if you want to kill your opponent, there are certain ways they believe you should go about it. Not some kind of you cannot go on the verbose stratum like somebody like Fanika Ode will do, or an article or a Dino will do. Dino did the same thing to usher in Yaya Bello in Kogi State. Yaya Bello caught him, immediately became governor. He did the same thing when Buhari was coming into power. He was, I think, one of the team too. He was saying everything that they caught him when they get to power, right? But there are certain roles that is meant for Dino in a political in a campaign, but not this kind of.
Yeah, the Baba Salah role.
Yeah, it's not. This is not when you are coming on the podium, you can have Dino introduce you, right? You can say all those is
exactly.
That's what Dino will do very good. Not political spokesperson.
Enigmatic. Is this not also part of what is because the Nigerian political scene, if you look at it, it's also required. I mean, it's necessary for him to have such a person. Mind you, he doesn't have him alone. He has the other guy from Adamawa or from Borno State, Daniel.
Boala, right?
But that Boala is a mishire.
No,
the guy just came from APC. He doesn't even know anything about PDP.
You see,
doesn't know anything.
That's not mishire now. How would you take? You are taking a player from the camp of your enemy in the eve of an election, right?
What is the idea that's not a mole? That is even not a mole.
It's not, I don't even see him as a mole because he's not even close to anything, and that's why he ran away. But that guy, now he has come out to before he starts his job. He said, "I will not do certain things. I will not do certain things." Against,
someone that's still defending some APC cases.
Oh my God! Look,
Atiku messed up. Let's not lie.
And they say he's a good recruiter.
Too many mistakes. Let's hear from Solly. Solly, you wanted to say?
No, I said this before already. That this is the end of PDP. The moment Obi left, I said PDP is gone. After this election, PDP will almost be they will be almost irrelevant. This is their end. Look at all these mistakes. They are still playing old politics. That's why they lost to APC. They are still playing old politics. That's why they will become insignificant.
Someone in the comment section mentioned one guy that I think will have been good, Osita Chidoka. That guy too is a good speaker.
Yeah, Chidoka is very.
Yeah. But he's not in the camp of Atiku now. It's not.
No, I don't know what camp he's in. But
at this point, you don't need camp. You need people that can help you.
People that can do the job.
Atiku keep using the same people that he.
That's the job. This Afebua would have been a good person, but Afebua left Atiku because what I see from Atiku already and that will go forward is number one. First of all, and I'm sorry to say this, I don't want to derail to this level. And that's why I see why are the Southeast mad at the wrong person instead of being mad at Atiku.
Leave the
right?
Alone,
Number one, Atiku shouldn't even be on that list. He shouldn't even be on that list in the first instance. What do you want from PDP taking their ticket again? This ticket belongs to either Wike or Peter Obi. You came from nowhere, snatched the ticket, and then you are recruiting the very wrong people to prosecute your campaign. And the whole of your major those people have maybe if I'm mistaken, somebody can correct me. Has Southeast voted for any other party but PDP since 1999?
No, I don't think so. Except for AMNAMBRA, that's all.
Not at the presidential level.
At the upper, okay.
Now, only at the presidential, but at state level, they vote all parties.
They vote. Okay, but at the presidential level, at least if you do not even want to, there should be somebody in Anam. Okay, let's assume the whole of Southeast belongs to Peter Obi now. You can still placate those people by picking some certain folks from that region to be this spokesperson, campaign director, or this from your Ekrimadu left. I mean, Ekrimadu is nowhere now. He's a leader. This other man, this bearded man from Abia State, is gone, and Obi is gone. So what are you talking about?
You know the way things are. The way things are
from Saki Fada, and then I want to move the conversation on to Charles. But yeah, Saki Fada, you wanted to
it was just a comment. I wanted to tell Kulata that yes, both at presidential level and state level, Southeast has largely voted for PDP and no other party. Only except AMNAMBRA that has APGA.
What about
Imo
Ebonyi?
State?
Imo
Ebonyi
State.
State was PDP.
APC.
He won under PDP and he defected.
What about Imo Nko?
Imo was won by PDP. After almost 1 year, they brought Uzodimma as the fourth person.
No, when this guy was there, the other guy.
Okorocha won as APGA.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's true. It was APGA.
And if we're really going to go with Hope Uzodimma, we have to say that election was actually won by Emeka Ehidioha. So the Southeast did not vote for Hope Uzodimma.
No,
I still consider Imo State now. I still consider Imo State a PDP state because in a fair and free election, I don't see Uzodimma winning a chicken in that state.
He has never won an election in his life.
What about Ebonyi State? Because in an election like 2 weeks ago or so, local government elections, it was an APC sweep. So Ebonyi is kind of like a funny state.
Ebonyi is not funny. It's just that their governor is like manipulating like the political.
Efulefu, just say it.
It's not Efulefu now. That's one of the best governors.
That's not Saki Fada's language. If it was some other elements like Pansat and the rest of them, he would just
Pansat will tell you, I'm older than your father.
I'm older than your.
Yesterday, you are very much annoyed at Pansat. I was watching at the background.
No, apologies for that. But the guy was coming here to start to attack people, and I wasn't really. One, it was too late in the day, and I was really keen to shut it down. And two, I don't want to tolerate that because he said he wanted to bring Adale Koko down. The last time, One Piece is insulted him, he's insulted Kulata, he's insulted Thomas, me of course routinely. He thinks we come here to fight, which is not what we come here to do. But I don't know, man. I don't know. But there it is. But then he put me on the spot. He says, "Then why do you let me on?" So we then made me question, why do I even really let this guy on when I already know what he's going to do? So I think so I have to take responsibility for that. So thank you, gentlemen. Let me go to Charles, see if he's still with us. I could hear children in the background, so he was juggling, playing daddy along with participating in the session. So have the children broken you, and who's put who to sleep? Have the children put you to sleep, or have you put them to sleep, Charles?
No, they've gone for a birthday party. Thank God for that.
All right. So to the conversation. Now you've been listening keenly. So what are you making of it so far? We've gone round the circles, but we were really talking about Soludo and his taxing then the electoral space just to make more revenue for his own. It's just a genius mind. Nobody will ever convince me otherwise. Soludo is just a genius mind.
Yeah, that's what you expect from every reasonable thinking governor. The problem with Nigerian governors these days is that everybody just sits back, waits for the center to remit the excess crude oil account, Paris funds accounts to them for them to share. But everybody wants a governor that looks inwards towards generating extra revenue for the well-being of the state. So, like you said, yeah, that's the type of governor everyone should seek, and he's doing a great job at it.
You know, I'm just imagining federal executive committee meetings of the future with Soludo sat to the with Soludo sat to the right, and Senator Adeleke sat to the left. So how do you think then, what conversations will take place there?
Nothing
My
reasonable
God.
will happen between those two. That's
You
the
know?
problem we have. That's the
But
problem.
I'm noticing a quality shift in the people coming into state houses. But I'm really noticing it in the southeast. I'm noticing it in the southeast because you are having people like Emeka Ehidioha, you are having people like Charles Soludo, and even Abaribe, he's threatening to take Abia State.
Yeah.
So these are real quality people
Yeah,
who are good, and we are already. When are we not applauding Soludo? If I could do a whole session on that guy. When he came in, he changed the Agbero system and he digitalized it. Yeah, and then he made that next bold move, slapping Odurete down. So by making an example of that guy, that then wants everybody across the space, and he says he's going to invoice him for even building on that space, never mind compensating him. And here he is now profiteering from it. It's a master.
Did you read the news this is it today on paper where Soludo was saying the unknown gunman now known? Did you read something like that on paper?
No. Give us a feel of it.
Yeah, he was saying that he has been able to he has been able to decisively get hold of them. That there is no way they can take control of Anambra State. And he said that those unknown gunmen are not outsiders, that they are Southeasterners from other Southeastern states that came to Anambra State. And that it was that they are not like the Fulanis as people were talking, that they are largely like Easterners from other Eastern states who are killing for money making, like they are killing to sell human parts, something like that.
It's the same. It's a shame we don't have politicians of that quality in Yoruba land. Akeredolu hinted towards it, but nepotism seems to have gotten hold of him. Seyi Makinde, he doesn't really have the balls to follow through. And then Dapo Abiodun, he's a criminal wanted in the United States. And then Adeleke in Osun State. So I think,
Fashola is a sharp brain, though.
Yeah, but it's not a governor, is he? I'm talking about what we have to,
Presently.
Yeah, presently.
What about the governor of Oyo State? Is he not doing well?
It's okay, but it doesn't inspire confidence somewhat. There is something missing. There's just some element missing that you don't quite... It doesn't have the testicular fortitude.
No, he has it, one man. You are from Oyo State now. You should be familiar with the political, structure of Oyo State. It came against the tides. So in order to remain, they don't care. They will, especially you saw what they did to Ajimobi. Ajimobi is the only governor I think who brought the yoke for winning the second term.
2 times,
yeah. They will 2 times. They will deal with you ruthlessly and they will discard you. They don't care. So it's trying to be very
Okay, I think we lost our enigmatic somewhat. But one of the reasons why I said it doesn't have the testicular fortitude, which is to say it doesn't have the balls, is that just even recently he had a skirmish with Murik Ishak Akitola when he came up with the idea of reversing our schools back to the missionaries who are best suited to run schools. We all know that the missionaries run the schools the best within the Nigerian space.
I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed.
But then Murik came and threatened him, and he reversed it almost immediately. Article style, the way Adeko ran from Deborah.
But it's the same thing. But one is still speaking to what I just mentioned. In other states, like Akeredolu is doing something covertly, but it's not really public. I may not be able to say it here with those Fulani or whatever. The new thing that is happening now is the one that is like within the state. Those Ebira, the one they call Ebira people living within the outskirts, almost outskirts of Ondo State from Owo, going to Owo, to Ikare, to those between Edo and Ondo State. So he has been meeting with their leaders for the past 1 week, and he has read them the riot act bring out those guys, or we would deal decisively with you guys. So they are not Fulanis coming from outside now. There are those within now making money, and he has gone toe to toe with them. So unlike Sheyi Makinde is dealing with a political structure in Oyo State that he needs to be careful if he wants a second term. He may be brutal in his second term, but in his first term, he may not really do more. He may not really do what a lot of people will expect from him trying to win the election, because it's not even sure for him. So different states with their different politics and dynamism of their, the leaders and the structure in the state. That's what is happening to Sheyi Makinde in Oyo State.
All right, brilliant. Let's get back to Charles. But on the route to Charles, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Alexander Gomez, of course, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President-elect 2023. So you've been hammering down on that spot, Alexander, for quite a while now. Hopefully, by February 2023, you don't feel the need to run away from the platform when they are swearing in Atiku Peter Obi. But thank you for the super chat. And Thomas just sent a super sticker without a commentary to it. So back to you, Charles. So we were eulogizing and luxuriating in the brilliance of the man that is Charles Soludo.
Yeah, like I said before, that's what everyone wants: a governor who is who looks within on how to generate IGR for his state and doesn't look towards the central purse at all times. And he's doing a fantastic job about that. I guess being a central governor, ex-CBN governor, he has the insights towards revenue generation and improving cash flows for his state. So it's a welcome development.
All right. So let me take you to this space, Charles. It's really a conversation that we were having just a moment ago. This ties in with it, but I want to take you here and then to another space because they interlink. We will not insult Atiku Obi others. Kiyamo replies, Melaye. So Festus Kiyamo is the spokesperson of the APC, as you know. So he's weighing against in direct opposition Dino Melaye, who is the spokesperson of the PDP. But then we go to the Labour Party, and they've come up with a spokesperson. But even how they arrived at that spokesperson is causing somewhat of a controversy. So the person they've come up with is a Charles Okadigbo, and the person that announced his appointment is a Pat Utomi. But the Labour Party, they are not especially enamored by this, and they've come in this long essay then to repudiate Utomi, that it doesn't have the position within the structures to make the announcement, and that is not a formal thing. So that little skirmish within the Labour Party, but this Charles Okadigbo that nobody really knows, it may well prove to be a champion. So we now have the trilogy of Charles Okadigbo, Dino Melaye, and Festus Kiyamo battling it out as spokespersons. Who comes out on top? Charles.
I can say that going by the choice of PDP and APC, they are here to, it's more or less like a dogfight. It's going to be a dirty one. I guess Labour Party, they have to be very careful with who they pick. They can't just pick a guy that would play fair. I don't want to, he has to be, like you said, he has to be on top of his game to be able to respond, because Kenyamo and Dino are they wouldn't play.
They're sharks.
Yeah, they would not play by the normal books. You understand? They would throw dirt at you. They would put you on the spot. They would insult you if it needs be. So Labour Party has to get someone that has a bit of class to respond sharply to any point thrown at him, and a bit of Agberoism. It's not just by being sophisticated or eloquent, eloquent speaker.
It's not a grammar thing.
You have to know when to get your hands dirty, unless you look like a fool out there. And that's just it.
All right, but do you know the quantity of this guy? Because they are saying it's somebody that they actually got from the United States. I'm not sure. I would have even preferred Donyo Okokwe to be their spokesperson, because he fits that space almost hand in glove, because Tony Okukwe, he will, for every minute of the day, he will have the beating of Dino and Festus. But this Charles Okadigbo, I don't know, man. Some Ajebota guy wanting to tell us that he's educated.
Yeah, that United States stuff. That doesn't sell in Nigeria because he's going to get a shocker because that's the problem. Once they throw him at the spot and show him what Nigerian politics is really all about, he would probably be dumbfounded and would not be able to respond very sharply.
Charles, hold on a second, please. One man, did you say the guy is coming from the US? It doesn't.
No, that's what I heard. It's unverified. I think somebody was expanding on it yesterday on this platform.
So, in other words, just
it was me that was speaking on that. The guy is from the US, from I think he's a professor or whatever in Emirates University, one university in the United States.
So just like me, just like you and I, coming from.
They will chew him up. They will chew him up.
That, we don't need to go too far, bro. Just keep. And this is what we are talking about. This why they just want. Okay, go, man. I don't want to go in there.
No, let's touch it. Let's touch it a little bit. Not
bro.
Let's touch it a little bit.
I don't want their. I just don't want their problem.
No, it's not wala. We're going to touch it with levity. Like here's what
badly. You cannot just bring somebody from the States. And again,
what is the meaning of that?
It's ridiculous,
block. I don't want to be tribal. They don't have anybody in block yet. You're supposed to bring somebody from there. You are bringing Igbo again. Now, what play 1963 and 1979 will replay himself. People start seeing Igbo again as dominating people. When you invaded Benin, you change the government. The next thing you do, you appoint all Igbo. When you excluded
no,
you're going too far.
That's where we don't want to go.
What I'm thinking, this is how I see it. They're bringing, Peter Obi, let's be frank, is the Ajebota president of this campaign. So they're bringing another Ajebota to come and preach to the choir. So they're not trying to extend their reach. What is this position?
Not the same thing, though? Is that not the same narrative of going to all of these churches and being eulogized and cheered and raved at? We all know they belong to you. So
do you support that? Do you support him going? This is foolish politics.
It depends. You can't say it's foolish politics. It is base politics. Like Obi may have looked at his chances and say, it may be harder for me to convince a skeptical northerner about me because of maybe historical precedents or one thing or the other. So rather than me trying to waste my effort, let me focus on my base and get a good base.
He went to Dunamos the other day, and then he went to RCCG. He's not going to win a single voter in any of those spaces because the abundance of all of them, they are already with him.
They're already with him. But the thing is, they may be with him in spirit, but they need to be with him in the ballot box. So it needs to inspire them to actually come out and vote, not just come out and felicitate with me on Sunday. They need to get out the vote. So it's okay if he wants to play base politics, but he needs to make sure that base is a little bit more widespread. So if he's saying he wants to capture all the Christian votes in the Southwest, one can dream, right?
The problem they have, they don't listen to us. Or how would you? I'm hearing this for the first time, and I don't know how to process it. It's like you are coming to the US now to bring Kulata or me or one man to come and talk about convert. Even though your people would have killed Keyamo and what's his name and Dino.
I don't think they don't want to play that. They are the no shishi campaign. You guys look at their brand. Their brand is not the Basbos brand. Their brand.
They have to do Basbos.
Their brand is a Nigerian campaign. That's what they're trying to do.
They are not. Okay. Oh man.
My own problem with them, if they say that this smart and this they are reaching for everybody, you make it the way it's supposed to be. First of all, bring the three bigger tribes, the Wazobia, into your campaign first. Now you are talking that or whatever his name, that's what Ahmed. The next position you that bring in that is very vital, like people are looking at, you bring in the Yoruba bloc in there. The third one will be South-South. So you balance your campaign.
But don't Okume is not Yoruba.
If you don't hear what we were saying, they just appointed a spokesman, a campaign spokesman, right? In this very important position. They gave it to an Igbo man.
No, it doesn't matter now. If it's competent.
Which Yoruba man is going to willingly stand against Tinubu?
No, that's a wrong
one. There are many that will do it.
No, but there are Yorubas. There are a lot of Yoruba and other tribes in the obedient camp. It is in the obedient camp that you will not see them supporting any other people. Okay? So now what I have issues with is this is Nigeria politics. We are talking Nigeria 2023 politics. You are bringing a professor, maybe he has like 10, that's what they are looking for, 10 degrees somewhere, this and that. This guy will go one-on-one with Dino and what's his name? And Keyamo, and they will render him down to a dodo board in the studio right there. Because I believe he doesn't even know Peter Obi is defending. He doesn't even know his politics in Anambra State. And when they start bringing out the cards, he will look the founder in the studio right there. So what are we talking about? You come and speak some US accent or some phoneme or what?
No,
we are talking about
enigmatic now. It is when they go low, we go high. I mean,
you're not Obama.
Even when Obama said it, at the end of the day, they have to go to the gutters. They have to go with, you can't do what they are doing to Trump now. They've gone to the gutters now with the Republicans. So at a point, you have to go down to the gutters with all these folks. And that's what they are telling you, that this is not e-politics. For now, it is still the realistic moment of the time. Okay? You can bring the professor to do some other things within your campaign, but not... Yes, sir.
Yeah, that space, one man opened. They are still, I think it has not been confirmed though.
Okay. They better not confirm it though. If you can talk to them, tell them don't.
Yeah, but for now, let's assume they are going with the guy, with that Charles. I don't think the Charles has been in the States all his life. He was a lecturer in UNN before, and before going to the US, he was already a lecturer in UNN.
Bro, you are a Nigerian diasporan, right?
Yes.
Okay, when you go to the studio with a normal Nigerian, the person that wakes up and sleeps thinking of politics, when you go there, the first thing they will throw you off the balance is, look at this person that is just coming from US yesterday, that is talking with us. They will first shake your leg like that. Before you get your balance, they are gone. They are fast gone. So listen, I want this campaign to be, you guys say you want water. Don't do water on the Twitter. Come and do it real with this.
I wonder if it's the son of Chuba of Okadebo. I wonder if is it? Do you know?
I'll go and check about him, but they don't need to do anything like that.
I don't think he's Okadebo. I think he's Okibo.
Is it Okibo? Okay, that's maybe. All right. Yeah, but you need an educated Agbero, not an educated man, an educated Agbero. That's what you need as your spokesman.
They should leave Donyo Okupe if he cannot take that role. They should leave Donyo Okupe within the communications firmament of Nigeria politics. It will get them a very solid person that will fight toe to toe with these folks in the studio. Because at the end of the day, they have facts. I always say this. These are politicians. They know themselves. They know their secrets. What you guys do not know, they know it. Obi was with PDP less than 3 years ago. 3 months ago. So when they pull out the cards, man, don't let your legs shake. They better be some of the soil, of the political soil.
But wait, guys. I think we are just projecting normal Nigerian politics on Obi, which may not be unfair, because for Obi to be able to win this election, like, let's just assume in a world where he can win, he needs to do something out of the ordinary. And that means he can't afford to play by the rules. So I think their strategy is a turnout strategy, motivating strategy. So if they want to motivate their crowd, maybe they need this kind of like Obama-like speaker that will just say, okay, what you guys are saying, all this trash, you're trashing each other. That's why Nigeria is where
But
it is.
do you not think it's getting a bit too top heavy at Jebota? Peter Obi and
It is now, but it may be intentional. It may be intentional. It may be intentional because I mean, how else will Peter Obi win if he
that's
can't?
what he's selling. That's actually what he's selling.
That is what he's selling. That's his market.
In new Nigeria, we're not doing the things the old way kind of things. You understand? So I guess that's what he's just selling.
That's the strategy.
But Kulata, do you know even his own body language and what he's been doing recently, right? Has defeated the purposes of what you are defining now. Because if you want to play out of that role that you said, then you shouldn't be meeting with IBB, with all those guys. Yeah, he's doing that already. So what again? You know what again? So already it's defeating the purpose of what he's preaching already.
No, you have to do that.
Charles, just yesterday, Buhari's complained that Nigeria is overstretched, resources-wise, security-wise. They cannot match all their border and all that. You know, general election, like presidential election, Nigeria does not have the security force to map all the wards, all the polling units in election day. So tell me, when this APC and PDP talks come around, killing somebody, not like shooting on the air now, shoot somebody dead in your presence, carry ballot box, how would the obedience that doing Ajebota stop them? You need some tough hand.
Even APC people say everybody will carry race now. Who is going to stay in that kind of?
No be APC people go come. Now what for you?
So when APC and PDP come,
no be APC go
come and shoot everybody up.
No, the only thing they will do, they will run to Twitter and be tagging. They will tag the US embassy.
Doesn't the new technology prevent ballot stealing? I mean, ballot stealing.
Okay.
I'm asking you.
You answer yourself now, Kulata. You know, be Nigerian. Answer that now.
No, I know what they can do is they can say network is down, so they can't transmit.
Are you monitoring Kenya's election now? Are you monitoring Kenya's election? All of a sudden, network has been down. By the time in the next 7 hours, Raila Odinga is coasting.
I know they will say network is down. I mean,
7 hours, and then the next
Kulata,
because it was. Oh, Kulata, you guys.
This is what they will do. They will come to the police unit, shoot. Everybody will run. They will not take the network. They will stand by themselves, to print themselves. It's not machine. It's not what machine record.
No, they can't do that. It's
biometric.
That's what I'm saying. They'll bring their people. They already have people that they're already registered. As you registered, the other people registered now. Like I want to vote, you want to vote. You are ready.
They might have a backup. They might have a backup registered voters list that they will just input. They will just download it.
Thank you. They bring their own
bosses.
They'll bring their people. Shoot everybody wrong. Then they will bring their people. Then go to the next world. You have to have some people on ground as well as mad as you. How do you?
But wait, guys, if the turnout is overwhelmingly for Obi, if the turnout, because you cannot rig if the turnout is high. It's only if the turnout is low that you can rig successfully. So if Obi's strategy is a turnout strategy, and if people turn out overwhelmingly,
in what is it in every region? And when we are talking of general election.
Yes,
we are not talking of off-season election like the one in Ekiti or the one in Osun.
Focus on it.
That everybody will be focused.
I know it's an impossible strategy. I'm just playing. I'm just trying to play.
That Lagos, that all these people are making out that Lagos is not Nigeria. You see what will happen in Lagos.
See, everybody will go to their polling unit. That first of all will reduce everybody's population. Everybody will go to their polling unit. In Nigeria, how they design it, no polling unit is more than 1,000 people. So tell me, when they will come, they will keep people in your presence. Your people will cower at any word. They will run. You only be hearing they're shooting here, they're shooting here. That's how they'll do it all polling units. At the end of the day, they will become a bulk, and you will lose.
I want to understand this new voting scheme. Is it that there won't be any that thing after elections that paper
manifest
would that still be there? Or do just
I'm not sure that there's a need for it. It might well be for the purposes of just posting something on the notice board for people that are local to see what transpired. But as soon as the elections, I think it's been transmitted immediately. Yes. In fact, you can. They've opened the portal, INEC, that you can see the votes coming in as they are coming in. So it's going to be transmitted electronically. So all of those ones snatching of return papers or whatever it is that they call
all
it,
those things, yeah.
where they are taking it to collation center and all of those narratives. So I think this may well have put an end to that.
But does it put an end to network not working?
No, that's where the game is now.
Because network will not work. They will just download and the next thing from 1 to turn to 5,000.
Imagine what will happen in Zungeru or all those places that
they have network.
They will just wait. You know what they did to Jonathan? They waited, then they just brought that KKK. Those Kaduna, Katsina, and then the other K, and then everybody just
that is over. And this one it
was
now.
over.
This the new pattern now. When the server send the message, send the result to the main server, you cannot change it. So imagine when you are running and the APC activity are sending bulk details to server that you are leading in this place. How will you now debunk it?
What do you mean APC are sending bulk?
Ringing now. I mean ringing. Do you think a ringing will not work? When you are ringing it by poly unit, and the server is sending the message that this unit is winning, APC is winning this unit, PDP is winning this unit, and there are voter suppression in Obi camp, how you now debunk it? Because once the server receives the information, it keys it in. You only go to court and challenge it.
I'm not sure that what you are suggesting will significantly impact on the election, because there'll be pockets of this sort of thing that you're describing. But I don't think that will be a game changer in the election.
Well, let's see. I'm not putting my this. I'm just telling you my idea. I'm not imposing on anybody, but let's see.
All right. All right. Let's get back to Charles. And Charles, let me take you to a totally different space. Hopefully, we get fully from you on this one. It says, please forgive us, repentant insurgents beg Borno State residents as they conduct sanitation exercise in different communities. So let me show you, because the image really is a good percentage of the story. So this is now penance for killing, savaging, raising down people's So this is the punishment for Boko Haram essentially. So they make them wear t-shirts saying, "Please forgive us, we have repented," and they make them sweep the floor for about 30 minutes, and that is the punishment for the savaging and ravaging. What are you making of that? Crime and punishment, Nigeria style.
First of all, Nigerian government is an enabler of terrorism in the country. Everywhere in the world, no one. I can't say, but I don't think nobody takes in terrorists. Nobody forgives them. Nobody justice. Justice is meted out to them swiftly. Only in Nigeria do you see you thinking of rehabilitating, and now you have the government saying that some of these terrorists are coming from Niger or some surrounding Chad and stuff like that. So are you trying to tell me you have Chadians or coming into Nigeria, killing people, causing havoc, then you now take those same people that are not even Nigerians and you rehabilitate them in Nigeria? Nigeria, like I've said, the Nigerian government is complicit in, and I think they have a hand in all these things. Their hands are dirty in it. Like they said, if any security, there was that saying that if any security happens in Nigeria goes past 24 hours, Nigerian government knows what. And to be honest, Nigerian government are enablers, because now the train massacres, they're the ones that tell government what to do. I heard there was a report I read that they swindled the federal government of 1 billion. They made them release a lot of the captives and stuff like that. Like, that is a government that is weak. For terrorists to be giving you, first of all, they cause havoc in your country. Not only that, they now tell you, they give you demands. You give them those demands and they still call your bluff. That's a government that is... Nigeria has no government. That's just it. We are just sitting ducks.
All right. There was a particular thing that struck me when I was reading the piece out, Charles. Let me read it. It's the last paragraph in the piece, but this really made my eyes pop. It says, in July, Christopher Musa, theater commander of Northeast Joint Task Force Operation, Hadinkia, said more than 67,000 insurgents have surrendered to troops so far. 67,000 insurgents. So and those are the ones that have surrendered, though, which is to suggest then that the bulk majority of the insurgents have not surrendered. So that makes us reflect then on just the number size of the insurgents that we're contending with. I'm of the thought that they're sufficient in number to take the Nigerian state if they can coordinate and have that singular intention. 67,000 surrendered.
Yeah, and there should be much more because number one, everybody now sees terrorism as a business where you have governments begging you, sending you money to release kidnapped victims, or you understand. And two, even when you are caught, they don't take you to, even if they take you to prison, they say they want to rehabilitate you. They treat you like princes, like you've done nothing, and whatever you've done can be forgiven. They can wipe away all your sins. You understand? So definitely, not only is the government an enabler by encouraging people to even take up arms, they are even proving to them that, you know what, that the major employers of terrorists in Nigeria. That's just the truth about it, and that's what I mean by enablers, because you create a form of Ethiopian society that these guys can kill, they can maim, they can meet, tell government, give government their demands, and government will willingly obey them and give in to them. So why won't a lot of people from the north, especially those unemployed or people that don't have anything doing, join their ranks? It's a business, and I think on the long run, until the government puts a strong foot down, until the clerics put a strong foot down, that those actions are wrong, those numbers will keep on rising.
But how do you handle that volume is another question. How do you handle the volume? Because we are criticizing now that they are rehabilitating them. But how does the system handle that volume of surrendered 67,000? How do you facilitate for that? How do you handle that?
That's the thing.
I was suggesting that they just shoot them.
Or create a form of Guantanamo Bay for them in the north there. Maybe they will put them. In fact, if I was the one, I would turn them to farmers. They will be in Guantanamo Bay, a massive farm, and I would just channel all the resources for them to be lifetime farmers. Because the truth about it is that Nigerian government, first of all, they don't even want to spend any money. That's the truth. They don't. They will rather just catch them and forgive them and let them go, rather than putting resources to putting them in prisons or building prisons.
How does the judiciary system handle 67 insurgents? How does the prison system handle 67,000 insurgents?
That's why I said Nigeria is a failed state. Economically, security-wise, the whole structure has collapsed. We're just living on borrowed time. Like a lot of people have said, that they're comparing Nigeria to Afghanistan. Do you understand? Where the terrorists, and to be honest, that is where the country is going to. Because Afghanistan, it was a terrorist country. US came in. They were able to install leaders and stuff. But with time, those people just took over the country. It's a failed country. And the way things are going, I think these terrorist cells, are actually now finding out that they actually wield more than enough power against the government. And that's why even if they make outrageous demands, the government has no choice but to buy into it, because really it's a no-go area. There's no negotiation. In fact, they are the ones that will be begging to negotiate with terrorists, not the other way around. So, like I said, we're in a deep mess. Even if Peter Obi or Atiku or anybody comes, this is a business. It is here to stay. It will keep on going on until there's a solid footing against, maybe, I don't know whether the death sentence ruling or something like that will make people like stay back and not want to join their ranks.
You see, the solution to this problem, it has to be both brutish and brutal. But then the political will to negotiate what you have to do is the thing. Because somebody like El Rufai, for instance, he says, we know where these people are. We should just go and carpet bomb that space and take the collateral damage. But Buhari recalls from that, one, because he's never going to carpet bomb his own people, and two, he doesn't want to have the spend or the headache. But then when Tinubu, Peter Obi comes in, uh, under what space would they be able to do what they have to do to sanitize and cleanse that space? Because we all know that that space is so rife with so many landmines, tribe, religion, politics, all of it. It played out under Goodluck Jonathan, who had all of the equipment, although he didn't have fully, but he was ready to take them on with mercenaries and whatnot. But then, of course, it quickly turned into a different thing for him. So that place is very toxic, Charles.
Regarding APC in terms of Tinubu and Shettima, in terms of their response to this particular crisis, they would maintain the status quo. They're really not going to do anything aggressive to those terrorist cells. Regarding Peter Obi, even him, as much as he tries to say he's going to change things, the question is, does the Nigerian state have the resources to actually go head on with this group? The answer is no. So even him, when he gets there, he will be shocked and will have to just be docile on that matter. He will probably not be able to do anything. At the end of the day, he might just, the only thing I can see him doing is seeking for, like you said, mercenaries or external support to handle this issue. But if left to like using the Nigerian army and stuff, unfortunately, we don't have the resources to take these guys head on. So whoever is the president is already starting at handicap. There's nothing. You don't have the resources. You don't have the willpower to actually, and that is why I think Shettima is also there, because I see him as a check. It's more or less like even if Tinubu has the will, he would not go against his vice or Shettima or his people. It's a tough one. Obi,
Shettima is ready to savage them because there's a long-standing feud between the Kanuris and the Fulanis.
They're not going to do anything, woman. They don't look. They don't. It's not a matter of. There's nothing. What do you want to do? The Nigerian army has failed. There's no structure. There's no willpower. There's nothing. These guys, like I've said, they are the ones that give federal government demands. The whole Kuje prison break and everything. Obviously, they told them what they want, and the federal government just open the doors and let their people go. No government negotiates with terror in the whole world, even Ethiopia, even Sudan. Have you heard of such kind of things happening where the federal government would leave your prisons doors open for them to take out? Come on. The government, we're in a failed state, we're in a failed structure. There's nothing that will happen. These guys are only going to get stronger. The only solution out is by seeking external influence, whether from US, having their boots on the ground to tackle this menace. Because to be honest, I think maybe if you have US boots or foreign boots on the ground, it might send some form of fear and stop some of these cells from expanding, because they know that, okay, we have people that don't negotiate with us, so let us cut down our operations. But as long as it's the Nigerian government, they have no choice.
All right, brilliant. And very briefly on this space, this quickie voiced bald eagle, what's his name again? Oyedepo. Yeah, he insists that he's the richest pastor in the world. I mean, and a cultist as well.
I agree. He's the richest pastors. Like everybody knows, religion and I don't know what Nigerians, we have I think even we ourselves, we are just look, how it works is, I think politics and religion goes hand in hand. You understand? We have religion whose own aim is to maintain order and sell a false hope, put the people in check. If religion was not there, I'm very sure a lot of people, the entire Nigerian society will be in anarchy. People will take laws into their hands. People will go crazy. But religion assists the political leaders, ruling class, to maintain, even if you want to even go against your leaders, your religious leaders will tell you, don't go against your leaders, don't do this, don't do that. So Oyedepo being the richest man, yeah, because he feeds on the innocence, he feeds on on selling hope to people that there's really no hope for. And unfortunately, Nigerians are in a tight corner that the political class has failed them, no jobs and unemployment. So the only people they can put all their money, their effort, their time on is the religious leaders who unfortunately are taking them for a ride and just milking them for it.
It's unfortunate, but him boasting about it is even more unfortunate. But there it is.
Do you know the funny part of even him boasting about it? You have a lot of Christians that will defend him and say, yes, my father in the Lord has more money.
It's like Man U versus Arsenal, isn't
exactly.
it?
That's how you say, my pastor, you see what he's doing. What has your pastor done? He's just collecting money. They will defend him. Do you understand? So the Nigerian society is brainwashed. Unfortunately, we can't get ourselves out of there. It's the same thing with the PDP, APC debate. You see somebody that is not capable, but at the same time, you just follow suit and say, hey, and so what? Nigeria, we have a lot of cleansing to do mentally to the Nigerian populace. That's just the truth.
All right, brilliant to oppose. Brilliant to oppose. Let me go on from you, Charles, to Solly for reasons of time. I suspect we may not have Solly anymore. Solly, are you there? Look at that. Young people, they don't have stamina. It doesn't have stamina. That's the thing with Solly. Let's go on from Solly to Engineer. I think Engineer may well have gone to bed as well. Yeah, we saw him dozing off just earlier. So let's go on from Engineer then to Enigmatic, who never sleeps because, of course, it's on Duracell battery. So Enigmatic to you and to the Charles Soludo space, who very cleverly seem to be taxing the political process to generate revenue for his state. Charles Soludo, Enigmatic.
Yeah, thank you. And I will be very brief so others can have their time. I've just, like I said earlier, it just speaks to the volume of his intelligence and he's just basically looking for avenues to raise his idea. Remember recently I think he requested for almost 200 billion or some loan to, put his campaign during the electionary campaign, all those things, all the campaign promises to action. And I believe he has come to the reality of what is on ground, and he just needs to do something. So basically, if it's an avenue for him to raise some cash, if you want to come to my state to campaign, then bring out your wallet. So basically, I applaud him for that, and I hope other state governors can look into that and make some fortune out of this electionary period.
Okay, so if that replicates in all of the states, this and the same standard and the same price point, and even states like Lagos and Kano, they might even want to go for a higher price point. 10 million for presidential, etc., etc. What fate then people like SOWORE and Peter Obi, more so somebody like SOWORE, where it's somebody that doesn't have 10. Did he not tell us in his declaration that he only had 600 naira in his account? Where is he going to get 10 million from?
Well, I can assure you, let me use Buhari's lingo. I can assure you that that SOWORE will resort to social media, will do his campaign on Zoom.
Go for me.
He will do his campaign on Zoom. Because go for on Peter Obi's part, he said is a party that doesn't give shishi. But I can tell you that Peter Obi gives more than shishi. He gives millions, he gives thousands in dollars, but he knows where to give and he invests his money where his mouth is. So that is topic for another day. He gives money a lot, but on this part, Obedience said they will crowdfund him, and then they will have a 100 billion naira target for that. If that would go anywhere in this electionary period, if I were state governor, I would start drafting. I will call my speaker now. We need to do our own thing too. If it's not on board already, then we have to do this. If you are coming to the state to campaign, even if you are coming to campaign to be a councillor, you must pay something. So if it's just the season, I wouldn't want to be an exception in that kind of jamboree.
Enigmatic. The Financial Times, which I think is a New York publication, they put the price of becoming Nigeria's president as the north of $2 billion. So that was run about that 2019, that sort of space. And it's certainly going to be more expensive than that this time around. So you need to, from start to finish, spend in excess of $2 to $3 billion to become Nigeria's president. What are you making of those figures, and who do you think can afford it amongst the runners and riders?
Without blinking an eye, of course, we know those who will be able to afford it, within the pool. Atiku and Tinubu, they will afford it easily. And apart from that, these people, they've had the political goodwill to an extent that they don't even need to they don't even need to dip money into their pockets to do certain things. Like, money will come from, and I've said it before, that where money stops, right, influence starts. And then that's where you have to look at certain things. They say charity begins at home. Who are those people supporting you, even from your region, even from the state that you come from, right? When it gets to that level, you have to fall back and see those political heavyweights. Are they really in your corner from where you come from? We can say that of Tinubu for a fact. We can say that of Atiku to an extent. Can we say that of course, we cannot say that of SOWORE. Nobody supports him in the state or even in the Southwest. Can we say that of Peter Obi, apart from all these political millennials who are following him up and down? Who are the real politicians in the Southeast, in AMNAMBRA state? The who is who that are in this, that are
can somebody like SOWORE even afford the presidential race? Is the thing. Forgetting all of the bribery and whatever, the logistics also, or just from traveling from state to state, the jingles, the printing of posters, the vehicles, etc., all of that spend. Can somebody like him even afford a presidential race? Because he cannot do it on the GoFundMe template of the last round.
From what I found out, not just the rough estimate, on your logistics and travels alone, you will spend nothing less than 50 billion naira. Let me explain to you. For instance, during the APC presidential campaign, sometimes Tinubu will be in like 3 different states in a single day, right?
And you need a private jet for that.
Including a chopper and helicopter, a helicopter to take you from, because like.
And then you need on the ground logistics for
when you think on all, and it's not about you alone, right? You are meeting people on the ground. You are flying a lot of people with you, so you will need certain
accommodation.
So I don't know how. I don't really know. I know, of course, we know where SOWORE stands.
Twitter. He wants to become president like I'm doing online right now. Just sit behind your computer and be tweeting, and then he'll become president.
I've concluded that SOWORE will resort to social media campaign at the end of the day. Peter Obi will try, and to an extent, to go to some, but this narration or narrative of we don't give shishi. This is I believe he knows it with. It's just a lingo that he's using. He knows within himself
that phraseology seems to somewhat irritate you. That we don't give shishi. You keep saying it.
You can't say you don't give shishi in an election that is estimated over $1 billion. How do you want to win?
$2 billion.
Over $2 billion. What are you talking about? There are some. When you go to each state, you will not go to each state without having Ghana must go with you, loaded with funds. And you are saying you're not giving shishi. Who will listen to your production and whatever? Nobody cares about that. You cannot go to the deep to some places in the Southwest, in the North, in some place, and you are talking about I'm going to do production to production, and then talking about some empirical, some things that are not really catchy to them. You need money. Politics is money. If you don't have it, you don't have a business in it in the first instance. And it seems like it will get to a certain level that he will either have to chicken out or just go on and just resign to faith and say, let me just go through it and see how it goes. Because if you raise 200 billion naira, it doesn't even cash anything. I'm telling you alone, the traveling and logistics alone is over 50 billion.
All right. Let Rational Mind have an interjection, and then
Yeah.
I want to share something with you, just to they say go and verify. Sometimes we say these things, people not to think that you just pluck things from thin air, but have that interjection, Rational Mind.
Yeah. So, Animatic,
Yes, sir.
you talk about Shure. For me, what I see about why Shure will not be able to raise funds for his campaign is that at least I would say more than half of those people who supported him, who gave him money, or yeah, let's say half of them, they are now with Obi.
80%.
Now the remaining chunk are in Yoruba Nation. So I wonder how he's going to raise money then, because I've been like looking at it too. That you've lost all those people who were once championing you as.
That is why it's cutting such a lonely figure these days. You know,
yeah, it's becoming. I see that too. But he's the best option we have. I mean, he's the best. It would have been the best. At the beginning, people.
Wait. Why do you guys keep saying that is the best option? Like, what can he do?
Well, you see, we need. I mean, the system needs a resetting. We need people who are not part of the problems. That country that we have in that country. Bringing in people who are part of the problems will not really go anywhere solving them. I mean, especially if they are really deep into part of the problems. The only reason why I'm just still looking at Obi is that Obi is just is just on the fringe. It's not really part of those people who really brought that poor country to where it is today. Well, of course, he was part of PDP, but he never held any political position besides he being a governor of Anambra State.
He did.
That is the angle I'm looking at it from. But then Sowore has never been part of this.
But here's my own: is whether Sowore is part of the system or not part of the system or whatever. The system we practice, there are 3 branches of government with equal powers. So Sowore will just be head of the executive branch, and then let's say, will Sowore replace all the top civil servants? Will he replace all the the top civil servants, the career civil servants, the different agencies? I mean, I'm trying to be real here.
I get you. Kulata, you see, I think we've debated this thing here on One Man's platform here. You see, we've said it here many times that the Nigerian presidency or the president of Nigeria is one of the, if not the most powerful president in the world. I mean, when I mean the most powerful, I mean the constitution gives more power to the Nigerian president than any other country I've ever that I know of.
It just doesn't give him the power of the purse.
Hold on. You see, we might debate it here. It's debatable. You know, we can talk about the executive. I mean, the legislative was checkmating. But what I see here, what I see from looking at the whole politics in Nigeria, is that if Sowore gets there, I'm sure Sowore can really do some things. It could really get people to come to some kind of a table with him, and he'll be able to I know he'll be able to do something. I just know, but not really deep with the 1999 Constitution. But I'm sure he should be able to turn things around a little bit.
Rational mind, you know.
The executive needs somebody who is not corrupt like the ones we have there today. The corruption we have there in the executive is why that country is really bad. So if the executives are really people who are not just as corrupt, I think there should be a change. That's what I see.
I still see it within the realm of just wishful thinking. Of course, as much as I actually want Sowore, you know, to be a new kid in the block within the Nigerian political space, because when you are talking of all these folks, eventually, I've always said it, they are all one. They belong to the same political group. So they are part of the establishment. So when we are talking of moving away from them, then we'll be talking of, you know, the likes of Sowore, the likes of that guy in SDP. But when you have to be realistic about, you know, certain things, you just can't be. It will amount to just, you know, to me, quote unquote, foolish wishful thinking. I mean, that it's not really tenable. It's not workable at all. So Sowore,
how else are we going to have this?
Unfortunately, we're we are in a situation in Nigeria where the constitution itself, you know, is
it must start from somewhere.
it must start from somewhere, but we still if it must actually start from somewhere, we still need somebody within the establishment to have that political, you know, that political will to make certain bold actions, certain bold steps.
But
it could
who
be
can make that political bold step like you're talking about? What part of
if you're asking me, let's restrict it to these three folks now, right? Atiku, Obi, and then Ashwaju. If there's one among them that can make some bold steps, it will be Ashwaju, in my opinion. It will be Ashwaju, like in the issue of security.
Ashwaju would do that.
Yeah, I can. It would at least in the issue of security. One thing I know, or one thing I don't know that I know for a fact is, there will be a big deviation from the norm when it because I see Atiku as an extension, take it or leave it, as an extension of Buhari one way or the other. Because for you to fight this insecurity to a standstill in Nigeria, you have to jettison the normal order. It means you cannot pamper those Fulani. You cannot call them headsmen while they are killing people when they are terrorists. You see what they do in America here. No nation in the world negotiates with terrorists, killers. They are kept in Guantanamo Bay. But when you even catch them, what do you do? You lump them up with just normal pickpockets, thieves, because you are trying to protect them. And you keep somebody like Nnamdi Kanu in a highly secured environment. Then you are hunting all other separatists like they are terrorists. They don't have history of killings. They don't have history of murder. So it means you will have somebody that will have to make some tough call. Atiku will not be able to make tough calls within that narrative. It won't be in that context. It wouldn't. But when it comes to economic rejuvenation of the country, we can say you still need to make some tough calls to all this subsidy. You have to make a point where you belong.
All right.
And the people you put in your cabinet to do certain things. Then you have to look at their track record and what they've been able to do or achieve in the past.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Enigmatic. So, Enigmatic, I want to share something just to document something I said earlier, and then I'll go on from you to Kulata just for reasons of time. But I said earlier that it will cost $2 billion or more to become the president of Nigeria. So this is where I got this from, because we did it a while ago. Electing president in Nigeria cost over 1 trillion naira. Financial Times. An international publication has beamed its spotlight on Nigeria's presidential election, estimated to cost $2 billion, over 1 trillion naira in Nigeria's local currency, the naira. Familiar candidates to replace him, Buhari, mostly recycled old men, are already counting their money ahead of a costly electoral marathon. It takes an estimated $2 billion to get a president elected. Those who pay will expect to be paid back, the newspaper wrote. The report by Financial Times also excoriated the Muhammad Buhari regime, whose cabinet members are infamously known for constantly squandering the nation's resources on first-class tickets bought on British Airways, etc. So it goes on into that space, but I just wanted to document, as I said, well in excess of $2 billion to become Nigeria's president. So not quite the 600 naira that SOWORE says he has in his account. Akulata, but I know that that's just chicken change to you.
Kulata, if you have it, don't.
Have I won the lottery? I don't even
we are brothers, Kulata. If you have that,
I need to win the lottery before.
I don't even think the lottery covers that one. No, but what are you making of that price tag? Because the
it's realistic. Realistic democracy. Democracy. The kind of democracy we're practicing is expensive. Is very representative democracy is pretty expensive. Even in America, that we say, okay, quote and unquote, there's no corruption. Do you know how many billions of dollars you have to spend to become president? And we copied that model. So put Nigeria, include Nigeria's corruption and also voter, what do you call it? Voter is it inducement or whatever. Add that to the cost. It's expensive. It's not cheap. You cannot win the Nigerian presidency without spending shishi. That's just a pie in the sky idea. You have to spend money.
And that $2 billion is a necessary spend, by the way. It's not just throwing money wildly.
Yes.
Because what's the traditional political space in Nigeria? There are power blocks that control voting grids that you have to buy off. So all these mullahs in the north, you have to pay them off to tell their adherents to vote for you. All the Yaolojas, Baba wrote.
Let's even say there's one way or the other that we just don't go and appease those people. But we need one person per polling unit. That person needs to be employed. You just don't hire that person overnight. That person needs to be trained. That person needs to be fed. And you now need it all over the country. And then you now need...
And you need more than one. You need
more than... Okay, yeah, you need more than one. Then you also need physical structure in each state. Preferably maybe every local government area. Some form of physical structure. So there's either you lease, there's going to be lease payment, and there's going to be ownership structure, like physical buildings. There's going to be so much more. It's expensive.
I have a question, Kulata.
Yes.
Can you please define what a physical structure in a state would look like?
When I'm saying physical structure in a state, you probably need some form of building that you will have as offices and transportation. So just think of basic stuff. You need to move people around.
And the building is it has to be equipped.
You need to move people around. There needs to be telecommunications. They need cell phones, computers, backup satellite devices in case network is down. You need to keep all those things up. It's an operation. It's not just an idea.
Kulata, you forgot to mention one key important structure that people are using against some people now. They are calling them Agbero. Do you know when you capture the head of the road transport workers in your state? That's it.
I purposefully kept out of our gray area.
It's just saying legitimate.
I'm saying legitimate structure, like real structure. I kept away from our gray area. Like if I bring in the NURTW, the Baba Saleh of one place, the Baba Dini or another place, the loud. Let's not bring the Nigerianness. Let's just say this is a random country where things are ideal. You still need all those infrastructure.
Start from the nomination from which is 100 million naira.
You have the nomination form. Even in American democracy, even in American democracy, you need to bring those delegates. Don't you watch those Republican and demography, whatever? They kind of induce those delegates with certain small things. Officially, you're not giving them money. But also unofficially, you have to kind of like gather them together, do all this like gift wrap stuff. So you have to spend money on structure. And Obi will be spending money on structure, believe you me. They're just not telling you guys. You have to, if you want to win.
So Kulada, second question, I beg. So what happens after this person has spent all this money on structure and gets elected?
Well, do you want like ideal answer or real answer?
I want it's your flaw. So let's say
the real answer is, first of all, for every election there are financiers in every election, and those financiers in every country too. Those financiers will demand favors. The favor may be tax breaks, it may be political positions for a few of their people, it may be giving access to their lobbyists so they can bend the laws. Bottom line is you need to return favors for them. In the Nigerian context, those favors are not just that. They're also direct cash inducement back in terms of like contracts. You'll get favor contracts. Even in the United States, That's why you get all these defense companies like favoring a lot of politicians because they can get no bid contracts. So it happens here. It also happens in Nigeria. So for every financier, expect something in return. Like Ovier says, it is a game of compromise. You have to you have to dine with the devil. That's why it's not likely for someone like SOWORE to be able to enter or to be able to even govern, because you can't bypass that. You can't bypass that willing and dealing. It is part of democracy, because people that will put you there, they want favors. You need to pay them back. So that's the reality. But now, paying back doesn't mean the country has to suffer. Right? It doesn't mean the country has to suffer. Because if paying back means, okay, Kulata will sell, I will sell the Warri Port concession to one man, because one man is a professional concessionaire. He knows how to do it, but he wants me in there. He gives me money to run campaign. And I know that right now that Warri Port is running at a loss. I will get in there and I will favor and give one man the deal. And one man will turn Warri Port around and all of us will gain. One man will make a ton of money in his pocket, but at the same time, the Warri city will start getting reinvigorated with cash coming in. It will be a win-win. So it doesn't always have to be a lose-lose. It's all about how do you structure all these contracts you give people, because we need to learn how to profit from greed. Greed doesn't always have to be short-term, self-centered. Greed can also benefit other people.
Was that from Wall Street? Greed is good. Look at this guy.
Greed is good.
Are you quoting from movies now? You think?
Yeah. One man, except when the greed is essentially taking public utilities for the benefit of an individual.
Yeah, that one is no longer.
That is. I don't know if you are using the Warri Port as an actual example.
I'm using the Warri Port as just like an example.
Symbolic example.
It's a symbolic example because.
Okay, so yeah. Because the thing is this, I don't know if you heard about the situation. I think one man, you played the video of Atiku that gave import duties to his friends.
Yeah, that's exactly the wrong way to do it.
Yeah, and he did it without the knowledge of his executive, from what the guy was saying. I don't know whether or not that's accurate.
Yeah,
but that's essentially why I was asking.
So I mean, that's why Atiku is a man with a good plan, but with dodgy execution.
Yeah, thank you. Those were the exact words that I was just about to say. So the idea itself is not wrong; it is right, but his greed superseded in that space. But pivot then to Charles Soludo, and he now taking advantage of the present situation in the country to add to his coffers.
Soludo, like, is it Charles that said it? Soludo needs to make money. I mean, this political season, there's a lot of money making opportunities for a lot of institutions and a lot of people. So Anambra shouldn't sit down and let people just litter the state with posters and campaign material, and it doesn't get any money from it. So Soludo is doing the right thing. He should milk it. And he should also make sure he collects from Umiadi too, because Umiadi is the APCA candidate. So he needs to be fair. But I do not blame Soludo. He's trying to turn Anambra around, which is why, Soludo is going through a lot of tough times right now to set Anambra right, which begs Peter Obi's so-called record into question, because there's only, Soludo's administration is just an administration removed from Obi. And for him to be going what he's going through, it means there was not a good, there was no medium to long-term planning from Obi. The succession plan was terrible. That is what it speaks to me.
So that is unfair thing to say.
That's fine. That's my opinion. It's my opinion.
It's your opinion, I know, but it's unfair. It's something.
Why would you say it's unfair?
Give a careful thought to what you just said.
No. Why would you say?
Why would you say it's unfair?
Let me say something on that. Now, this is a guy who was there over like how many years ago? 16 years ago, right? And so, and then he has had about 2 successors.
One.
And these people, they've
one.
Huh? What did you say?
One. Well, Soludo is the second successor.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay. So now he has had about 8 years of somebody who was there. I mean, why don't you
picked by him? That person was brought by him from the same bank.
Are we going to blame the ineptitude of Buhari currently right now with the failings of Obasanjo that was there?
Don't answer that question. Don't answer. Hold on. Don't answer. No.
I can answer if you want.
No, you can, but there's somebody better to answer. Let Obiano answer that question for you.
How much did he actually leave in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, you know, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. You know, so you can see it's timing and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing the bank statement, would you do?
Our accounts are properly audited. I have the largest funding from the donor agencies. They will not touch you with a long spoon if they don't see your transparency.
Okay, all right.
So that's your answer right there. That's Obiano telling you that what Boju Babima Babe.
You see the
but he asked him, did you hear what he asked him now? Is he willing to publish those bank statements?
He said it's all in public circulation. That's why he's able
rational mind.
What are you doing?
Rational mind.
Woman, don't jump on that.
Let's not. Man.
Rational mind. Rational mind.
Have you seen anything anybody here and anybody on the platform on the chat? Tell us if they've seen any published. This is a guy that
what
is
are you doing? What
published
are you doing
what?
now?
Land on what on that point?
The published statement of what he said that this guy left. That this guy said he left there. That he said he left 9 million instead of 9 billion. He said 9 million. I don't know if I had.
He said 9 billion. Correct.
He said 9 billion. So you are holding him to a miss. What are you doing now?
What I'm saying, man, don't do this. Don't do this. I don't like the way you always.
No, he said 9 million, which was a misspeak, and you are trying to label to.
No. What I'm saying that I don't know what he said. Is it 9 billion or 9 million? I think I heard 9 million. So what I'm saying is, did he ever publish this like he was asked to do?
Publish what? The statement of the account.
The statement that he said.
The state publishes what's called.
This is a word against East.
Rational mind. Let me answer you now. The state, it said they're audited and they have the audited financials, and we have because they do it. Their fiscal year is, I think, is January to December, and the one they published, the last one they had, the full year they had, I think it was like 45 billion, and this guy made a very important statement that you cannot find in a financial statement, that Obi left post-dated checks. So that means it's until you check the next fiscal year before you can see the impact of those cash. So when he leaves, it already wrote checks that you can cash after he leaves. So if I'm showing you your books now as of today's effective date, it will reflect X and Y billion. But by the time I leave, by the time those checks start getting cashed, as of the accounting date of that time, we'll now move into Obiano's time. So that was kind of like a sharp practice that we did.
Hand, you know.
That's a sharp practice.
Let me take you on your word here, one man. This is the same you here on your platform here. When we argued some time back here that this guy left surplus, but you said that is not a good governance. He should have left debt. He should have heavily indebted that state before he leaves.
You misinterpreted. You totally misinterpreted what Mama was saying.
Hold on. You said that is a sign of good governance because you don't have to leave surplus. That shows that you are working, that you left debt for the state, because it means that you must have invested the money or you've done a lot of contract or you've given out a lot of contract. That is what you said, one man here. So what are you? Why are you beating around this whole thing?
Rational mind. I think you're misinterpreting one man.
No, don't give me that. Let one man speak for himself. Let one man speak for himself. And everybody was here. I think Ajale Koko was here several times. We debated this matter.
No, but what point have you made, though? Assuming what you're saying is what I had said, then what point has been made?
Are you? What are you asking the question with a question now, or what?
No. Yes, but what obtains to the contrary to what you are saying was my position was. What obtains now to the contrary?
What obtains to the contrary?
He left a surplus, did he not?
He said, I'm putting his own word, that is Obi.
Yes.
He said he left a lot of money in the account.
Yes.
Now, this guy who took over from him said this is the amount he left, which is contrary to what we heard from Obi himself. Right? But you are saying that this guy heavily indebted the state. He took money from the state and sharp practices like Kulata was saying. But I was saying to you, I'm saying to you,
no. You say that.
This is what happens when you don't understand some of the things he said.
Do you want me to play it again? Obiano did not say he indebted the state.
Okay.
He said that he said the set of figures that Obi published, they obtained as true at the time, but they are not substantially true because he had embedded some debts in that set of figures that will mature in Obiano's tenure. So the set of figures that Obi is claiming as publicity is totally out of sync. You can slash it almost by half. He called it something and laden as an account.
Let me explain it to you like this, rational mind. I have Bank of America account. I have $10,000 inside, and I'll give you that. Kulata, rational mind, take this $10,000 bank account. It is yours. So one man, as today's date, check how much I gave rational mind. I gave him 10,000. Meanwhile, I've written checks to people that I owe, checks in like $6,000 that will start getting posted to that account starting from next week. So as of today, when we record, you will say Kulata gave me $10,000. By next week, when those checks start getting cashed, what will be in the account?
When in actual fact, if all things were to be condensed, what Kulata actually gave is $4,000, but what record is $10,000.
It's 10,000.
So that's a sharp practice.
It's sharp practice.
It's don't worry, it's abracadabra.
Hold on, guys, hold on. You say it's a sharp practice.
You're right.
Hold on. In Nigeria, we know that governors, they issue check for whatever. So the question we should be asking is, those checks that were issued, were they for something that they did, the contractors or whoever got those checks?
No, that's immaterial.
We don't know. But I mean, the thing is,
why would you say it's not material? Why would you say it's immaterial?
The selling point is I left a boatload of money for you from this accounting date. This is how much I left for you. But in the real sense, you already encumbered those funds. That fund has already been put to use. It's already an encumbrance.
So is that the bone of contention now that he already issued check? The account is almost like as dead.
It's not dead. It's not dead.
It's still a substantial amount of money. Yeah, but
it's just not as much as he's bragging about.
He's bragging that he has that money in the account, but already has issued check to people.
Exactly.
The money in that account.
He has already issued check. No, he's issued check against a substantial chunk of the money, which still leaves a substantial chunk, but not the impressive numbers that he's brandishing as an achievement.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the question I will have for this thing is, why would Obiano feel it necessary to release this information?
No, he
didn't when they're from the same party, he would go on national TV and decide to say, "Oh yeah, he left X amount of money for me."
He also left me. No, it was a question posed to him during a gubernatorial debate.
Yes.
Okay, and then if you want other videos, you can go back.
Yeah, but they belong to the same party.
You can be, but you
wait. Yeah, but
you don't fight.
What are you talking about? Stop it. You don't fight for your own life by sacrificing someone that you just came
Somebody
your
that doesn't want
predecessor.
to
He
get
did
in the first
sacrifice
instance.
him, and Obi is already
He
out of
did,
play
he
now.
did, because he
Okay.
diminished.
It did not. My guy,
Wait,
my
wait,
guy. Let me explain
listen,
it
listen
this
to
way.
me, listen to me. I listened to it as well. You're not going to interpret. You're not going to interpret what I listened
Nobody's
to.
trying to interpret anything. Listen, this is what
Well, you
happened.
listen. Let me land my plane. Let me land my point.
This is what
Okay?
happened first.
Listen,
This
my
is
friend,
what
you've been
happened.
talking all evening. Listen to what I have to say.
All right.
Listen to what I have to say.
Let him talk.
Listen to what I have to
Okay.
say, and then you can
Go on.
talk.
Go on.
Okay? Okay.
One man.
He was running.
Let eyes on land. Yeah.
Oh, that's
is it eyes on? I need to
I
recognize
see.
his voice.
Okay.
I for no allow him.
I
Continue.
would even want people.
Continue. I'm just joking.
You know him now. When the big grammars, when you start to hear big grammars,
Yeah,
it's eyes on.
Like
No,
pastor.
the thing is
Eyes
this:
on, continue.
when you belong to the same party, you don't, even if you're trying to make a point, you don't make the point by throwing your predecessor from your own party under the bus, because people can say, oh, he didn't throw him under the bus, he was just highlighting. No, he threw him under the bus because he highlighted his accomplishments, but then said, oh, by the way, he left me checks worth 15 billion that are yet to hit, and he knew that those checks were going to hit after he had left office. So that was a damning statement at the end of.
No, it was not. Do you know what the problem is, Aizon? The problem is that was just a snippet of a long and detailed debate. So the question that would have preceded that was to be querying Obiano's managing of the resources, which the public had been led to believe was X, but it was actually Y. So he was explaining then that it wasn't X, it was Y for these reasons. So that's not to throw necessarily Peter Obi under the bus, but to defend his own performance.
Yeah, but the caveat to that is that you're debating against the likes of the PDP and some other people that you're trying to make a point, right? I still don't understand the central point he was trying to make, because he's with ABGA.
Let me give it a shot.
You're trying to make it, but you're saying to this guy, oh, this man did this, but he also left me. He also left me.
Let me give it a shot.
You see what I'm saying? But go ahead.
All right, let's hear from Kulata.
Obiano is being asked to give stewardship of his performance. I believe that is what will be happening in the context of a debate. So, and what we've heard was you inherited so much surplus. How come maybe your performance is not up to par? Did you mismanage what you inherited? Then he's forced into a defensive to kind of explain himself that in actual fact, I did not really get that much surplus because the funds were already encumbered. So what I was left with in the real terms was this. That's why I had to now dig in deeper, maybe to go and borrow. I mean, who knows? Maybe he went to borrow to be able to do X and Y, because Obi gave the impression like, I'm a hero. I left so and so billions. But Obiano is now saying, hey, I was handicapped. The reason I was handicapped was because of these post-dated checks. So I think that's the context. He had to defend himself because he had to give stewardship of his life.
Sorry, go ahead. You can talk.
What I was trying to say, Obiano was not trying to throw Peter Obi under the bus or throw ABGA under the bus. This is what happened in the political scene. In the first instance, Peter Obi was against Obiano's second-time ambition. He wanted Obazi. You can go and check it out. He wanted somebody else, just like what played out in APC, that they want Lawan Tinubu came on top. So he wanted his own candidate. I think his name is Emeka Obazi or something Obazi. Eventually, with incumbent power and with the powers, the structure of the party in Obiano's grip, he was able to find a way to come back to win the. So then they were already on different lane. No, I don't even think they were on talking terms again at this level during the debate. So, and Obi has already published a lot. He has said a lot, characteristically and usually like he does. He said he left 75 billion naira. First of all, this guy said
that was not true. That was actually not true.
He didn't even leave 75 billion. He left 35 billion. And out of that 35 billion, this is what happened.
Yeah, he already committed 15.
And he committed this and this. So in the first instance, they were not in the same political camp again, because you cannot say I'm trying to go for my second term. You are working against me, and I will throw everything. I will throw all the wrench, right, to the bone to say everything that I know about you. If they were in the same political camp, Obi wouldn't have gone out to smear his campaign by providing several, conflicting figures, and he needs to come clean because the questions was everywhere. Obino is this, Obino is that. And as long as he wanted to clean up Obi, he cannot throw himself under the bus for Obi, who was actually going for Obazi. So that's the case.
Okay,
there's a lot of
You're cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting out. There's a lot of abracadabra. You don't even have to dig that hard to unravel the Peter Obi narrative. That's just the thing. Too many abracadabras. Too many,
Obi embellishes, but it's okay for politicians to embellish. But the embellishment, if it's going into like mythical level, then you can just pieces it apart because whatever he says does not line up with the audited financials that AMNAMBRA posts. It's so easy to debunk.
One thing I would say, if you have time, one man, right, or anybody on the platform, take time to check that. What year did Obiano become the governor for the second term?
Second term. 19.
Go and check the debate. Check the full video of the debate. You will shake your head at disobedience. They don't even know the person they are defending. They don't even know AMNAMBRA politics. They don't even know him.
I think it was.
Yeah, go and check the debate. Check the debate and check
before
everything.
Presidential.
Why would we shake our head? You can't make a statement like that and not conclude it. Why would
I don't know if you're obedient. I'm just if you are one of the obedient, I'm not directly.
I support Peter Obi. So please explain to me why.
It means you are the obedient. So I just said what I said, and I'm not gonna go beyond that.
No. Don't wait. So two things there wrong with your statement. One, you stereotype me. I don't appreciate that. You said I'm an obedient. Okay. So therefore, that means I'm going to behave a certain way. Two, I asked you for an explanation.
Are you not obedient?
And I just need you to give.
Are you not obedient? Let's be factual.
Yeah, but one man, you can't stereotype people. This is me.
I'm not stereotyping. Are you not obedient?
Even if I am. But listen. Even if I am, what does that mean now?
It's not a big deal now, bro.
What does that mean?
Not a big deal.
Okay.
No. What does it mean? I am obedient. But what does it mean?
No, leave that space, Aizon, and go to where you wanted.
No, I'm asking him for an explanation. That's all I asked him for. He made a comment. I'm asking him.
It means you're obedient. What it means? What it means is you are obedient.
My goodness, I'm asking you for an explanation. You made a comment. Explain yourself.
Can you hold on, everybody? Aizon, just let it go and press him on the point that you really want to press.
Which is the point I'm making, one man. He said, listen, one man, I'm not even talking about the obedient piece. If someone stereotypes you, they're exhibiting their own ignorance, not yours. So it's okay.
Right. Leave
but what I'm saying is that you can't watch the video.
You're breaking up.
Obi that I was supporting. Can you hear me now?
Yes, carry on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
okay. He said, go and watch the video. Yeah, this Obi that was supporting, that we will get to know who the man really is. Okay, I haven't seen the video. So if there's a part of Obi or something about him in the video that you think is damning enough that will make someone like me change my mind, kindly explain to me what that is. And that's what I'm asking him to do. Why is that so difficult?
That's not my job, bro.
That's not my job. Oh, you see, there you go. There you go. So you can't explain it.
Job, bro.
So don't make that comment then. Don't make the comments if you can't explain it.
Of course I will.
No, he cannot.
And I can.
No, he cannot. No, he cannot. You know why?
Why not?
One man, listen.
Why
listen to me. Listen to me. One man. If I make a comment,
why not?
No, he's on because so we won't.
If we go back.
Guys,
can I interject?
Listen, if you make a comment,
they talk now.
If you make a comment, listen, my brother, I asked you to explain yourself.
Everybody hold, please. Let's hear from Saki Father, who wanted to come in. Let Saki go first. Saki,
the discussion for today has been flowing quite well. I don't know what changed the tone again.
No, it's Pansat. He has come. He has taken over the body of Aizon.
So actually, the interview, the what do we call the debate you are talking about? I listened to it in 2019 when Obiano was giving his stewardship. you know, and I will categorically tell you that Obiano, everybody is, this is something that is clear to everybody that has been in Anambra during that time. Obiano's administration was a culture of squandermania and embezzlement. And he was asked publicly in that very debate, you know, do you expect him to open up, to tell Anambra, yes, this is what I've been able to squander the money? Everybody knows that during that time. So he was just trying to cover up himself, you know, publicly, for the purpose of making sure that he is re-elected. You know, at the end of the day, when he left office, towards the time he was building the airport and doing other projects, you know, a governor asked him, where do you get money to build all these things, to build all this airport and other things, you know, and execute this project? He publicly said, he admitted that it was the money his predecessor left for him that he was able to achieve most of those things, you know. So in that very debate, you know, politicians, anybody can say anything, you know. He told a lot of lies.
Saki, though, that statement you just made, anybody can say anything, can also apply to the funding of the airport.
It can also apply to
the funding of the airport.
Yeah, I said it can also apply to during
that time it can, because if he can say something, I mean, look, as long as the financials don't back it up, if it's just rhetoric, depending on the crowd.
When was the airport completed? The airport was completed shortly before Soludo came in.
Mm-hmm. So and what I'm saying is, if it's just rhetoric, you have to go back and check, because it needs to add up.
I don't understand what you mean.
But, okay, what I mean is this: a politician is anywhere benefice. So depending on his audience, he can either like throw Obi under the bus, or suck up to Obi's record. Yeah, depending on his audience.
But above all, what I'm trying to say in effect is that these claims are documented. We can verify it. We can go to those banks. We claim that he left so amount of money in this bank. We can go to those banks. We can verify it from these banks.
That would be hard.
No, hold on. Because I think that is where Obiano's argument comes in. That you can verify that he didn't leave that amount, but he underpinned it with some checks. But let's hear from Ajanle Koko, and then from Ajanle Koko, I want to hear from Oriola Ade, who joins us for the first time. But Ajanle Koko wanted to come in. Ajanle Koko, good to see you.
Thank you, Woman. Just trying to interject because of the scuffle that was going on between Aizon and Enigmatic. So Enigmatic threw something out there. Under normal circumstances, he should be able to expatiate on it. Why is asking them to go and watch it? Aizon was asking the legitimate question. I think Enigmatic should be magnanimous enough to tell him what he sees in that video that he wanted them to go and see. So, but if he feels he doesn't want to say it, I just want to urge Aizon to just let it go. But it will be good if you call on Obedient or maybe Tinubuans or Atikuas that, this is what I go and do this, you will see this thing here, there's something in there. You should be able to hint them for the benefit of others on this platform and the listeners and those at the commentary section. What you saw there, hint us. So, but if you don't want to hint us, you don't want to tell us why you want them to go and see. Maybe you are not You are not factual.
I think I might somewhat understand why Enigmatic was a bit coy. I think if he opened up that space, it's going to be labeled and tortuous. I think that is what he
No,
was
he
trying to
doesn't. See,
avoid.
he has opened it up already. So what he is referring to in that video, he should be able to hint us, tell us what is there. You don't need to tell us in details, just in brief, what is in there. And that could jeer other people to go and watch that video. But if you are trying to be silent on what you are telling them to go and watch, or what you saw in that video that make Obi look very bad, I mean, just be magnanimous and just hint us. It's not because of our reason, but because of others like me and other people at the commentary and the listeners around the world. So, but if he doesn't want to say it, I just want to urge Aizon to let it go so that
you know, Aizon, I never let anything go.
I understand. I've let it go.
I understand your point.
I've let it go. Listen, I'm not, I support Obi, but I haven't sacrificed my soul to Obi. So therefore, if there's something that I don't know, we're all learning every day, that you are privy to, that will make me change my mind on Obi, please provide the information. I'm a human being. I try to be objective. I'm not perfect. But provide it, let me see it, and I move forward.
Hold on, Enigmatic.
Okay.
Hold on, Enigmatic. Reflect on that. But I want to bring Oriola Ade into the conversation because I'm keen to document his voice in the conversations as well. So, Oriola, good to meet you. I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly. But we've ebbed and flowed through so many topics. But where we are at the moment is the cost of becoming Nigeria's president, which the Financial Times has estimated at in excess of $2 billion. So who can afford that outside of the two looters that we all know? Good to meet you, Oriola.
Same here. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Carry on.
All right. So actually, when I started hearing about this, well, let me start by saying this. So I've been trying to get on for a little while, but I wasn't able to. But tonight, I guess I was lucky enough to get in. So when it comes to
we've lost you somewhat, Oriola. Have you lost me?
Oh, Oriola, come back.
Can you hear me?
You don't want one man to be talking against America now. You will say, "Oh, Americans are using cheap phone and stuff like that."
Made in China.
Wait, can you? Wait, you can hear me now, right?
using bootleg internet.
Yes, we can now. Are you tapping connection from your neighbor?
Are you using city network internet?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on. Yes, we can. Carry on.
So basically, I think I heard some other people saying, well, I know that the two guys, the main guys, Atiku and Tinubu can afford it. But this is how I see it. I think the way we do politics in Nigeria is a little bit different because the way I see it is more like you don't really have to have that money to be able to participate in when it comes to politics in Nigeria. Like we usually, so for example, a lot of people were saying SOWORE cannot afford it. So here's the thing. So does SOWORE need to have the money? Does he have to be rich in order for him to participate in politics? Nope. Here's the thing. A lot of people are favor these guys. They like what they're doing. So for example, let's say I like one of those guys. There's nothing wrong in me if to say Nigerian politics is going the way it should be going. They shouldn't even bring out any money out of their pocket. They should have the public fund them to run for any offices they want. So I think that's one of the problem where. Hello?
Yes, I was asking $2 billion. That's asking a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That don't you think the public can fund it?
$2 billion.
think the way
I
we
don't.
see it. Wait, okay. I actually think they can afford it
You're
because okay, for
asking
example,
for the public option, like what the Americans call the public option, that we no longer even do. That's what you're
no.
asking for.
Here's the thing. If we're using America for example, the thing is they have it. They have their own law how things work, where no politician has to bring out money out of their pocket. When it comes to election can actually they give them money. Some of them refuse the money and decide to do fundraising. So that's something entirely different. I don't even want to talk about America. I want to stick to Nigeria. So we all know Atiku and the other guy, Tinubu, they have the money. How they have the money, I don't know. It's up to them to tell us how they can afford this type of money. But I know that they have a lot of colleagues that can actually, they don't have to bring the money out of their pocket because somebody already mentioned that they can have people actually decided to pay for it. I think Tinubu didn't pay out of pocket for him to become the APC, the presidential candidate for APC. He didn't bring the money out of his pocket. Somebody had to pay for it. So I think that saying that we don't think I think both they can afford it, and I think other people too, like people that like Obi. Here's the thing: we can do fundraising. A lot of people actually out of Nigeria they're the one like clamor, like they like this guy, which I think if let's say 1 million people put $1 down, which I'm just saying, they can they can fund these people to run. But here's the thing: who do we actually believe in? Because to be honest, I don't believe in any of them. The only person that I think he can, based on what he has done, which is the reason why, even if I have the privilege to vote, I probably would go for him because I think he has done something. We have seen what he has done. But
now, who's
when
that
it comes to the
person?
two, go ahead. Go ahead. What
You
you
know,
say?
who is that person? Who is that person?
That I think we all know is Tinubu. I think he's the one that I think can actually do something. I think he's probably going to win because when it comes, well, for example, this is the example I usually give to people. If you want to go to Nigeria today, where would you prefer to stay? I mean,
Lagos.
Abuja.
Exactly. Abuja. Who?
No, I'm only
A lot
joking.
of people.
Lagos, of course. Yeah.
I know Abuja, but in a lot of people's mind, they want to stay in Lagos. Lagos is not like the top, even in Africa. When it comes to cities in Africa, it's not like the main like one of the best. But in Nigeria, it's still the best. I mean, they trying. And to be honest, the guy put in a lot of work since we all know, like, they call him Godfather, he's the kingmaker, all of that. I mean, I think he plays his politics right. And a lot of people, that's the thing, when you're winning, you're going to have a lot of envy. And when you're not talking as much, a lot of people lie about you. It's more like when you don't understand something, people start telling lies. I'm not saying that maybe he stole money or anything. I don't know. They should put him to court of law if you think he did something. But what I'm saying is, I think affording $2 billion, I don't think is a lot of money if people
I don't
actually
think $2 billion
believe in
in a
someone.
month. Do you want to be my friend? You don't think $2 billion
Wait.
is
It's
a
a
lot of?
lot of money.
Look
It's
at
a
this
lot.
guy.
I'm not saying it's not. It's a lot of money, but when it comes to a lot of, I don't believe the population of Nigeria, because I think that was just a lie. We don't. But I think that when it comes to us actually rooting for someone, and we put our mind in it, we can fund that person. So that's why I'm saying that I don't think. It's not just one person. I mean, when you, let's say 1 million people believe in SOWORE, for example, we're gonna have people that pull $1 down. We're gonna have people that pull maybe 1,000 or even more. To at the end of the day, you probably will meet that 2 billion. So that's my own. Like, I don't think that we can't with that amount of money is way too. I mean, if you look at other countries, is that especially people using in America, for example, if you see the amount of money that they had to raise, I mean, you yourself, you'll be like, wow. I mean, they gain this money from real people that they just think, oh, I have $10.
Let me ask you a question now, Oriola. So if somebody sets about spending $2 billion, of course we don't expect that person will sign a check, so he will be backed up by vested interest. But if they spend to achieve that office is $2 billion, how is that person then able to be of purpose to the Nigerian person?
Okay, so are you saying if that money come out of their pocket, or if it doesn't? Because if it doesn't come out of their pocket, I don't expect them to go there and start like trying to repay or take that money.
If Tinubu is going to spend $2 billion on an election, he's not going to do GoFundMe. It's not SOWORE. So he's going to get his friends who are like the Dambatas and the Dantatas and the hidden looters to chip in $500 million here, 300,000 there. So when these people chip in all of this money to make that spend to get him into office, would they then write it off as just a national duty, or are they looking to recover their money and make a profit?
Okay, so we have to be honest. Anywhere where if I donate to whatever you're doing, I might not be expecting that money back, but I might not be expecting like the time in paper money, but I'm expecting it in some other way. Maybe not immediately. It might be. So, for example, let's use a place that I kind of know a little bit about. You have like different people. Okay, so let's say I want to run for president. You have like, let's say, ExxonMobil, they donate to my campaign. You have Google donate to my campaign. You have all of these people donate to my campaign. So when it comes to, let's say, the government wants to put out a project, which is not like the way we see it. They call it maybe earmark, or they have like this. Let's say they just sign a new bill that favor different things. Then you have people that you funded, like you assisted, like they will look out for you when it comes to like these things that, oh, in order for you to keep like maybe when the next election comes, so you can fund them as much. So they kind of like speak up for those people, and you it's more like that's your way of like, oh, if I can reach out to these people because I'm able to assist them. So now let's transfer that to Nigeria. I expected that whoever assisted them, let's say the person that gave him money, the 10 billion, 100 million naira to go for the president, to run for the to go for the APC
for the position.
Like,
yeah.
So I expected that, let's say it comes to power, maybe they want to do what's one of the projects. Let's say use oil and gas project, for example. I'm expecting that I would want to look out for those people. The thing is, I think in Nigeria is a little bit different. Like, you help me, I'm expected, even if I'm not capable of doing the job, they will still expect that you should give them. So I think that's where like the problem will come, where a lot of people that help him, that give him money, they might not be good enough for the project, but because they already handed out a huge amount of money, they will expect
and therein lies the problem. They were giving out the 5G licenses, Nigeria, just recently. I think they gave out about two licenses. And one of the licenses, they gave it to some random name in the north who has no antecedent in telecommunication. He defeated Glo and other big names in telecom to get that license. So he is going to sit on that license and look to sell it on for a profit or just useless it. And we had the same thing within the electricity space when they privatized it. And they sold all of these electricity packages to people who have no antecedent in the space, and the country continues to perpetrate in darkness. So it is all around that space of people funding elections and then wanting to, at the business end of it, at the end of that rainbow, looking to recover and profit at the expense of the Nigerian person. So that $2 billion is going to be pain for you and I. That's just how it works. Oh, Oriola. All right, I think we've lost Oriola for a moment.
One man, let me quickly say this. Kulata and Egmatic, please, I know you guys didn't mean it, but what you guys did was like, you guys slighted my intelligence, you know. When we're talking about Wiki and we're putting my section, you guys were just pumping on my tongue, you know. Even though I was telling you guys, relax, let me make my point, let me finish my point. You guys just keep talking like I was not there or I wasn't important. I have to like pull back and relax so that you guys should take the floor. But at the end of the day, you guys make my point. That's why I just chilled out. And when I look up to the screen, one man was not there, so I couldn't really say anything. But it's not nice, guys, okay? We're just here to talk. When I said, let me finish my point, please respect my view and let me finish it. I know you guys didn't mean it. Probably you guys didn't hear me talking, but please, next time, for the sake of next time, okay?
All right. Apologies for that. I think it's the cut and thrust of the conversation, but let's now have the fullness of your thoughts, world peace. And to that space then, so we've gone through a lot of topics, but we're on the topic of the cost of the Nigerian presidency.
Oh, Mama, sorry. Go to the next place. I'm cleaning. Today is my traditional this thing for my son. For 3 months, we're doing Japan. He has to eat fish. So I'm cleaning my house. My wife's mothers and the family.
All right. Is it cooked fish or sushi?
Kind of half cooked, rush, kind of raw. I can't even eat it. But traditional fish, expensive fish. He has to eat fish to become a man. 100 days. 100 days.
Hey, Walpeace. It wasn't intentional. I did not notice.
I know. That's what I said. That's what I said. I know you guys didn't.
I think we were just in emotion. Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay.
All right. Apologies for that. So thank you, Walpeace. So let me then go on from you. What then to Rational Mind to have his thoughts on the cost of the presidency. $2 billion according to the Financial Times. Eye-popping. I think Nigeria, even they mortgage the country to borrow that amount of money, but somebody can sign a check for it to become president. What says you, Rational Mind?
Yeah, we know it's the Nigeria election is heavily monetized. Yeah, I mean, like somebody was saying here, I think it's fashioned kind of after that of the democracy we practice, or the kind of presidential system is fashioned after the one we see here in America. But then we know in some aspects it's not a true replica of what is being practiced here. It's a kind of their own kind of hybrid or whatever we want to call it. So, but then here they have electoral laws that really works, that are functioning, that really bringing checks and balances into the whole electioneering thing here in America. You know, like there's a certain amount of money you can give to candidates, certain amount of money you cannot go beyond, and you can't get money from outside the US and all of that. Do we have all of this in Nigeria? Well, even if we have it, even the one they said they have, I think they put a cap to the campaign funding or whatever. But how many people were ever asked to provide a printout or a statement of the funding of their campaign? So it's just, I think that $2 billion you said, right? Or 2 billion naira? Dollars. I mean, well, I think it's compared to the one we see here, it's I think most of those money doesn't really go into campaign. Yeah, I think most of the money goes into bribing and purchasing of people's votes and buying of people they feel that has influence and all of that. I mean, how much of those money goes into campaign? I mean, like advertisements, like they do the advertisements on TV, or because like here, the bulk of the money for campaign goes into not just the logistic. I mean, the campaign goes into advertisements, but that's what they do. They have to advertise heavily in some areas, put on some TV, on radios here, and even billboard and all of that, and even putting of stickers and all of that, and even paraphernalia like caps and hats. And I mean, like even here we see like Trump was doing, he was selling some of those paraphernalia. Like you want to have that great, make America great, you have to pay. How many of our people does that? In Nigeria, they have
but it's a different system though. In America, they are canvassing for votes. In Nigeria, they are canvassing for influence. So
that's what I'm saying. So those money goes into all that. It doesn't really go into the area it's supposed to go into, which is the advertising of the candidates.
No, it's not supposed to go into any area. It's supposed to elect you president, whatever the route is that gets you there.
One man, it's a conduit for corruption. That's it. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. I won't agree with you that it doesn't have to go into advertisement. Well, not really. I mean, it should be, but the bulk of it should go.
No, they spend the money. What you are spending the money for
is to get you elected, right?
Is to get you elected.
I get you.
Whatever pathway gets you there.
No.
So there's no set template. I mean, it's horses for courses now.
When you say whatever, that whatever would depend on what you're talking about. I won't want to use that word whatever, because when you say whatever, which means I can, out of that money, I can pay people to vote for me.
Well, if that gets you presidency, then
are you advocating for electoral fraud here, one man?
In which country is electoral fraud not practiced? Even Trump was telling us your last election was
electoral fraud?
A total fraud.
One man, what was electoral fraud? They were paying people to vote. Have you ever heard that in America?
Fraud is fraud now. Were there not allegations of fraud in your last election?
There was none. It was just all.
He's still talking about
it. Was all made up. One man. There was none.
All right.
There was none.
All right. When dead people were voting and all this kind of business.
The people, I mean, maybe the one you heard about was just about 2-3 people and they were caught.
Look at this guy.
Hold on, they were caught. I will give you. If you want me to give you, I will give you that.
You don't have to give me anything. I monitored the American election, and there was just
you sit down there in London and you're monitoring that. You're telling me that I see on ground.
It doesn't matter where I'm sat now. If I'm paying particular attention to it, that might well mean I know more about it than you.
The electoral fraud was just like the one you just mentioned about dead people. Like, let me give you an example. There was a guy, a Republican. He used his mother's ballot papers that came in the mail, and he sent it back like the mom voted, and this lady is dead, and she's a Republican.
There was a volume of that.
And no, there was no volume. There was no such volume.
I told you I was.
Where do you have it? Where do you have it, woman?
What do you want me to start recalling American election?
No problem.
So many years ago.
Anything you're able to bring it up, just bring it up.
I'm not going to bring it up now. It's your space. You should know. But it consumed the whole political
electoral
space.
fraud here is not as Nigeria.
But nevertheless, there's electoral fraud everywhere.
Electoral fraud is electoral fraud.
Yes, electoral fraud is electoral fraud. The overarching point is that you set about a journey and then you get yourself to the destination to achieve what you intend.
But in your word, however it gets you there, right?
Well, that
is why we'll never develop in that country.
Well, there it is.
That's why we'll never go forward in that country, because when you are paying people and the right people are not being put in there to govern, to lead the space, that is what you get, because I pay people to vote me in, and however I get in there, I have to recuperate my money back. Like this other guy was telling you, that it should be people funded electioneering. People should fund the election.
Was Trump not recuperating, cutting deals with the Saudi prince and all this kind of and Putin and or not getting all this
one man. Hold on. There are different kinds of you might say that's a form of corruption. Yeah, I agree with you on that. But as long as it benefits the people, the taxpayers are seeing the money.
It benefits the people.
Hold on.
It was outrightly making money.
They get money from the Saudi royals, and the money comes into America, and they're investing the money here. The housing market is booming. They're buying properties here, They're opening.
No, I'm talking about him personally profiteering from his position as president.
Well, apart from Trump, that we saw a lot of shenanigans brought into the U.S. Presidency.
Nepotism, cronyism, his son-in-law ambassador to the Middle East.
It's only with
a Jewish man being set to go and settle his son-in-law, the Ivanka's husband.
Ivanka's husband. You mean Trump?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's you're talking about Trump.
Yeah. So it's corruption now, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. That's why he got voted out, because the guy has.
It's irrelevant if you got
one man.
It wasn't voted out for that. By the way,
hold on. You heard of what is going through with the FBI right now? You know what is going on? It's going to face the music very soon. Well, how many of that can happen?
It's not going to face anything. It's your next president. But
we shall find out. But my point is this: they have checks and balances here. Now in Nigeria, I mean, our past president or head of state has been ever called to come stand before and face the music like this guy is facing the music. So they have checks and balances. Which
music is he facing?
Even the call he placed to the Secretary of State of Georgia that he did is going to face the music for that very soon.
Right.
Because he was trying to influence the guy to go and look for 300 votes or whatever votes he was asking him on the phone. So the point I'm trying to, you can't compare it with one man. We know there's a corruption here. They have their own corruption. I agree with you. But the point is, this anyhow way that gets into office in Nigeria is the reason why we're where we were. Let me use the word of the vice president of Nigeria, Shoshibajo. That is why we were. You know, so we will never move forward in that country. When you're spending 2 billion, which I'm not saying is a small money or it's too big for Nigeria, but then what I'm saying is that the bulk of that money goes into corruption, because you have to buy votes. You have to influence INEC people. You have to give some people, maybe the army officers or whoever is deployed to that area. You have to, like, if you want these Alaye boys, you give them money. I mean, what are we talking about? What kind of system are we running? You might not probably know, like in the words of SOWORE, sometimes you don't really need all this money to really influence people. Just put the jingle out there. Some of this paraphernalia, the clothing and
rational mind.
Yeah, go on.
Let me chip in a point.
Okay.
I think it'd be very wrong for one man to use the Trump scenario to describe American democratic culture. Yeah, we are seeing.
Okay, let's do George.
Hold on one man.
George Bush and Gore, another corruption. George Bush and Gore.
Hold on one man.
Hanging child or no hanging child?
Hold on one man.
It's a corrupt system they run in America now. We know that.
Hold on one man. Is the system not dealing with Trump shenanigan? Yes, the system is dealing with him. Does your system in Nigeria deal with all those corrupt politicians like Tinubu, Atiku, and all of them? No. They are doing it. They are doing all those perpetrating corrupt practices there with impunity. That cannot happen in America. So you cannot use that to describe Trump irrational presidency to, describe the entire American democratic culture. You can't do that.
Okay, let's use another example. What about George Bush, Al Gore?
What did George Bush do?
George Bush lost the election, but Al Gore won it, but they gave it to him on some hanging charge or no hanging charge.
What are the charges on that? What are the hanging charge you're talking about?
Well, you go and explore the space. Go to the 2001 elections. I've already told you the hanging charge.
One man is just looking
hold on now. You are the American. Do you not know the elections in 2001? George Bush versus Al Gore, when he lost the state, and his son Ted, his brother Ted, corruptly rigged elections. I think it was in Texas, and then the
Florida. It was Florida.
Was it in Florida?
Florida. Supreme Court gave George Bush the victory. Al Gore really won because it was.
What are we talking about?
But anyway, let's move to Nigeria.
Let's move to Nigeria. So
but then what you just given now, if
but what we are saying, one man, what we are opposed, why we are opposed to what you are saying is as if you are describing American democracy as very corrupt as that of Nigeria.
Well, it is. It's extremely
No,
corrupt.
come on, man. Come on. You can't be saying this on international platform.
In fact,
you cannot say this.
No. What
this
they
is
run
a democracy that works for the people.
What they run in
This is the
America,
#1 democracy in the world. The strongest economy in the world. What are you talking about?
It is not a democracy.
This is the democracy that makes your country exist. And your Britain exists. If America should turn back against Britain or Europe, Europe will collapse.
I think you'll find that Britain founded America, but
no, forget about that. Well, one man is only confused. Look, but one man, let me tell you.
It's not even a democracy now. When the majority will does not obtain, what is that? Is that a democracy?
Hold on.
Not a democracy.
No, hold on, one man.
Arrangements.
Well,
RNG government, RNG.
Look. Put the entire economy of the whole Europe together. They are no match to that of America alone.
Yes, because
so what are you saying? We are the leader now. We are your leader.
Yeah, but it's gone.
Respect your leader.
No, it's gone both economics, though, isn't it?
No, respect your leader. If America, if not for America, Russia will have wiped out the whole of Europe. Russia will have dealt with all of you over there.
Look at that. You shoot
so just respect America and one man. Don't be rubbishing Americans like this as if America is corrupt. This is the best place where democracy
America is a satellite of the United Kingdom. Now, you know, on paper, it's still a British property. It's a
who told you that? And when we flush you British out of this country, 10 years war, 10 years war that
drove you people right out. Take that country anytime. It belongs to the queen now.
They're not born the queen where.
It belongs to the queen.
If all the Republicans catch queen,
oh my God, any Republican.
Adalekoko, why is it that every time American election is coming up, all the candidates or the lead candidates have to go to England and make a speech there?
Because the country belongs to the
queen.
I don't know. It's part of the Commonwealth now.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Biden did not do it to one man. But what is?
Let me address one more on that. Commonwealth. Has America ever sat in on any of the Commonwealth games or whatever thing the queen thinks that she's the head?
No, because there's an arrogance to the American sort of. I mean, it's an interesting.
One man go just twist him. One man don't say that your queen. That queen, that
rational man we describe it. We say he's spinning the world. He's spinning.
That queen. If that queen is if he were to be America here, why not no queen part?
Okay, there's one silver bullet. There's one silver bullet that ends it all. One silver bullet that ends it all. What language do you speak in America?
Oh my goodness, here we go again. We speak Spanish. We speak Spanish here. Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, we speak Spanish or just America. We speak Spanish
from his stars. Look at that. From his stars. Look at this guy.
So, let me just round up on that. I think Adaleko was trying to help me, and which I think he did already. So, anyway, for me, I just think that money is not too much. But then how I wish that money really goes into the right place that they are meant to go. Not like what you're trying to project here, one man place. I know it's your platform, but let us try and educate our people back home that they need to understand that campaign funds or whatever is dedicated for the election should not be meant to buy people's votes, but rather that's another economy of its own. Like we were trying to give, maybe if you ask me that question, maybe if you ask me on that, what this guy is trying to do in Anambra State, I mean, part of those campaign funds also has to be used to pay for the signage in Anambra State or other states that has for such to be given as permit for them to be able to campaign or erect their billboard or whatever. So that's another economy of its own, But in Nigerian context, these governors, they don't really think out of the box or their boxes or whatever. I mean, they are ahead to really think about what to do, how to generate fund internally for their states. So for me, what I say is, you see, in the Nigerian context, we still have a long way to go. This kind of electioneering we practice in Nigeria, whereby the bulk of the money does not really go to the right channel, but it goes into the hands of the individuals who are the influence over the election, the results of the election. So for me, I don't think it's a small money, but then I think that money should be judiciously used to really boost the economy, not just for some few individuals.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. Rational Mind, let's hear from Ajanle Koko, and then we start to round off. We're nearly 5 hours in, so we hear from Ajanle Koko, and then we start to take closing remarks. So Ajanle Koko, to the conversation, we've been through quite a few, but we've landed on the cost of elections in Nigeria. What led us there was Charles Soludo taxing people campaigning in his state. So a brilliant move by the excellent professor. But if he wants to become Nigerian president, he better tax a bit more because he will need $2 billion. All of that, Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, woman. Let me use this opportunity to urge our listeners around the world to please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. On the step that Soludo have just taken, I think is the right step in the right direction. It desperately need fund to execute his to pursue his large vision, and what he is trying to do, or this kind of levy or tax that he has introduced, is trying to emulate what others have done in the West, just like Enigmatic described it earlier. So it's a good step in the right direction, as long as it's going to enable him to raise revenue, to pursue, to execute all his plans for the state in areas of education, building of infrastructure, and other things, pipe-borne water, and other things that will make impact in the life of the people of Anambra State. So it's commendable if the people of the state, or rather, let me say, the legislators in the state approve it, or maybe they already approve it. The legislators in the State of Assembly represent their people. So that is what the people love to see happening, and is executing it. So it's a good step in the right direction as far as I'm concerned. All just we want is just for him to govern successfully and make life better for the people of Anambra State. So that's on that. Then on the issue of $2 billion as amount being has been reported by that international newspaper as estimated amount to pursue presidential rates in Nigeria. I may even say that it's more than that, because for whoever that want to pursue the presidency, you have to spend a lot of money that is not by donation from the public. It's not by donation from poor people the way it is done in America. It's not by public funding or GoFundMe or, it's not by that. It must be your own hard-earned money, whether hard-earned or looted money somewhere. It must be your own money. And you must start funding sponsoring candidates all over the federation, every state of the federation. You must sponsor candidates for the position of governors across the federation. You must sponsor candidates for the position of Senate. You must sponsor candidates for the position of Federal House of Representatives. You must sponsor candidates for even local government and some other position around the country in order for you to build structure that will facilitate your own ambition, or to facilitate your own ambition within the party, to facilitate your success within the party during the what do you call it, the party primary. Yes. So if you don't have those structure in place, when we are talking of structure, it's people that constitute the structure, well-organized people across the country that will work for you to achieve your presidential ambition within the party, and be ready as well to work for you during the general election process as well. So it's a lot of money. As you are spending money to sponsor people within the party across the country, so you'll be spending money to doling out money to different organizations, well-organized group of people as well that are not politicians, or maybe they are affiliated to your political party. You have to be, giving them money. So you have to be giving the kings, the obese, the obas, the bale, the obese, the what do you call it? The Maya, the religious leaders, and so others. You have to be spending money so that to carry them along, to give them that sense of belonging, that yes, to bring them closer to you, to create that strong friendship between you and them. You have to familiarize with all those people so that by the time you finally declare for your presidential ambition, you have already prepared ground. And those are the ones that you will have to visit by then, carrying camera around, going around the country, calling for their support. And when the people in that community sees you with their Oba, sees you with their obese and all those people, they start to have sense of belonging, that, oh, this might be the man that we will support. Just as we are watching Tinubu when he declared his intention, and since then he's been going around the country. So, and what did you see? What was the outcome? It pays off for him. He finally became the flag bearer of the party. So that is the way you have to spend money all the time. So some other things will crop up from different angles that you have to spend money, to satisfy people and things like that. So it's a money gulping project. It's not the way it is here, where most of the money have to be spent on logistics and publicity. No, our own is different. You have to bribe people. When you are moving around, there's no way a big-time politician will go to any king or visit some notable people in any town, in any state, that he will not carry millions with him as a way of a gift to say, oh, I'm in your town and I'm, checking on you. This is the gift I brought for you. I don't know the next time, maybe it might take another 3 years or 2 years that we're going to see physically again. So they go around anytime you see those big time politicians like Tinubu, like Atiku, and others like that. Anytime they are visiting any town and they are visiting any important figure, religious figure, political figure, some other big time people in the community, they take some kind of gift to them in order to maintain a very good relationship with them in preparation for their own ambition. So it's a money grubbing project. So Nigerian system, I don't understand. I don't like it. One man, it's the worst ever. It's not meant for the best brain. It's not meant for Nigerian democracy. It's not meant for the best brain to work for the interests of the people. It's meant for people that have money. It doesn't matter. They don't want to know where you have the money. No accountability. Just bring money and start sharing money around, and people will accept you. Once you can buy all the leaders, religious leaders, political leaders, all form of leadership across the country, then you are in good shape. That is not a good democracy. That's the worst ever. Bribe your way through, and then you become, and that is why it never worked. That is why they never serve the people, because they spend their own billions of money. So when they get to position of power, they have to recoup that money. So it's the worst system that I've ever seen. I dislike it. One man, it's the worst.
All right. I think we all agreed on that. You can't spend $1 billion and not look to recover and make a profit as well. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, we are fast approaching 6 hours, and of course, that means it's that time of the space again. Only to land on you, of course. But we kick it off then with somebody now that has chosen to, we always want new voices, and especially now where we delight in Oriola Ade. You are the first Oriola that I've ever come across. Is that the fullness of it? Did you shorten it?
Well, actually, that's
I know Goriola, but I don't know Oriola.
Well, I came up with that. It's not really my real name. I just came up with that name. I think it's right, nice. Okay. Like
it is.
Ed and money. I think it's wealth ed or something. Yeah.
All right. So it's an aspirational something, motivational. Yes. All right. So to you, that time of the day, we're taking closing remarks. So a short little couple of minutes for you just to monologue on what you want to get across. So to you.
All right. So, well, I'm actually glad that I'm able to get on today. I have to say, this is not the first time I try to get on. I think one time you kicked somebody out, and I was rooting for that person because I think it makes sense. But everybody was not on the same page with them. So I was trying to get on, but I think it was full.
To come out to tell me of Abi for kicking him off.
Yeah, you actually put my stuff on the page because I was saying that you guys, like, the way you think, I can't remember exactly how I put it, but you put it on the screen, like, because I was actually pissed because I thought that it make a valid sense, and since then I have not seen the guy. I think he was saying he has to do with something with policy, that you have idea, you don't need policy or something like that. I think a lot of times you guys always get on the guy, and I think even though
does he have like a gruff, does it have a gruff, thick set accent, sort of like a growl?
Well, I couldn't remember. I think it's been a minute, probably.
I think that might well be Mike. I think you might be referring.
Oh
to
yeah,
Mike.
yeah. I think his name is Mike. I think this will be another day. Hopefully, I can get on more. It will be another day. There's a lot of stuff that I kind of have different point of view when it comes to how you guys put it. So, but to my own, I think a lot of people
And
have mentioned
I
this.
think I remember your comments as well. You were lambasting us that we were just old fogies and we don't know how you
Oh
young
yeah,
people think. Yes.
no, I
You
didn't
see?
put it like that.
Yeah.
But it has to do with the fact that I felt this is how I feel. I feel like since a lot of us, especially the old folks and down to us, there's something where you don't speak back to your elders, even though when you have a valid point of view, but because you're a little bit younger, you're not allowed to say anything back, which I think that we should, the more that we become exposed and see a lot of things differently, we shouldn't be thinking that way. And I'll give an example. In Yoruba land, for example, the big kids, even now I still think when you go to school, your teacher can beat you up for doing something wrong. When you're younger, when you're born, your parents, even when you don't know anything, you don't even, you can't speak. They feel like they're training you not to do some certain stuff. But the thing is, this other race where like they don't even beat their kids and they're better than, they become a better person, they grow up to become a great person in the society. So I just feel like the way we do things, we should look at it a little bit more different. But that's, I feel like there will be another day that this topic will come up and I'll be able to bring my point of view up. So what I would say is this: Nigeria, the way we see Nigeria, is a country, but Nigeria is a country of different nations. I think we should accept, the problem that I see is we need to accept that there's inside Nigeria, there's a country called Yoruba, there's a country called Igbo, there's a country called Hausa, there's a country called Kanuri, all of those. We need to accept that. And we all have different ideology, different cultures. We need to accept that. Now, to have a country like Nigeria, there's no way, it's never going to work. There's no way, if we don't accept it, that these are different countries. Let's put it together and create one type of constitution that would direct all of us. There's a way that we know that at the end of the day, the values of one Yoruba man is different from what they believe in, the way they run their government. Because we all know that they brought up some certain heads, they decided
All
to
right.
put these countries together.
Sum it up. Sum it up in a couple more. Yeah.
All right. So I just think that at the end of the day, I just feel like we should try to like understand who we are, so we can be in a better place. So I just leave it at that. That we need to really understand who we are as a person. We need to accept it. If a Yoruba or Igbo or someone is running, if I'm Yoruba, definitely I want to support that person. It's nothing bad. It's just the fact that we need to understand that this is who we are, and we need to find a way to work together. All right. Thank you for having me tonight.
Join us earlier, because I think we want more the fullness of your thoughts. So join us earlier next time you're available, so that we can delight more in your thoughts. So as we delight in Oriola's thoughts, let's delight equally in Rational Mind's closing remark. So Rational Mind, just a short little summary, closing remarks.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you everybody that came on. We appreciate. Yeah, for me, I think what Obi needs to do more on his campaign, man. And we already debated it here. I think he needed to, if I were him, like 3% from each tribe, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. And maybe that would have been a good way of getting these spokespersons. That's just my advice to him, and that's the way I want to leave it at. One man, thank you so much. Hopefully, I will join you guys in the next session.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for making it so short. So that's Rational Mind. From Rational Mind, let's go on to Saki. Saki, that time of the day again. Okay, I think we may well have lost Saki. So let's go on from Saki to War Peace, who we may not have because he has more important matters that he's attending to. War Peace, do we still have you?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. How's it going with Bomboy?
Yeah, I'm cleaning now. Then get to. I have to go out to go and buy red rice because I need red rice for the fish.
Red.
Yes.
red rice.
Yes.
Okay, explain that. What does that mean? Red rice.
I know it's Japanese rice. Red rice. They use it for the ceremony.
They color it.
I know that red rice. They sell it in Asian store. It's pretty good. It's very thick red rice like this, sticky, really sticky. Yeah.
I have to go buy that. Plus the fish, expensive fish. They'll make it like half raw. But this year, me must fry this one and eat. Before I don't eat it, I cannot eat. This one will fry it and eat it. Then they'll give to my son. They'll just put it on his mouth. They do the ceremony. Then it's not a man or a human being like that. The ceremony they do.
Does it involve a samurai sword? Do they use samurai?
No, they're dressing like a samurai anyway. You involve the clothes, kind of Japanese traditional clothes. You wear that kind of like that. You wear that kind of clothes, and these people they are very, very into their culture and their.
Well, what's the religion? What do they worship there?
The idol Shinto.
Heavy.
Yeah, Shinto. All my daughters have their idol. Do like I said, juju, the different type, the one that will make them grow well, the one that will make them smart, the one that will make them have boyfriend.
What is your kids mixed? Are they mixed race?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Yeah, I have. Sometimes I bring them home. Sometimes here. My kids are my Japanese right.
Is that Shinto? Is it part of Buddhism?
It's almost like Buddhism. Almost the same. Yeah, almost the same. But Japanese only they call their own Shinto. I've not really dive into the history why they call their own Shinto, but Buddhism still heavy here too. They have Buddha temple here, there's a Buddhism temple here. They have Shinto, but Shinto is there, and they're very heavily deep in it. I have my chant they give me every year. There's a temple. I advise you guys to come every year. You have to come to Kasaka, the temple. People come here. You use your own hand to slap. You carry you just pull it like one penny, put inside the box. Shake it and you take a stick and they give you a number. You put the number and look the number and take a paper. It tell you your fortune for the year. It works, one man. People travel far and wide to come to Japan every 1st of January to do it. You can't even move. It's crowd. Yeah, very, very deep in it. So everywhere you see in Japan, there's statues or like Shango statues. They put red cloth on the statue. They put rice, water everywhere, every junction.
Does it smell funny in Japan? Does it smell?
No.
Is there a fishy? Is it? No, I mean the concrete. The concrete itself. Does it have a?
Japan is nice, smell good. I think watching those anime. Japan is more beautiful than the anime you watch on TV. Beautiful, good smell, nice, neat.
I think Japan. It's China that
nah, how country they smell now? I don't know.
China they smell like say they walk out inside like soy oil.
Yeah, my mansion is by the riverside. I don't perceive those river. You know, some area like you live by the river, you have some odor you get from like fishes and all this. No, you don't see it. Japan take up their river, they clean it.
They are very heavily into gardening, into flower and horticulture.
Yeah. They clean. If I'm going by the road now, because I'm used to it. Now, if I'm going by the road, I see trash on the main road. I park my car and take the trash. It's Japanese culture. You see a big man who stop, take the trash and take to the nearest trash bin and drop it. You don't just spit on the floor in Japan. You can't.
No, they have that spitting culture in China. They just
it's China.
They spit more than the Malams in China.
Yeah, you cannot spit in Japan. Like they will tell you not to spit, but when people look at you, put shit from you, you yourself will adjust yourself the next day. You can't spit like that. Japan is very neat and very clean, and they're very, very meticulous and organized people. It's a very nice place to be. If you live in Japan, you cannot live down in the UK because your things will not get lost. You lose your phone, your train station, you see the nearest police station waiting for you. Your wallet with money, you see it there waiting for you. Nobody takes it, except a Chinese or African man that just came. When you stay here for a long time, you start thinking like them and you return it to the station. Very nice place to live.
Do you see yourself spending the rest of your life there?
No, I can't. but they have their own problem. I can't. Even Japanese to Japanese, after a while, they move back to their own countryside they come from. No, everybody comes to the city. After a while, they still move back to their countryside. And it keeps telling us that one day you go back to your own country, because that's what they do. They go back to their own countryside, like their own village, when they are old. Japan is an industrial place. Everybody's always moving. So when you are tired, and they don't really have this old home system like that, though they have, but it's more like Africa when kids take care of their grandparents. You understand? Now my wife's already complaining that you also bring his grandma. We are buying a bigger house now. I believe the grandma will move here. So it's a cultural thing.
You know, they always use the cover of children, isn't it, to bring grandmas in?
Yeah. But when they bring grandma, I'm done. I can't. If I move, we're not supposed to move. I mean, because they are very tribal and cultural people. Respect that things. You have to do ballet. You have to do the right way to the woman. Then I'll be in trouble.
they have a bowing culture, but
there's
a system to the bowing. So you bow low. What's the bowing culture? Because my understanding is you bow certain weights to certain people, and the lower they bow, the more the
respect the person. Yeah, the more respect the person you are giving to the person. Like if you have like a head nod bow, like sometimes you do like a head nod bow to some older people, like you are insulting their intelligence. You're supposed to like really bow, like really your eyes down, like no more. Like in my like unfortunately, Japanese is their culture. The
it's
older
like
one,
dobale, isn't it?
Yeah, the older one will bow for you first because they believe respect is reciprocal. So they are bowing to you so you can bow back to them, the respect they need. So that's how you see Japanese. You see the old lady sitting in the train station or the train elevator, he will first of all bow. But what you would do, you want to counter that bow. Before she bow, you will bow first. You see that? You bow, konnichiwa, konnichiwa, konnichiwa. And the more you nod your head, shows how much you fear and respect and appreciate it. Like, konnichiwa, I can bow like 10 times or 50 times. And my wife will be laughing. I'll be buying konnichiwa, I'll just be buying, you know? No, it's funny though, but it's interesting. It's a very, very cultural place.
What offends them? What makes them take offense in the Japanese people?
There are so many things. You know, our way of thinking offends them. No, Japanese think from back. We don't think from the front like we think. There's some things we like let go and just think it's normal. No, so Japanese is very, very offensive. Like being like it's still the same thing offensive, just like just extra. Just like you might just be so loud and do some certain things, like you just walk into that station, like I was saying, walk into the elevator and meet an old lady and he bows and greets you, just greet him number or just ignore her. That thing will go a very long. You are offended that person for too long, too much. Or talking to him, you're looking to like talking to an elderly person, you're looking to his eyes. That's height of disrespect. Big height of disrespect. When I just came to this country, my brother was telling me, when you're talking to all these old Japanese, stop looking at their eyes, or maybe you're looking at their eyes, that's why they don't like you in that street. I was wondering, how would I be looking at their eyes? But later I understand I have to show them respect. I have to bow to them, not to look at their face, not to show that stare at them and all that. There's so many things about one I cannot really explain it. There's so many things that offend them that you'll be surprised if they tell you. You know, I can't really point one out, but so many.
Do they excuse the offense for reasons that you are foreign, so that they will say, okay, I won't take offense to it because he doesn't know culture?
Yes, they do that, and but doing that, give them that defense not to give opportunity to that another foreigner to do that. Sometimes you not see that they are trying to certain things foreigner cannot get into. Not that they don't want you to get into it. They know that you don't understand it and you will offend them. And they cannot really take the offense, cannot really get back at you. So like you understand the culture and you do it, they will deal with you properly. They know you understand it. But when you don't understand it, they'll give you that pass. But that body will be on them. I don't know if you understand. Giving you that pass, that you don't know it. Like that day, was it 2 days ago when the cop stopped me? I was going to Tokyo. I have to I don't speak Japanese. My Navi. They already understood. I wish I'll speak just one Japanese. I've gone in for it. But that button will be on those cops, like, okay, go. But really down there, you're not happy. You know, so next time they don't want somebody that really understands the culture. You don't want somebody that understands the culture to call me. And they will not want people that don't understand the culture to call me. So you don't say, they're being racist and all that. No, they're not trying to be racist. They want somebody that understands it. So if they're dealing with you, you know what they're dealing with you. So that's just it for me, how I see it. There's more to it in Japan.
All right, your remarks.
Yeah, anyway, my country people don't really the end of the hour on a very good moment. This guy will come, so I hope you come again. But your English one, your phone one too much before I think say you can't work follow Joe Biden. I better break them down small for us who not understand English. But thanks for coming. I hope you come again. Wanna click like and share. My country people, Jacob, I greet you. Colata, what I said just now, I didn't mean it when I was telling you people. I'm not personal, but just calling you guys out and see what I noticed. So that next time.
We'll be mindful. We'll be mindful.
Yeah, you understand. So the talking point was good, and that of Peter B and the rest, because I was clean and not quickly put any my own opinion inside like that. But anyway, my country people, when I go get my PVC, we gonna vote my candidate. So let's talk more. So one more, thank you. See you in the morning section.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, and good luck with the ceremony. So thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace to Kulata, the man with the data.
Thanks everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. Just wanted to bring a few things. I know the past 2 weeks the tone of the platform has gone a bit more gloomy. I mean, the reality on the ground is doom and gloom. Let's not lie. Well, I mean, recently there's been a few successes. Like the government has killed some top named terrorists in Niger State. Today in Kaduna State, they killed the Fakaka or one guy like this with some of his minions, and they also killed the guy that attacked Buhari's convoy in Katsina. So looks like the change of guard unfortunately, to mostly southern military leaders is delivering some results, and they did this via airstrikes and coordinated ground attacks. So I think some movement is happening there, and we should acknowledge it. I don't want us to. I mean, it can get very depressing, but any small news that sounds good, positive, we should also try and bring it up. So I noticed we've not talked about any of those topics. So little good news, we can embrace it. On the political space, one aspect that's also playing out, that always plays out is we always think everything about our politics is ethnic, but some of our politics is actually ideological, which means the North will most likely gravitate towards a socialist party. So don't be surprised if they vote APC again because of promises of like social welfare stuff. And you will always find South and Southeast gravitate towards the PDP because of the capitalist platform of the PDP, while the Yorubas are always going to be mixed because we have both the capitalists, we also have the social, we also have like the social welfare people. So a lot of that plays out, which also makes me think of Obi's messaging, because his party essentially should be on the socialist side based on the fact that it's a Labour party. But his personal politics is heavily capitalist. So I wonder how eventually that will play out in February. This is just another angle that we kind of, because of the way people like cross carpet from one party to the other, we just don't pay attention to it. But I think it does predict some of the way we vote in Nigeria. Just something to think about. And I'll hopefully talk to you guys tomorrow. During the week, it's getting more tough for me to join, but I'll try my best.
All right, brilliant. Well, always a delight to have you. So that's Kulata, a man that wears so many hats. So that's Kulata. It's gone. So that's Kulata, and the final word then to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, the closing remark.
Thank you, one man, and I would like to thank all the contributors that came on the platform this evening for the good job they have done. Their contribution was quite meaningful and purposeful, and I hope they will come back tomorrow to perform another round. Kulata is just telling us that Some reports came that they killed terrorist leader in Niger, they killed those in some. At the present moment, I think it's going to be very, very hard to believe whatever the government in Nigeria is telling us, because we have had a lot of that in the past, and yet the problem continues to escalate. So we just a new report just came out yesterday that Rufai wrote a memo to the presidency that his terrorists are gradually overtaking Kaduna. Kaduna, which is the heart of our military might presence. Kaduna State is where we have the strongest hold of our military formation. So in Kaduna, it's been a large part of Kaduna, or let me say some part of Kaduna State, where we have the strongest hold of our military formation being taken over. It tells us that our security is in jeopardy, complete jeopardy. So I don't want to believe anything that they're telling us. This is the same way they've been telling us for the past 7 years, and nothing is changing, but rather getting worse and getting out of hand. So let us leave that. Let me thank other people at the commentary section that have been with this platform from the beginning to this time. Please, and our listeners around the world, use this time to click on the like button, share and subscribe as well. And to one man, I really thank you for doing it again. I hope you will come back with whatever you bring come tomorrow. I guarantee you, our people, we shall join you, and we shall trash it out together. So one man, thank you so much. See you tomorrow, and happy evening, and say good evening to your family. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ajale.
Happy weekend to your family. Thank you.
All right, and to yours. Thank you, Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
So traditionally, when Ajale Koko rounds off, we finish off. But I think I mistakenly removed Saki when I was intending to remove someone else. So for one night only, big boots to fill. The final word to Saki, Father.
Yeah, it has been a very wonderful session. Today has been, to a very large extent, a mature session. There are no much altercations from dissenting groups. It has been a very nice flow today. We had a very memorable conversation about Nigeria. Let me use this opportunity to thank our listeners, to thank our panelists who have always made out their time to come to this place and air their views. In a special way, let me also thank again, in a special way, Engineer, who came here today. Today I felt like another kind of pride for being a Nigerian. Engineer, I want to thank you very much for showing hospitality to Nigerians that came to the United Kingdom, and for giving them the opportunity to showcase our values, to showcase to the world who we are as a people. We are great people and will continue to be great. Thank you, one man, and let me leave you so that you can have a rest today.
All right, so thank you, Saki. So that's Saki Father. So Saki's father rounds it off. So thank you, Saki Father. Excellently put. One of just the best voices on the platform, Saki. I think we all agree on that. Just a gentleman all the way through. I could spend as much time as I can spare in the company of people like Saki Fada, Ajanle Koko, of course, a real champion, and people like Kulata. I can spend a lot of my time with this sort of people because these are the sort of people that I like to spend my time with. And I think you all agree because, they're gentlemen. So that's just the thing. They agree, they disagree, but they hold their own opinion, but they never falter in civility. So a civil and a civilized conversation today. So we leave it there. Carry it on in the comment section. Don't forget to click on the like button, by the way. I keep asking you. I almost tired to ask you anymore because I labor to ask you and I don't really see the results. But click on it if you will, and if you won't, then that's fair enough. Click on subscribe as well if you haven't done that, but that is entirely up to you as well. So we carry on and meet in the comment section. But here I say peace.